Well, folks, it is time. Welcome to Valorant Challengers League North America Promotion and Relegation. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Dryad on the desk. And we know you have been waiting for this one, y'all. It is, I mean, Dan, I've been waiting a very long time for this one. It's about damn time right here. How you feeling about today?
I'm good. Honestly, I'm always waiting to see Shopify Rebellion Gold. That's just how it is. I gotta be honest. But especially when it's promo relegation, right? You have one chance. It's a best of five. The stakes are high. They haven't played that map of Sunset for some time, so there's a lot of things to look at that I'm excited to see today.
Well, folks, as Dan said, we are watching Shopify Rebellion Gold today face off against Prosperity Esports. Now, if you were here with us yesterday, you saw that Prosperity Esports lost, hence seeding them into Shopify Rebellion Gold. But as Dan was saying, this is just Shopify Rebellion Gold that we haven't seen in a while. This was a team that was relegated. This was a team that had to fight back to get here. And with SAD Esports winning yesterday, they will be facing Pigeons. So we will give you an update on that when we have it. But again, like Dan said, we know what you're here for. You're here for Shopify Rebellion Gold versus Prosperity Esports. And I think, like I said before, I'm repeating myself, but it bears repeating. This has been a long time coming. Shopify Rebellion Gold have worked very hard. Prosperity Esports have worked very hard. But unfortunately, there can only be one winner of today. We've already said goodbye to Nightblood Gaming, you know. So it is kind of one of those things where the ruthlessness, if you will, or kind of the how unforgiving this promotion relegation is. And obviously, Dan, you can see the group stages here. You can tell that someone got 13-3'd yesterday, like I said, with SAD Esports, that differential. But Prosperity Esports facing against Shopify Rebellion Gold today, 1-1.
And if you are wondering where you're not seeing Shopify Rebellion or Pigeons here, it's just because they were that second and then third seed coming from Premier. And that meant that they're playing this Premier relegation without playing these early matches that the other teams had to face again. So they've been waiting, chilling, kind of watching these matches that happened yesterday to now go into today and see if they can get that win.
Yes, can be a blessing or a curse, that kind of waiting and watching. I know for a fact they are watching the games live, but we will be saying welcome back to two teams to the Challengers League of North America today, which is always super exciting. There is room for growth. There is room for new heroes, new stories to be made. But of course, that means we will have to say goodbye to two as well, which I guess that's the nature of competition, right? But I know many people in chat are so excited for today's streamed match, which is Prosperity versus Shopify Rebellion Gold. I think, Dan, it's going to be a very, very exciting match because this is, again, like the hype is here. We've been waiting for this one. You know, Shopify Rebellion Gold not only making history, but then kind of having this hero's journey arc where they've hit the depths. You know, if you think of the hero's journey as a circle, like I was taught in 9th grade, and now we might be seeing kind of the phoenix rising from the ashes once again. Prosperity Esports has a chance to really make a name for himself. This is a team that was mounting comeback and almost comebacks yesterday, right, Dan? So this is something that well, we're going to show you predictions later. This truly is going to be a good, like, clean best-of-5 fight.
I'm really interested in the stories that the two teams have here. When you look at Shopify Rebellion Gold, this is a team that on that stage one, they were the first Game Changers team to make it to Challengers, but then they struggled in that stage one. They got relegated and they haven't been able to play since. They've been playing a lot of the third-party tournaments. They've been playing GC, trying to qualify for the main event, which they did in a pretty easy fashion. And then you look at the other side, right? You look at Prosperity and the journey that they've had. It was the opposite. They didn't qualify for stage one. They lost that match, that last one where it mattered the most, but they did make it to stage two. They struggled a lot. They lost to Overtake, and now they're in this situation where they struggle very, very recently, and now they're trying to come back. On the other side is a Shopify Rebellion that was looking really strong, had some things to work on, and now we want to see if they're back in their best game to make it once again to Challengers for that next stage.
And I think, speaking of the rosters, you know, I think Dodo Nut caught a lot of flack from the internet for not being present for one of their games. That was a planned vacation that she had, to be clear. And the team said they were okay with it. But now we have the full 5 here today, right? That's literally what we did not see the last time, Dan. And it's kind of that full force. And hell hath no fury like a Shopify Rebellion Gold scorned, because if you look at their tweets from when they were relegated, Dan, it was extremely clear that this was not only, I don't think disappointing begins to cover the emotions I saw from those folks on X, because there were apologies to the fans, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's been a very long time. Not very, very long, but it's been a long time since that has happened. And Prosperity Esports, you know, they just got their, you know, their first win. If you go to their socials, they were thrilled to get that. And I said yesterday that that was kind of your hardest hurdle to overcome, finally getting that first win. And finally, here we are. And so you kind of have the tale of two different teams, Dan, right? You have the ones who have known the success and have kind of fell to the bottom, like you said. But now with Prosperity, with the recent struggle, they kind of are kind of meeting in the middle, I guess you could say, if I'm like doing the barometer correct. Is that the right word, barometer? Correctly.
I have no idea.
But
Don't ask me. I don't know.
I have a degree in political science. That's a fake science, not any sort of real science in STEM. But it's kind of one of those things where it's where are we meeting at? Where are we sitting? And are we ready for a best of five? Best of fives are not easy. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dan. I don't know if Prosperity has experience in best of fives, but
No.
no, they don't,
No,
right?
no,
So,
they've actually recently played some third-party tournaments here and there, but they haven't been able to make it to the semifinals or the grand finals as of recently. So this is kind of a new territory for both of them. But now we get a chance to look at the maps and see where we're going to be headed. And as we've talked about, because it was Shopify Berlin Gold who had that second seed coming from Premier, they have the advantage here. So they have the double ban plus that first pick that we're looking at right now is Split. We had our questions on what they were going to be playing because, again, last time that we saw them in Challengers was the last relegation. Then they were playing some third party, then they were playing some game changers. But this map of Pearl was one that they were struggling with quite a lot, so it makes sense that it's gone. Same with Ascent. They were playing this double sentinel composition that we've seen for teams like Cloud9 that they're not going to be playing anymore. And this map of Split is actually really interesting. I think it's really smart as you get the chance to look at this map pool because they're going on those picks of Split and Icebox on maps where Prosperity is not able to play that Neon. That is the one win condition that they have. Magic is so good on this Neon and is one of those players that is constantly forcing it. So you have a map of Split where he's going to be on the raids. You have a map of Icebox where he's going to be on the Killjoy. And that could be everything that you need to get that win condition to potentially get that 3-0. It's a Shopify Berlin Gold that you know the coaches, you know Mel, you know everybody on the team has been thinking about how they want to play this around because it's been a long time coming. And I think they went the right direction for this map select.
And I think it's important to point out that Shopify Rebellion Gold have now announced that they have an assistant coach of Veer, are part of the team. It is, you know, I think Effie's tweeted that it's been a while coming. They were trying to really find the right person, but now that they're here and they've been really helping out in terms of, you know, strategy and what it may be. And I believe Shopify Rebellion Gold, I know they're boot camping. I know Noya has flown into Canada. I know Alexis was there as well. So they also have that added benefit of being together, being at that boot camp, you know, having the kind of like the Shopify Rebellion org structure benefits, right? And so looking at this map selection and looking at kind of like what you were talking about right now and kind of, you know, getting the Pearl out of the way, it's looking good for Shopify Rebellion Gold.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Once again, they're going with these maps early on where they're not going to be playing the Neon on the side of Prosperity. So I think it just makes a lot of sense with the way that this is going. One thing that I want to talk about that I find really interesting is that very, very soon, like actually just in only a few days, Shopify Rebellion Gold are going to be playing that main event for Game Changers. And that's going to be on that next patch where Tejo is nerfed and is not going to be played at all. But now I want to see what's going to happen here because we've seen Sarah Cat running a lot of this Tejo recently, has been really good. We of course know her a little bit more for that Soba that allowed her to lift that trophy last year. But I think I have my questions on what they're going to be playing here. Are they going to be bringing different things? But there's very much that possibility on those early maps, and we're going to figure it out.
Right, folks. And we do have our predictions ready for you. And you might see a trend going here that we all were ready for Shopify Rebellion Gold to take it, including our casters, Ravish and Zobi. So apologies to Sean Garris if you're watching this for any sort of caster curse. That happened.
No, that doesn't exist.
What did you say?
Come on.
It doesn't exist. You know,
No.
Cut to. But I think it goes to say, kind of think the strength of schedule that these folks have had at Shopify Rebellion Gold, that, you know, you're talking about the main event. These people have been, you know, boot camping, premiering, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that they have been, you know, they have that experience. Not to say Prosperity doesn't, right? But there is something to be said about that competitive environment that they have with Game Changers and moving on. That just adds a little extra oomph, if you will. But we will be moving into Agent Select for today's first map, and we will be on Split, as Dan said. And I mean, Dan, right away, we're seeing no Neon. We have the Dodonut Classic Yoru Magic
Yes.
on the Rays, but we have that good old classic one last hurrah Tejo.
Yeah, this is what we just talked about. This is one of those maps where Prosperity is not running that neon, it has been running the race instead. And the compositions, I gotta say, I like a lot more of what Shopify Rebellion Gold has been doing here. I love the double controller, especially what the Astra is able to bring on this map alone. When you're running a single controller, I always prefer the Astra. I feel like for the post one, it can be so strong. But on top of that, you have a Mel that is playing this Omen that completely fits her playstyle. Can be aggressive, can play for the team, can play a little bit more individual when she has to. And I think that's a great combination of understanding what the team needs and also what is the best composition to be really annoying against Prosperity. So I want to give the upper hand to Shopify Rebellion Gold in this composition that they've been playing for before. And on the other side, Prosperity here with the Cypher is just something that we just don't see as much anymore. So I want to see how much value they can get out of it.
Well, folks, it is time. It is promotion or relegation for our two teams, Shopify Rebellion Gold and Prosperity Esports. And I know just who to send it to. It is our casters, Ravish and Zobi. Friends, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Liz and Dan. It's going to be a good time and possibly even a long time as we head right into this BO5 here, Zobi. I'm excited. I'm ready to get into it. And Dan's right. Caster curses, not a thing. I don't believe in them. Nah, I may be a man of God, but as far as I know, we're all good here. We're chilling. Ain't no thing.
I mean, I was the quote-unquote resident Shopify Rebellion Gold hater, even though I'm over in the Game Changers scene every single day. And I think they finally earned that kind of prediction. They've been working hard. They've been upsetting teams like Maryville. You know, they've been facing off against your Berserkers. And I think that it's going to be really, really good coming into this first map. And the desk didn't really get to touch on this. The fact that, you know, I was casting yesterday's match. You were watch partying. And Liz mentioned it yesterday as well. Shopify Rebellion Gold got to watch those matches. And this map pool is toe for toe the combination minus Sunset of those series. So if anything, in my mind, Shopify Rebellion Gold has that edge. And they also play, in my mind, so different in VCL compared to Game Changers that it should really help them here. But jumping already into the pistol, it's going to be Shopify Rebellion starting out on the attack. Prosperity on that defense. And what you're going to see here is, once again, they like to go 4 strong with the Noya Lurk and just see what space they can gain. And Donut has taken all this ramps control.
Yeah, this is very classic style from SRG, right? Where you'll see Noya pretty much soloed all this one a lot. And for SR, we were looking at it too, this 4-strong attack with some sort of interventions that do tend to happen once things get a bit messy is a tendency that will actually see things kind of pan out. But because Noya Lurk already plays out well, catching off Magic early with trying to set up the trap previously as they head towards A.
And saw the Breach stick around trying to piece off Noya, but she's just so slippery, so cautious. And the Salvos delay the X-Deck, allow Manny to get back on site, and Manny is such a menace on the Cypher. How do they break through this utility? One by one, hand in hand, 2 players swing back site. Oof. They're able to get that, shut down that player, and now Yuki has to wait for the rotations to come through for the rest of the team.
Yeah, Sarah just got knocked down, though. Unfortunately, Smoke saves her life, and now with this, Mel gets her own, leaving just 5-2. There it is, one more taken. Iso will take a retribution kill, if anything, so not the cleanest pistol for them, but Vantic, I get a shot from behind. There it is. And now Iso left with the 1 to his name. Hoping to get one more possible, but should not be so. With 4 on site, or maybe just get 1. He'll probably die to the spike as he heads towards Noya. And 1 more will be gifted over to him, if anything. But that should be about it.
Yeah, I mean, some warm-up mistakes, you know, not clearing corners, maybe some nerves facing world champions at hand, as Iso will also fall. All in all, that culminates in a Shopify Rebellion pistol round. A great way to get the ball rolling here on the attack. And again, this is the structure that they have in place, right? Of a singular lurk, of really strong team fights and coordination. And in my mind, we've seen, particularly in that Nightblood Gaming match, sort of out of Prosperity, ways to get proactive. And you're on eco round, that's exactly what I think the doctor is going to order. And look at that, it's going to be 4 strong A, right? Your Ray's probably satchelating down ramps, maybe a paranoia, a stun. And that's why Shopify Rebellion is so deep in spawn and sewers. They're waiting for it.
Yeah, we saw the pings come out early as well too, so we're hoping to probably set up a fault line off the Teo drone to get the trap play going, probably get some early damage down, if not a pick. And if the drone being sent out, like they're just waiting for the ping, and fault line being set up as soon as they catch a whiff of anybody around, but when the indication of anybody there, salvos go out early. Belongs to the fault line, catching nobody at all. No damage done, and util taken.
Oh. And Manny still not able to find the elusive Nora in this moment. And look at this, they've actually sold the fake off of Noi's deep presence B main that maybe this is gonna be, you know, a heaven split. Maybe it's gonna be the full commit. And now with a breach and an omen towards B, it's significantly weaker. The salvo's really proactive here, but the immediate crash back into B, almost now biting Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, with 3 already on site, though, Sarah and Alexis managed to clear out 2 more. With 3 taken away, quick succession. It's magic to get 1, but just 1 once again. Right, Shopify naturally get their bonus, and now here we start with their ante, now with bonus on the horizon as well for PRS.
Yeah, I mean, the speed in which they pivoted, like, okay, we're gonna lean A, no, we're gonna go B, and I think part of that came off of, hey, we got the trip away, we got the cage away, now B's a lot less threatening, and that's when we see, you know, Sarah throw those salvos in, that's where we see that dive back in from the team, and, I mean, the trades even don't know what the Ghost is able to find the capping kill, so ultimately what it allows is a really strong bonus coming into this next round against the full Rifles for Prosperity.
And they're going to use that to full force, going to push it early along same fault line salvo setup, but with deeper on the rockets this time instead. But smokes being set out early will mean that SRG will stay nice and safe and secure. They're taking once again, but they know they've got Stingers and Bulldogs, so they don't want us to give this away. A 3-0 start would be excellent for Prosperity, the round they need, and finally Manny gets his pick. No, yeah, punish for the lurks.
Noya, you got lucky last time that he whipped the shots, and you try it again. I mean, come on, that's your main as well, but ultimately falling here. And I do like this, though. Mel, Donut immediate to pick up that space, re-clear it, make sure they didn't push forward off that contact, but my concern is, again, no mid control. It's still very one-lane focused. So as soon as contact's made, number 1, the trips weren't broken. That's going to delay. Number 2, you're going to get a breach shot of Paranoia out of heaven, and the support is going to be immediate.
And speaking of contacts, there you go. Support given over from Vantic. 1 taken away. Mel pops up top, but in the line of fire, Util to cover, but not for much longer. Alexis takes 2 off the aftershock. And of course, that's crazy, but 3 taken by the end of it, but it's not enough. Left in a 1v1. Magic to cuss the round. And PRS on the board.
And I've seen some of those proactive plays that melt towards A site in other matches, but doing it out in the open on an eco round for B. And while she isn't able to find the kill, she obviously draws all the attention so much so that 2 people don't realize they're standing in an aftershock. Like, that's how you, at least for not winning a bonus round, do solidified damage. Look, the weapons being repurchased, some light shields, even a judge having to come out from Yuki, a guardian from Manny. And when you're playing these closer angles on A, now that they've swapped back, it is going to be a touch more difficult.
Yeah, so from there too, they'll switch up their approach and look to go heavy into Garage instead. And Shopify off the flash. There you go, quick pick from Mel. Entering on an omen like the Giga Chat she is. But nonetheless, though, they'll take their pick and ski that along in there instead. Let's probably meander down into mid, but still selling that B lurk. And instead, we'll see Noya once again. Nothing found around A, but mid seems to be where they want to crawl up towards.
I feel like in other matches, she's been a lot faster on the scale up through A. So that's a little bit slower, more methodical. She's still just waiting for that A main pressure to mount while the rest of the team's going to join over. I am a little bit nervous. I'm getting flashbacks where when time is against you and you're executing into a Manny setup, things can get lethal. But he is playing from elbow, not deep sight. And again, there's that Guardian detriment here. So those things could work out, or if you get hit by a stealth drone, all that util gets stripped away for a few seconds.
Yeah, speaking of which, too, there's a fall line instead, stealth drone too, so they have a bit of time to be able to contend against everything. And Manny blind fires through the smoke, manages to get on Alexis. Now, not the worst of things, but still, a good shot. Playing 4-on-4, Spike goes down.
Ooh, and here's the play I talked about for Mel. Aggressive into heaven here. They heard the TP, hence the aftershock to try and force her off of rafters, but she just jiggles the dark cover angle towards screens and will fight through even off of an attempted Yoru flash.
Yeah, flash not there this time. Mel losing her pick, unfortunate. With Izona up and Sarah with a spray, the double swing come out. Manny gets the better of that one, puts out the null theft as well. That's a 2-on-2. Manny and Isa to center around the defensive site, and him already looking to stick onto the spike. Almost got it to half as well too, but Rockets gonna delay that effort even further, and Isa also looking around defending his Cypher, but not able to do so for much longer. The Rockets will take his life, and Isa knows he has to stick for a couple more seconds, and Shopify continue the delay to get the round.
And while you may get the kills, Isaac, you cannot get the round. That's the strength of this composition. You have a Breach Aftershock, you have the Salvos, you have the Noya, Gravwell, all of this. And then also when you plant for Heaven, it becomes difficult, which is, I think, where this proactive timeout from Prosperity is going to come from. The compositions they've played against have been fairly similar to their Ode, where they don't have these added layers upon layers of post-plant utility. And I think that's what this discussion is about. Okay, how do we prevent a plant from going through, period? Or how can we speed up that timeline of aggression? Because they were doing a good job clearing space, punishing some of the proactivity like Mel out of Heaven. But ultimately, again, when you come down to these joint utility pieces, it's just so difficult.
One enemy remaining.
And I mean, looking back at what's led to this point, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's interesting as I was actually muted. Yeah, it's interesting because before too, we've seen the after these timeouts, right? Because Prosperity, this is a classic for them. They'll take the early timeout to reposition, especially after being a couple rounds down. But we'll see them set up more aggressive trap plays outside of A. Usually, you just send the Raze out forward towards box and try to combo out the flash and the aftershock. So I wonder if they do the same thing, almost anticipating it. But Shopify have shown no tendency to go towards mid here either. So, and in fact, they'll change a bit of the setup of their own, go for a 3-2 split this time. Yeah.
We've seen this. As soon as they make contact, the Raze gets the deep line jiggle. That's when the Paranoia and the stun come out. And it's meant to catch off a player like Noya, who again has been problematic, not just finding, pop shot kills like we saw in those replays, but then also, again, the extra layer of post-plant utility. So the pings for the fault line come through. And again, it's Shopify Rebellion playing so careful here. They do it at the start of rounds. Now they're doing it especially after timeout, where you're expecting a change to come through. You're expecting maybe a fluke aggression that, might just get you out of this rut of rounds that Shopify has found with 3 strong. And all of that, now, it's with the drone. The first layer of info utility is going to try to kind of eke out here.
Yeah, they'll meander their way over to past Stewards once again. This is a rotate we've seen them do past Garage just about 2 rounds ago as well. But this time, it's based off the dimensional drifter, right? So whether or not should be able to get a lot of good information, primarily going towards Heaven. Sees trapwires and sus, hasn't found Manny just yet. There he is, past Cubby, has to go past the rocket. And Mel following up, not even out the drift yet. So we'll find Manny, trips down. I don't believe they actually managed to find Yuki, but they should have an inkling as there should be somebody by screens. Teto peeking forward, a dangerous play, but keeps her life for now. And so does Manny as the 4 of them go up towards Heaven. Let's make contact. Noya, this could get dicey. And it gets double swung. Unfortunate, but good. Yeah, good on PRS for them to find one.
I mean, there's 3 people. You saw them all Heaven. Now, Sarah, I know you've gotten the Astra pick. You need your post-plant alive, so they're just going to let all of them walk by. They're playing the win con. They're playing for these late frag kills.
Yeah, and delay they will. Good flash as well. Yuki taking that one more. And on a save again for PRS, the plan working out. Alexis alone. They're just defusing. Yuki saves and gets the last one. And Prosperity get a much needed round.
Oh, and I mean, I do think that hinges around the risk Sarah took there, right? She went under the radar. She played through the smokes. They all walked past her. And she's like, how many of my teammates am I allowed to sacrifice to play, play my utility? And she swings and is only able to secure, the one. And I think she needed more in that situation because then Aizo's good for the trade. Now you've lost your Astra, your Tejo. So then they're doing a good job, like we mentioned, breaking down that post-plant piece by piece, which is the big change we wanted out of the timeout. So now SRG is saying we've had enough of A. We just finally lost a round there. Let's see what happens B. Now there's no trap play here like it was at the following round or the previous round. And they also don't have an oil alert to get punished this time around.
No, they do not. Instead, let's play confidently up into B firsthand. Rocket sent out early to clear out towards the back of the site, but nothing substantial found. They use the clone and shoot at the TP as well. Now Vantic, with all the options being taken out for Dodonut, will mean they'll look to rotate, go through mid. Likely events play once again, but maybe this time to change it up, try to re-hit through Heaven.
This is nice. I feel like one thing we talked about is they're usually 4 and 1. It's never kind of a 3-2 split here. And when you have such a strong B Heaven defense with this Raze, this breach, and joint kind of support, and these Outlaw as well, I think that would be a smart play, but all of it's, again, all bark, no bite, no follow through. And now the re-clear from Prosperity here could be huge.
Yeah, they used the flash to get almost all 4 of them, but a good shot, and Dodo taking 2. This is a fantastic start, but using TP to get towards the back of the side should be nice. So some space to be taken ideally, but nobody watching. Flash the setup. Adora's made her way in, and the rest to walk in, and it's just a shooting range from Magic up top.
One enemy remaining.
They didn't have a chance to clear anything at all. Have to dry walk into the sights. And with that, you can take the final. Prosperity, again, even things up.
Now, Prosperity get punished for being some eager beavers, but all in all, we do get to see Magic and Yuki rein it back in with the better weaponry, again, punish the eco. And now that we're tied 3-3, now they've lost that kind of buffer zone. Effys is also going to step in here. Now, talking about the things Shopify Rebellion Gold has done well is, I think, really over towards the A side, right? We talked about how important Manny was going to be as an anchor sentinel. They found ways to force him off, whether it's a Salvo Nova Pulse combo, or whether it's, the Salvos to force him out of Elvo. It's not aligned to have that impact, so...
You're getting a lot of salvo talk,
yeah. I mean, they can coast off the salvos for this promotion event.
Sure.
And they're also doing a good job, I think, like waiting, being patient here, and punishing again. Like we saw the aggression last round, like we saw them respond to the trap plays. And I think then, in my mind, the only thing you have to clean up is number one, go back A. Number two, again, try to figure out how to develop the post plant. Maybe figure out how to adjust or fight ramps control anything. Maybe have donut fight there instead of screens. Because that's where they're consistently re-clearing. That's like the procedure, round after round, on the A retakes from Prosperity.
Not from here as well. The big thing to note is that SR, they've got a lot available, but so does Prosperity. So we're looking at 4 ults on both sides. Now, besides Omenos naturally being absolutely useless, but it's we might be playing some Overwatch rounds, as I like to say. Just full send, like 2 ults per person. More than likely, the Rolling Thunder, at least from both sides, but early salvos, it's a showstopper as well. Magic looks to get aggressive. I cleared them out through spawn, nothing found just as of yet. Shot through garage, and Alexis gets gone.
That is not the player you want to lose.
It is perfectly taken, yeah. That's a big one you lose on their side as well. And so now with that, they have to back out and get away scot-free. Yeah, easy.
Yeah, they robbed the Rolling Thunder potential here. They robbed the chance for a death ball approach, and typically when you see them lose an opening engagement or they're not, in the space they want, they typically do kind of then dip into the Noya lurk, let her lead the way, they rejoin. And this time around, I was going to say, Manny was alone playing from heaven this time, playing for the kill trip on site where, punish off the opposing smoke. But again, we're hoping SRG knows how to play around this.
Ideally, they do. We'll see as Clone once again stands out early. Trips cleared out, and now we're waiting for PRS. Full clear available as well. They're all going to enter in as 5. Manny finds one with the smoke again. This time it's Mel. That
what he does best.
Yeah, I think we detrimental as well if Nora doesn't have the star set up too. But Sarah is in a position before. Double set up this time, so at least to the backup. Manny now gone. But now there's 4 there. Armageddon to clear out towards the back of the site. The rest of them walk up forward. Take one. Nice shot from Dodo Nuts. Maybe it's not available, the relegation round, but now here once again. And pick after pick. But they made it all the way. They switch sides here. Banting up top, they're playing off site. Issues once again, though, they have also their own and rockets, but no more. They have to enter in. They have no Utah left. You gotta fight this forward. Yeah, but like you're saying, it's just taking it at halves. Yuki and Sarah clear out 4. Damn.
And they definitely cleaned things up after the timeout. What did I ask for? Fight early up ramps. And what do? The 2 post-plant players, Noya and Sarah, hand in hand clear out a player for Prosperity. They leave Noya deposited so she can play her util safely and also jiggle. And again, they just play down the utility. They play down the Tejo. I was worried there, again, wasn't going to be enough time bought, and it still was hinging on that, right, as they stuck it to half. But the swing from Sarah, and I'm assuming would have been the follow-up, too, from the remaining player, would have been good enough to get them off with time to spare. So, all in all, SRG able to rebound for their 4th. Now it's back to business. They realize, hey, our A is kind of getting cleaned up. This seems to work. Let's run it till it doesn't. Especially the Cosmic Divide.
I mean, speaking of which, right? That's right up there up top. So they'll use it to cut out the entire side. Trip should be cleared out as they take a easy peasy. 2 away from the Dimension Drift as well, and Rolling Thunder also on their side waiting. They lost it previously for on the side of Lexus, but this time, no more. Meanwhile, Prosperity. Oh, they get split. That's a massive drone. And it couldn't cost, as Rolling Thunder we were talking about as well. They push them all towards ramp. And Mel gets a free fire away with the rest of the team. Also there, they're all concussed. All they see is white and gray, leaving just Yuki and Magic to go away.
Oh, but these are the two players that have won rounds before, and unfortunately, this just seems a little too unwinnable, right? The Ashe, the Teo still alive, still plethora of plant utility. They know how that would pan out without not having time, even if they found the kills. And I was a little bit worried there, I'm not gonna lie, because I mentioned, hey, you guys finally fought ramps, yes! And then I'm starting to see 3 players off the Cosmic Divide walk down ramps for Prosperity, and I'm like, oh no. But the Rolling Thunder, and then the Mel pinged out of heaven because they couldn't hear her TP up because of the Cosmic Divide, it was the perfect reversal play. And even though Sarah wasn't able to take the fight as well because she was stunned out, they win enough kills to force that save, where Prosperity, I mean, this is where, you know, using that really early timeout doesn't work out in your favor because you're not going to use 2 in the first half until it's dire straits like a 9-3.
Yeah, it's interesting because we've seen Prosperity do this a lot, right? For some early mental resets, I imagine, but then also probably call out like early strats. But this time though, you just didn't have to come in from their side. Speaking of which, SRB finally showing towards mid early on, but it's 4 again though. We say that we said previously, Zobi, is that you will never see them all linked up, pinkies, all 4 together, but instead it's they'll have to reposition, go towards, and they'll all back off, them staying mid. Okay, interesting. I wonder if we can find anything off of this. I don't think so though.
Again, learn where players are playing from. And I honestly, when you've won the majority of rounds on A, I don't blame them for this magnetic draw they have this site. Just again, can you challenge Manny? I'm getting flashbacks. They got 3 kills with this classic against Nightblood with this exact Cypher setup. The cage at their side. Don't underestimate him.
Yeah, I mean, but that was Manny playing inside the smoke and not a single person decided to look inside of it, right? So, I mean, hopefully that doesn't happen again, but this time, the paranoia set up and both flashes put out to stop them early. Ooh. Oh, the smoke drops and Magic's gone. There we go. Yuki not ready for Dota, not there, but it's Manny to stop things up early, and you know he's there. It's double at the back. Oh and Noya is just so good. Not a collab, but it might as well be. 2 in quick succession, and the site is once again theirs, albeit a save for Prosperity. Vancic, lone person left, has a smoke of their own. Might be look for exits. Ooh. But probably take the gun. Let me get 1.
Going for the save.
Yeah.
Second round in a row, a player will be walking away with their tail between their legs. But ultimately, again, Prosperity needs to find a way to counter A control. And I don't even know the last round we saw them go aggressive with the Raze, Teo, and Breach A main, right? We talked about how it hasn't really found much because Shopify Rebellion plays so deep. But think about the round they went in with the Showstopper, right? They cleared out every nook and cranny. If they take that aggression a step further, if they clear out sewers, if they try to clear some of these close corners, instead of just jiggling the safe angle there, that risk could have a high reward if, again, you understand you're having a hard time retaking against this team, as they already have reached the 6th.
Slowly but surely. Shopify 3 in a row, and there's a snowball effect that can also happen so often, Valorant, right? As all start to build up. Speaking of which, we're a couple away from Shopify's, but also 2 on the side of Prosperity as well.
30 seconds left.
Yeah.
And there's that moment, the tipping point. If they stayed alive, got the gun, got the kill, that could have gone very south, very quick. But Noya, again, beautiful standalone player right now on split. And she's going to do it again. Over towards A. We don't get that aggression that I was asking for over towards A, unfortunately, but this round, it might just work in their favor. They have the Cypher B. That's where the hit seems to be developing. And I am worried. Usually you have the Breach of the Tejo Heaven to help support, and it's just Manny. And Manny says, I don't need the support. All right, I've shut down their entry duelist. I've shut down their new star, Dodo. And I still have my trips to work off of.
Yeah, I mean, Manny's actually good for those because he's peeking that angle more often than not. And considering Nui got caught by it last time, and after a couple early whiffs that they had, that's like, you know, he's been good for it each time. And we've actually talked about Manny a lot throughout this entire game, right? Where, ooh, one more taken, but you know, he's been a phenomenal anchor for this team, and usually around near the top of the kill boards too as well, where he's had some amazing clutch rounds for Prosperity. Alongside seeing some pop-off games from Yuki and Magic as well, just yesterday against Sad in the 1-2 loss. But nonetheless, Prosperity, once again, don't want to quietly go away past VCL. With 1 more taken, it should be just Mel. Look at his save, might be able to get 1, has enough equal to buy again. Might not even get 1 though.
She understands the impact it's had this round on the defense, and she wanted to take it down with her, but fortunately, Magic hits both of those shots. And honestly, that round, we talk about the buddy system. We talk about the 4-player strong that SRG typically rolls up to a site with. It felt like it got pieced apart, one kill after another, right? The opening cage kill, the lurk player Noya gets shut down by ISO. You lose another player, Alexis, over towards mid. It was just kind of doomed from the start, kill after kill. And you gotta be a little bit more careful. Again, maybe, you know, can't take a timeout, obviously, but talk with each other, be like, let's tighten things up a little bit, guys. We maybe have a 6 for the round, or the half, but we want more than that. And they're even gonna run it back B immediately here.
All missiles away.
Who's next?
Let's see what to move forward with here. And it's dimensional drift to find 2 on site. Okay, mid's 2 as well. Yeah, mid. They're all just here. I mean, they'll play offside for Prosperity, but there's no really big like retake goals from their end. So those all waited along, probably going past the flashes and fault lines. And Venti getting committed the ults too. Yeah, Noe gets hers.
Now you know she's offside playing for Util again. You know Mel off that drone was up rafters, but again, Manny's going in alone. There's no support from the team, but Manny again doesn't need the support. Neural left proc, and now his team has all the information it needs to retake this site.
That's so big for Manny again. We were building up previously as well before, but him just calmly walking through past the flashes, just taking one neural theft down. This is so big for Prosperity on the retake. Doranauta going to go to the peak, off the flashes once again. It's at half. It was tough for SRG. They have to peak this now, but there's 3 on site. The gravity will delay it, and one more taken. Well played from SRG, but a close round.
And that is a copy-paste set play off the Dimensional Drift from the FlyQuest game they played to round out their Swiss perfection run for main event too. Like I've watched that back, and the only difference there was Fly fought really, really early versus in this round, Prosperity took their time, right? They waited. You kind of saw, like, you kind of saw SRG like, hey, where are they? Where are they? We're kind of waiting on site for them to come, and they just waited, did their time. And again, the retake was good off the neural theft, the free flood in, the effective clearing of space, but when you have the tail, you have the Astra off site, and you even have Donut able to play off her fodder, it was just doomed. Again, they cannot let the spike go down right now. This is WinCon.
Nah, like, considering we're down to 7 last round of the half, and what we can get done here though. Taking knows it's a fake, but realizing that maybe it's tucking from Dota Nuts, so we'll continue to watch the angle at least.
This is the first time we've seen that focal point over towards mid, actually. And I feel like that's something I feel like is not being taken advantage of very well by SRG either. Is you can have a gate crash into vents, you can have, you know, off-map pressure, and Prosperity's used to playing against that sort of play style. They've played against your teams before. And so the fact that it is, I think, so simple is at times what I think is tripping Prosperity up at times.
Oh, Venti could just get one of your... What? Dota sees him. That's so big. Clears up the angle. Now Manny once again taken out next. And Mel, the confident TP up top, but gets punished for it once more. Luckily, Dota there for the trade. But I was trying it a couple of times. Unfortunately, not worked out. And actually, you can try to clean up the rest. And with the match there for the support, the op puts down just 2v2. This is big for Prosperity. See one in the corner. Sarah there to swing out. Off there taken. And still spike in their hands, a showstopper around the corner with 15 seconds left. Dota has to run, but may not have another chance. We'll be back into the op. Shot taken, no flashes, nothing. Just got a dry walk in. It will not matter. Prosperity, 2-round differential.
And I was nervous there for the initial engagement from Yuki. I'm like, wow, this is without support. It would place Magic in a, you know, 1v3 with an operator position, but once he gets your first kill backside and crosses over pillar, then you have the support heaven for Magic in place, staring down main, and it all kind of fell into place after what was a beautiful opening right off the Armageddon. They get the site, they fight forward, and I mentioned how prior, you know, SRG is used to handling really quick floods like this, but an operator, eye in the sky, to secure a 7-5, at least 5 rounds for Prosperity there before the sides swap, and this is where things look a little bit more difficult because you don't have a Sentinel, right? But Astra, stick to Sentinel. Let's see if it's just as good.
Let's find out together. You're right. Yeah, let's force that in first. Ooh, big paranoia from Mel, but
I was like, I do that.
Yeah, the Vantic TP up top, but right into Sarah's gun. So losing one early isn't ideal, but it won't necessarily cause him to falter necessarily. Nice shot from Alexis. But Heaven is still up top, though, looking to find another if they can. The Alexis is there, but the corner, unfortunately. And the fault line to keep them there. For Prosperity, though, I mean, you gotta kind of figure out where to go after this, because once the smoke dissipates, they'll still be around. And all of SRG around here, they could just get pinched, but Dodo's still waiting at B to see if they do rotate. Don't think it'll happen, though.
Yeah, minus mid-event right now, they have them completely contained here in A Heaven, right? And they were just waiting for that exact moment. Salva's back online for Yuki, you re-engage. And fortunately, both players are tucked away elbow without much information on the side of Prosperity.
And maybe so. Double Tico top. Wait, something that's a lot more doable. Where they just take their time. And now, just simply through gun duels, they're able to get the sight back. SRG, getting a pistol here on the defensive half will be big for Prosperity. It's a chance to even out the score. Eyes around the corner with both flashes ready and available with no salvos on Yuki's side. Saw Dota now, so looking to probably play flash that. Salvo's finally up. There's a flash. Not found just yet. Yeah, Noise up top. These are Cubby. Nice shots. So take it. There's a stick it. But taps it. And finally catches them. SRG a bit dicey there in the middle, but let's look at the round.
Yeah. Again, heroics, individual performance from Prosperity shines through to break down the players on site, but the numbers advantage was too far gone because of, the opening, the mind read, the communication of the TP from Vantic. And then also Magic going off on this kind of solo expedition into spawn, right? And I didn't see salves, I didn't see a stun. There was nothing to set up that jiggle into CT. And that's what we want to see. And that's exactly what we did see from the remaining players, but it just, again, wasn't enough. The HP too far gone. So Shop of Rebellion, that is the second pistol under their belt here for Split. Able to get the buy up here yet again. Dota out. Outlaw action over towards A. The trio stack over towards B. This shows trust in your duelist. And talk about abusing mid. Shopify never did, but Prosperity, I think this is one way ticket into an eco.
I mean, most definitely, but with Maddie not gone so early, they're once again up on the stack in Heaven. And with Mel and Nori to come around, that should be all happens in the round. Yep, that's it.
Wow. Yeah, super, super reactive. And for me, again, this composition, it does scream confidence. It does scream aggression for the side of Prosperity. But I think when you are going up against a, lack of a sentinel composition, that's where some of these defaults, some of these spread aggression points are going to work out. And second round eco, not where you're going to expect it from. Maybe even not the first rifle round, but later on, that's what I'm hoping to see. We already have the Yeoman lurk over towards B main. We might have somebody go sewers. But for the time being, it looks like they do want to challenge A. And it looks like, yeah, the Outlaw may be able to find Manny, who is the only one with the regen shield. But all in all, should not spare too much of a instant death penalty. That would be an instant death penalty, though.
Yeah,
if you walk into Mel with a judge.
Yeah, I mean, Mel actually loves this play. I'm surprised that she hasn't smoked it up just yet, because usually she'll look to play around inside the smoke if she sees or notices early aggression, but that's it. Not gonna find much here, trying to look at the pixel angle, but both of them holding firm with two moving towards garage currently.
Oh, good
and Spike is going towards there. This could be big. First shot, second taken, Mel ready and prepared. And TP's out. Bada bing, bada boom. That's how we do it.
And just the read as well. The return over towards A, a fake attempted by Prosperity. And oh man, it finally shuts down the judge wielding Mel. It feels like the damage has been done, right? 3v4. You have 45 seconds left to get a plan through, and that's where you don't want any of the players for Shop Rebellion to take risks, take solo fights. Delay the time.
Indeed, but not out for Prosperity yet either, right? So passes smoke, they can make it through as well. There's the flash, which is nice. It's short annoyed with the judge of her own, but
no.
That one gets taken away. Big for Prosperity as well, having control in their favor, but a concuss towards both. But it's not enough. Turtle clean with the shot, and his eyes are left in a 1v3. Util or not, it's not gonna happen. And SRG at double digits.
No, Donut was stunned there, correct? And you can't
I believe so. But
so that
remember,
was a no-scope buddy shot there onto Yuki.
Yeah, concussion does not matter. It is bad.
Apparently, you don't need the ADS if you're Donut. But if you're Prosperity, you do need to take a timeout because that's a round you should not have lost. It's 3 strong for Shot by Rebellion Gold on their map pick, showing maybe why they were so confident here. I mean, this is the map they 13-6 in GC, they 13-6 VCL. Doesn't matter where you come from, they are good at this map. That's how it boils down. And looking back at the first half, the rounds that did work for Prosperity, again, it was piecing Shot by Rebellion Gold apart. And again, that's where I talked about maybe what I would be changing coming out of this round. Again, just something to do with maybe slowing it down, don't go for as decisive of execs, because that's where this comp's gonna thrive, right? They have the retake utility. They don't have the tracking utility to figure out where you are across the map. They are playing super reactive. They're not playing forward for info other than Mel last round with the judge, but that was Nico. A bonus.
Yeah, and with that, I mean, I wanted to run back to judge play again too, because like they've been known to do so previously, but this time they'll actually buy actual weapons.
Oh no, Noya!
No slash judge, and Dodo slash they're going to. Okay, I mean, fair enough. Outlaw still
you got
pretty
stars
nice.
to play off of, right? You Nova Pulse, you stunned up and you swing. She said, I'm not going to lose that fight to Yuki again. And she might not have to. Look at the team. Looking like they're about to roll up. It's going to be every player of this core rolling up to her Nebula, knocking on her front door.
Yeah, it's right around. Don't believe she actually heard the jump, but won't play inside the smoke here either.
Got a fade.
Yeah. Not much else we found either from either lookup, but consider there's no noise. Yeah, no noise on either side, right? So instead, they look to try the chances on A instead. And what we're seeing so far is just Dodo holding close, right? Oh, maybe a bit too close.
Yeah, it's not the biggest weapon donated to the cause, but that's kind of what I wanted out of Prosperity, to play that deep angle, play for information so your team can rotate really quick. They rotated so fast that Sarah's able to get her way on site, and she's confident. She's like, if I donate a Vandal, I donate a Vandal. I've got Mel, I have a Vandal, and I have Prosperity's names on my kill list.
Oh! Seems like they got kill contracts of their own, so man, honestly, matter we even things up. It's 2-3 at this point, man. You got a Stinger, they got some guns in their hands. But despite being down, Alexis has got to wait for the team to go ahead and join up, link back up again. And we need to get an actual gun, if possible. But just walk in confidently past the util with the judge. A shot taken, flash is clean. She clears the site with the judge. Are you kidding me?
I'm sorry, Mantic. You can't be missing shots like those. She has a judge. And I was already thinking, like, gears turning. I'm like, okay, this is like the round they lost last time where they got thrifty, and the Neffy had to call a timeout. And I'm like, that's your last time out of the map. You're not going to use it like that. And Shot by Rebellion dispels all those worries with one magical weapon and one magical player. Noya, now topping the leaderboards, brings that weapon back, or that round back from the brink of destruction here. Because, again, the coordination was clean. The outplay, last time I mentioned that drone, how the fake wasn't sold, that time it kept the players on B, actually. So interesting to say the least. Shot by Rebellion, though, nonetheless, still reaching 11th, still have a perfect half so far.
Yeah, but I mean, still, shout out to Alexis as well for a really well set up fall in and flash off that, but still, yeah, that was crazy. Camp spots Sarah early. We'll have to make her way backwards towards Cubby, but it's the full stack right now from PRS. They don't want to lose one either. Ooh. It's their last 5 round, a crucial one for themselves.
How?
Tabas secure anything in the half, stays alive through everything thrown at her. Insane stuff here. During the walk-in past the flash, the op takes one, another victim looking to be set up as if they can, but Yuki taking out 2, massive 2 picks, DPR, Dora barely survives that 2 with Mel up top. A paranoia to look to allow Dora not to re-peek if possible, but as right now, it's also annoying to look at the walk-in. This trip is crazy, bro. And now they know the lurk is coming. Ducks under the trip. So 1 trip clean, 1 not so much. He's up their life with 2 there. Izo's ult of his own. Pops up top. Mel goes flying and matches there for the rest of the setup. It's just Noya. The late lurk to come around with 2 on-site magic to make first contact. Sees him, but there's 1 around the corner. The gravity well not enough. And now it's Izo on the corner. Takes 1 more. It's 1v1. Magic ready and waiting for Noya.
Nervous that, you know, if you lose that fight, there wasn't enough time for Noya, but Magic confident in that angle, confident in that duel to keep Shot by Rebellion Gold off of map point. And also, just the awareness and the lack of hesitation from Izo there, right? You know, Mel slipped through, got the kill on a Manny. You know, the trip in sewers was broken, so you know the 2 remaining players are going to be coming from main. So what do you do as soon as you find the kill on a Donut? Let the Rolling Thunder loose, and you secure the round and finally get 1.5. So nicely done. Again, I felt like Shopify Rebellion was gifted opportunity after opportunity that round, right? Sarah somehow weathers all the utility. Donut gets op shot after op shot opportunity, and they unfortunately don't connect. Those are the kind of small mistakes that add up to rounds lost. So I like they're running the same sort of buy. Donut again with the operator in hand. See if this time she can right the wrongs the last.
I mean, we'll have to wait and see instead. Astral Wall available as well, if need be. They used that previously to successfully take the side on A, but Noya moving up early on to you. I want to bear in mind if Manny doesn't manage to get a pick when he pick taken off, then Niddle Theft has been instrumental in PRS's game plan. And Magic, what if the showstopper like you mentioned as well too? Could be interesting. But Dota's so far forward. Mel to reposition past the paranoia. Sarah tries to save her. Mel there, good for the trade. We'll get on their own. Taking nice shots from Dota Nuts. And the reposition still full. Flash in 2 in quick succession. As the spike drop, the third not found. Will be punished for it. A little bit off on the hit mark, and showstopper not ready and available as well. Magic will get the spike down. And Yuki has to run all the way back, ready and set up. Finds his pick. Noya gone. It's a 2v2 once again. Mel, I don't know if she's ready for this, and she's not. Just Alexis left. This is so rough here, Zobi.
Yeah, I mean, if a showstopper, you have salvos, the last thing you expect is Magic to push forward and sacrifice all those win cons, but at this point, it feels like the outcome of the round is all but decided. You know exactly where Alexis is. They're tracking her position. Magic is finally deciding to play things a little bit safer this time around.
Yeah, there's a salvo as well. It means you can't peek. Alexis takes Magic because he was the one he won last time, but she has to hold it. She has no time, and she's gonna die for it. But take the pick, does not matter. Once again, the Teho comes in true to be able to delay the round enough. And SRG, once again, not able to find that 12. Prosperity inching closer and closer.
Yeah, and I mean, Donut delivered like I asked her to. I said, hey, let's try and land some of these op shots. She opens things up with that advantage for the team. The coordination from Mel as well to shut down the flanks to get the refrag over towards B main helped out. But all in all, it was Magic here. The proactivity, playing the util. Doesn't have to use the showstopper because you still have 4 rounds to go before things are tied. So you want to have that for the next. They are going to force the eco here. Hence that allow pickup. But Alexis, Sarah, all they want is kills this round. Even Dota, all one off from their ults. All it takes is 1 round to get you to OT. 1 more to close out the map. And I think that's what Shopify Rebellion Gold's playing for right now.
Trying to pass this one could be crucial as well, but you know, like you're saying, just looking to do some damage to the Rico. Because Prosperity is like sitting pretty here either, right?
Locating targets.
Another tough loss could just land them back into using Stingers and Shares themselves once more. But I do wonder if Noya's Judge can be that instrumental once again in the round. Nonetheless, we'll see they're inch quite far forward on this B side, looking through mid, but this time though, it's Mel tucked in. Oh, this could get dicey. That's the spike. Goes down, Magic takes it. And it's red, and it's green and red across the screen. It's trains galore between the two.
No one told me it's Christmas.
I'm saying, right? It's not even November yet. But the lights will continue forward. It's a blue light this time. Pass out the flash. And it's 2v2 once again. Armageddon prepared. Shot whiffed. And Spectacle down here. Low health bars on side of Magic, but the flash to go wide, pushes Magic away. Up top, not ready for the garage peek. And Magic, we talked about it before, how excellent he was in his previous games. And he continues to build up the impact kills that he has right now for Prosperity. This is Dodo. Star Duelist. One more left. Dimensional Drift also available, but just waiting for the peek out. No salvos this time. It can't just peek it. With that shot ready, Magic once again comes out on top.
That's why on these ecos, you pick up an Outlaw. It was like copy-paste mirror from the operator in the previous half out of ramps. And I mean, I will say SRG definitely got what they came for, right? They got the ults. They got the money. Kind of filed away on the side of Prosperity Esports side. And a part of me was thinking, like, win or loss, this timeout was going to come out for Shopify Rebellion Gold, just because they are going to have 5 ult, no matter how you spin it. But all in all, I think this is smart, just to make sure you have a concrete plan, to make sure you don't toss these ults away and don't get the round. Because last thing you want is a 13-11 after you found that successful 7-5 half, after this is your map pick. So again, one more round, and you can take out a relief sigh that you got over time. And I mean, there were so many rounds that were so close that came down to 1v1s.
Literally, I think the past 4, by the way, have come down to like 1v1s. It's like things become so messy right in the middle, right? Where we look to enter in, like flashes go back and forth. We manage to get picked off right at the entry, and then it's just a brawl for whoever peaks who first. But here, though, they should be a little bit different. Now, I know we pointed out that SRG has all glowing white circles, but at least on the other end, right, a neural theft for Prosperity, which can, be a saving grace for them in terms of actual post planting or just looking to survive in these games. And also 2 away from the Armageddon from Yuki, which can be instrumental to stave off the aggression from Shopify.
Oh, yeah, definitely. If you think they're going to come up with a plan with all these ults, especially calling a timeout, knowing where those key players are is instrumental. But all in all, I feel like this is the slowest start we've seen Prosperity in this map so far. And I think it, again, comes out of that caution of a Rolling Thunder and Armageddon can come out any second when you least expect it. So that's why you had the early salvos. That's why you had the early boom bot. All just trying to trigger and set off this chain reaction that Shopify Rebellion might have set up. But again, they're being cautious. They're waiting until they have absolute certainty. That's why they're so deep, right? Asher all the way stairs, Breach all the way deep rafters. Mel, I love the intentional gap. I want to see a kill off of it here.
Sets up the summer smoke once again with that gap. But no one peeking here early. Prosperity taking their time like you're looking for a 30-second hit. Considering no one's been found by A here, right? The drone to clear out, seeing heaven is all but open. That puts Salvos to try to disrupt them. Shot a little bit late, but now it's on Mel to reposition. The paranoia is also good too. Sees that has to go walk in. There it is. The Armageddon also passed it. Clearing out garage, the bump, but nothing more. They'll manage to walk their way past it too. Male smokes herself off, and with the rest, Prosperity looking to walk in. No way they could cuss the last second. Doesn't see her. Survives for the last couple, but it still doesn't matter because the rest of them still die on sites. It's one by one they get taken. It's all red, all spread across B. Prosperity. Give me a moment. Well done.
I'm just sitting here trying to recollect myself because it felt like, you have 30 seconds left. You have an Armageddon, you have a Rolling Thunder. The opening kills onto the opposing duelist. They hit every piece of utility possible to delay that plant. And we just got to see none of it. And because the players played a little bit too far forward, I talked about how safe they were at the start, so... they even didn't fall for the Tejo drone fake. That's happened, 3 times now on the side of Prosperity? But, okay, Manny, insane. And they're fortunate they only used 1 ult, so still 4 to go here. But again, the money's dashed. Prosperity inch ever closer. Are we finally getting a mid play?
Haven't seen this just yet, right? No real early push outs either. Hoping to possibly match early aggression, but don't at this time, They got classics, right? So it's a Eco for SRG has not proven to be great previously. They've managed to get 1 to 2, but nothing substantial at times. But on the other end, we've also seen Prosperity just go down to 1. Oh yeah, tucked in. They'll all rotate over, realizing A seems to be the hits.
And as again, salvos, it's drones to try and keep players in position for Shopify, and they never bite. Again, falling from Mel intact. You mentioned it could be 4 strong here for the receival.
Oh! Yeah, just magic with 2 taking quick succession to clear out the rest of the site. If coming out with that late lurk as well, only giving 1 Sonoya, but it's a 2v3. This isn't the worst for Shopify, but for Prosperity, this is also less than what they want as well. Mel, repositioned towards the corner with a Stinger. That's 1, but a little bit off. Still finds 1 by the end of it. And Alexis spotted. This is big. Rolling Thunder available to try to stop the plant if they can. And it barely doesn't go down. That could be bid. 6 seconds does it once more, but ISO with the final Prosperity have built this game up brick by brick, and they're one away from tying it up.
That's about like desperation, the Rolling Thunder, the run it down. I mean, even if she got the spike down with less than 4 seconds left, you know, Manny was hot on her heels. She would have been low HP with a Stinger. I mean, those are finally the 2 big ultimates gone, Armageddon and Rolling Thunder, and now 1 round away. I mean, Prosperity, they look confident. They look like they're finally running circles and understanding the win con there. Like, we finally had a Yuki deep lurk through mid, right? They're starting to realize, okay, they aren't keeping tabs on us. They are rotating super, super proactively, right? And they're punishing it. So I think all you gotta do is turn up the heat a little bit. Shot by Rebellion Gold. Little aggressive deposit there off the fault line. The Shrouded Step for Mel. So Crossfire established. They want deep control because they realize they've been letting that lax a little bit, right?
Question is the what to do off of it, right? Because like, although they managed to take it and they'll hold firm on their sights, but it'll depend because this round hasn't exactly been forgiving. Unit of control is taken because Prosperity just plays so confidently going off of 2. And the gunfights going into their favor just means that at the end of it, you know, no matter what the delay comes, Prosperity still somehow come out on top. Thanks to the efforts of Manny and Magic. And now, as you were saying it, it's 1 for the trade. They managed to get away. And Armageddon on their side. That wall of fire to clear out the mid of the sites. 1 taken away as well to Alexa the trade previously, and once again has to be traded out once more. By the end, it's a 3v3.
Antic is 1 off from the shadows. Tap to try and draw additional players out, but it's Dimensional Drift to precede everything. Corner not cleared is lethal as well, and Manny, who was only 2 HP to begin with. All this, I mean, at this point, yeah, if you haven't figured it out yet, side of Shop for Rebellion, like Magic, Noya's got that covered.
That's on Van taking a 3v1. He's tucked below, might be able to find a second, a big swing back though, but they'll just stick in the spike. And Shopify, after a tough couple of rounds, finally managed to get 12. Playing safe, taking control, like you were saying, Zobi, and barely eking it out.
Prosperity, again, I think they heard the play over towards B main. They were prepared to fight it so that Mel, you know, doesn't get an insane spray transfer. But Noya, again, I mean, she like never budged from stairs until she absolutely had to. And I really liked that quality because then the reclear was pretty seamless, right? From the Nova Pulse to then also finding the final kill into Magic. But this is going to be a difficult round. Showstopper, Rolling Thunder online. If you try to divide and conquer one after the other, we could see an OT, but if there's any play to shut the door on split, it's this double judge. Male and main. And the drone's going towards Vents, and it doubles back. I don't know if it has enough time left to spot her out. It doesn't. And she goes right back.
But here's the thing. Do they fall for this? They've been taken out by a judge play before. It was Mel and Barrage. I believe it was like round 9 or 10. But then this time the Noya, her
got like
judge
2
wasn't
from heaven.
fruitful.
2.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. Good point. Yeah. But then, can't you do it again, though? Right? Can't you recreate the same results, though? I mean, because depending on who went around the corner, and instead they look to carefully enter towards A, is still selling it towards a fake. Oh, the timing from Mel is massive.
They never trust these Tejo util fakes, and I love that from SRG.
Oh, goodbye.
And there's the judge we asked for. What? A breach stun doesn't matter. Your lurk player, Manny, doesn't matter. And Shopify Rebellion are 2 kills away from locking down map 1.
That's crazy.
One enemy remaining.
No, it was concussed and doesn't matter. That's a spike now dropped. Taking away the showstopper as well, too. There's 1 more taken. It's ISO left in a 1v3. We're gonna hold on a second. You turn the impossible to improbable. And it might become possible if 1 more is taken.
Did you get spiked? Did you get back to
1
sight?
more
And every
corner.
player was closing in.
Yeah. Wasn't gonna happen. Shopify Rebellion Gold. Just barely managed to get over the finish line on splits. But damn, a second half that was well fought and hard fought, mind you, Zobi. And a bit too close to comfort for both teams, I find.
Had me sweating towards the end of the map there as OT came closer and closer into the frontal vision. But all in all, it felt like they understood the weaknesses of their compositions. They did get punished for it a few times, but the adjustments came at a well-paced enough forefront that they never kind of lapsed that lead. And I think, you know, if they did go to OT, I would have been nervous there for a second. You know, we've seen those kind of rogue rounds. We've seen those heroic plays from Magic, from Manny. And they were able to kind of circumvent all of that to show us why they wanted to kick off this best of 5 with Split to begin with.
Yeah, it's a fun time for sure. But remember, we've got 4 more maps potentially on the horizon between these 2 teams. And at the end, someone qualifies and somebody goes home. Well, probably wherever they go. Nonetheless, though, throw a quick break. When we come back, we'll have more VALORANT action for y'all. See y'all in a bit.
Well, folks, we're in for a ride. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Dryad. And if you're just joining us, well, you missed Top Fire Rebellion Gold take their map pick of Split 13-10, starting off their best of 5, excuse me, pretty dang well, Dan.
Yeah, it was really, really good. It was a back and forth towards the end, especially on that second half, where it seemed like for a second it might have gone to overtime. There was a world, but I think Shopify Rebellion Gold, they understood really well their win conditions, winning both of the pistols, winning the bonus on that second half, and figuring out what they needed to do after they called that timeout between round 19 and 20 of, okay, we need to play a lot closer. We need to be very overwhelming on the defensive side. And that's when throughout that second half on the defense, you just kept seeing Noya having so much impact, but I think everybody else was so aware of how they wanted to play around this map, how they wanted to play around this defense, to deny that space that Side of Prosperity was constantly taking away from them.
I think it's also important to note that, you know, it was a 5-7 half, right, in the shot in the favor of Shopify Rebellion. So Prosperity did put up a very good fight. Now, I don't think this is going to be a boring best of 5 by any means. And it wasn't their map pick. I don't know if there's some copium for Prosperity fans out there, but yesterday, Dan, that was a day where Prosperity kind of had to warm up. You know, it was during the second half of the first game, after they got stomped the first half, after they managed to kind of mount round after round after round, kind of doing this sort of thing. So if you're on the side of the Prosperity fan base, nothing to be too mad about. But if you're on the side of Shopify Rebellion, great start.
This is good. I mean, this is good for Prosperity as well. I mean, yeah, they don't win the map, but they don't win any pistols, and they lose the bonus. So imagine they win one pistol. This was probably maybe an overtime map. Both of the teams played it really well in kind of their unique ways. You saw a lot of more of the Shopify Rebellion Gold wanting to play everybody together towards that B side, then rotating towards A, or having that 4-1 set up with Noya on A, trying to get that space as everybody was going for that rotation on that first half. And then it was very, very different than what you saw from Prosperity, kind of all around, trying to get that entry with Magic, trying to get that opening and being going into those chaotic fights between all the players. But I think it's both of them kind of bringing what their composition allows them to do, right? Manning constantly on A side and switching it up once in a while. And then also when you have Noya and Zara constantly playing this post ones, they're always going to win. I mean, there's nothing you can do. The stars are so annoying. The salvos are so annoying. It's just constant delay that doesn't let them do anything. And I think Noya was just absolutely the star of this map. We see in the second half how she understands what the win condition needs to be like, how the defense is playing so close. She's either playing towards B heaven with the judge getting 1 and 2, or she's or is even Mel sometimes doing it towards B main and getting 2 as well. So Noya's doing it this constantly. I think that's what allowed them to turn this around into the last couple of rounds where they were losing back-to-back in the last ones. And then you see Noya finds 2 in the 2v3. And in those circumstances where it seems like they were losing the numbers advantage, she's recovering very fast and closing it out.
Yeah, and I want to see some 07s in chat right away. That is your president right there pulling out these stops. And to be fair, this is a Noya that we've come to expect. This is a Noya that, stats-wise, we just look at her stats, plain and simple, is one of the best on the team. If not the best, I would have to look at it more specifically and do a bunch of math that I don't have the time to do right now, to be frank. But just the eye test Dryad is something, she is just always firing on all cylinders. She's finding these timings, she's finding these moments. Her mechanics, I don't think I've ever seen her have like a bad day, to be frank. Like, she is someone who is so talented and continues to, when the time is now, to quote John Cena, she will be there and she will make sure that she is delivering on every sense. And that is also impressive for Mel at the same time, because Mel was there with 9 first bloods, you know, being the MVP of the match. And so this is a Shopify Rebellion Gold that looks confident. Dan is feeling confident, you can tell, and is right now they're feeling good and it's working for them, Dan.
Yeah, again, understanding the win conditions and understanding how difficult it is for Noya to be playing the role the way that she's doing it, right? When they're playing this 4-1 on attack side, make sure that she's staying alive for that late round. They need her alive, so she needs to find the perfect timing to do so, and she was doing it constantly to allow that rotation to happen towards A, or when is at that post plan, staying alive, or even with some of the things that they were doing was going for the spike plan towards A side, and then Noya plus somebody else pushing towards heaven. They wanted to get that space, and that's so risky because you want your Astra to stay alive towards the end of the round, but they were doing it so well. They have very clean protocols that allow them to win this map and to understand again what they need to do to make it simple. And even if it's a back and forth, ultimately that composition is gonna close it out at the end. So it was really good for Noya. I think it's really good for the team to recover after that timeout that we saw after that round 19, and then going into that second map. I feel like that's what they needed.
I think another thing to point out in the side of Prosperity is that they're taking these early timeouts. They are clearly aware that this is winnable, right? I think to point out yesterday, they were not taking timeouts even when they were being kind of like, it was like 12-2, 12-3, right? This is a team that is willing and to put up, I don't want to say a fight per se, but they are, the adaptations, I think when Gopper's on the desk yesterday that she was looking for are being made now and are being made well, to so to speak. We are moving to their map pick of you're going to Lotus after this. Dan, what are your thoughts moving forward, and how Prosperity needs to make sure that they take this map home?
Oh, I mean, this is an interesting map for them. They're playing the Neon, they're playing the Clove as well. They're playing the Clove kind of as a sentinel as well. So they're playing this 4-1 where they have the Clove towards Seaside. And we've seen this from a few other teams in Challengers as well. I mean, we used to see it for Winthrop University, for example, playing this Clove and then kind of switching it up and then doing this exact same setup. I think it can be risky because you can get so much more value out of a few other things. But I think it's going to depend a lot on Magic as it was happening on this map of Split. The rounds that they were winning on the second half when it seemed like that comeback could be happening was because Magic was getting 2-3 kills, being so overwhelming. And if he was overwhelming on the race, I want to see what he's able to do on that comfort of Neon that we've seen him play so much.
And that's the thing. Another thing to highlight is that you were kind of cautious regarding the lack of Neon because, like, most people don't play Neon on Split for good reason. It's not really the map she's most apt for, if you will. But Lotus Neon, it's like, you know, ice cream and chocolate sauce, right? If that is your thing, like they go so well together. And if you watched yesterday, you saw Magic just kind of taking over and making magic, if you will. That's a dumb joke, but alas, here we are. This is something I want to make sure we highlight for the audience is keep your eye on Magic on Lotus. This is where he can really, really, really shine. And this is that Neon playground that we are talking about. Lotus was also the map yesterday where Prosperity were able to kind of mount that almost comeback, the round after round after round that we were looking for. And we were a little nervous that it wasn't going to, Sad Esports weren't able to kind of put a stop to it, but eventually they did, of course, even though I do think they could have still stuck that diffuse moving forward. Do we think, and I'm going to pose a question to you, do you expect any compositional changes on the side of Shopify Rebellion Gold, or kind of standard, comme ci, comme ça, it is what it is, that we'll get from Shopify?
No, I expect the same. Shopify Rebellion Gold, they're always really good at playing these compositions that are, you know, are simple as the meta. And they make sure that they really understand what the meta is like, what the meta should look like, and how it's going to fit each one of your teammates. So I don't really expect any changes. I think it's going to depend a lot more on the attacking side for Prosperity, because as you were talking about, what happened yesterday was they were barely able to get any rounds on the attacking side. But when it came down to the defense, they had a much better understanding of what they wanted to do with this Neon and how they wanted to set up those brawl fights. So that's what I'm looking forward to seeing. If Prosperity can have enough rounds on the attacking side, which kind of should be the standard on this map, then it's a map that could go their way. It's a map that has been constantly very strong for them, but they need more consistency on attack, and especially because you have the Neon, right? You have opportunities to do so.
And they will be starting on defense, you know, on the defensive side. So that if they, you know, they carry enough of a buffer, that could spell good news for them. But we will be heading into Agent Select for our second map of Lotus. Again, this is Prosperity Esports pick. They will be starting on defense. And there we go, right away, that classic Neon magic that we asked you to look for. And we also see Noya on the Viper, back on the Mel Omen dance. So looking pretty good.
Once again, Shopify Rebellion Gold, they love to opt for this double controller. And this is a map where, I mean, you see absolutely no sentinels on both of the sides. So you need to be paying attention to how this Neon is able to kind of run it down when it comes down to that second half, when it comes down to that attacking side. But for Shopify Rebellion, they have some great ideas, once again, that you're going to be seeing on Mel, playing a little bit to herself, as we saw on Split, but also with Noya and what she's been able to do on the Astra. It's a little bit more of that on this map.
I mean, I think we saw a lot of judge action. And
I love it. Well, not the judge, but the lurking, the timings, you can expect that for sure.
I mean, lurking with the judge is sometimes the move. Sometimes just wait and you get 2 or 3, and maybe that will happen.
No, Liz, no.
Okay, my bad. But friends, we have a game to get to see who is right, me or Dan. But I'm gonna send it over to Ravish and Zobi. Friends, take it away.
Thank you, Liz. You know what? I wonder that myself sometimes, like as to what could potentially happen and what might be happening as well. Because look, that's crazy. Hey, what's going on? Hey, thank you, Liz and Dan. I'm excited to see some more judge action as well too between the two of them, but. Yeah, we've got Lotus on the horizon, and Lotus, we actually see a lot from these two. I wonder if it'll be lurks or does something funny. I'm here for it. I thought it should be a lot of fun. Yeah, so anyways, we'll look towards what goes on, right? We're talking a bit about the compositions between the two of them as well, Zobi. But we'll see, like you're saying, the one thing to point out as well between the both of them was that the Manny lyrics, right? Treating them as a sensi as well. We'll look to get at the game. There we are.
Yeah, and I mean, starting on the defense here is huge for Prosperity because it was their better half versus the 10-2 that the Deaths mentioned, but it's difficult when, you know, you are treating your Clove like a Sentinel, and if they can't get past the Yoru flashes, they can't get past the decisive utility of a 4-strong SRG exec, then you gotta play retake, you gotta play the 5v5 head-to-head.
Indeed. Speaking of 5v5s, that's exactly what we have here in front of us. You know, siege site all planted, and the neon is what they're pointed out previously a lot on the desk, right? With Dan being in the other corner, talking about what magic could get done. He's gonna pop off around arrays. Let's see what he can get done here. As he looks to make the entry, get concussed past the shocks, the flashes, the solve was there. Magic to take 2 in quick succession. I've seen the wrestling with the ball one by one. The jump shot between, that was crazy. He just drops in front of them. And a 5v5 as clean as I guess it could be. It should have just enough time to defuse it here as well. Never mind, what? I thought they were good.
0.41 favoring Shopify Rebellion Gold, and I mean, blink and you miss it, and I surely did, of how that suddenly went south in terms of timing, but I mean, Magic did exactly what we asked of him, placed him on a pedestal, and he still shined, still gold medaled, diving into the utility in its own, and thank you so much for the replay. I mean, this was a brutal utility combo to clear all this space, and then there it is, as they're trying to run in the first that would have gotten to the spike, dies of the salvos, so it really was a last-ditch effort from Sarah that clutches that round for Shopify Rebellion Gold.
Also, jumping right-clicking is so funny as well, too, but we're gonna eat closer past salvos. Noya might be where this is happening. The gap is there and it's clean. Easy pick. Noya gets hers and gets out.
And this was huge. And a difficulty for Sad was finding these opening ones on the lurks. So the ability to do that here for Shopify Rebellion Gold, huge, especially when it's a player that you know wouldn't hand off a weapon like Noya, and she's still sticking around here. But the issue is I don't know if they spotted more than just that opening kill onto Magic here. So they still gravitate towards the C side. I mean, they take deep space A. It's pretty stock standard for Lotus, but do they overwhelm Manny again? Does Manny give up all this space again? And it seems like the answer has already been decided for him. Or has it?
I mean, Manny actually can, like you're saying, he can just walk right past this. There's a small bit of a cover, but man, it doesn't matter. Alex ready with shooting already in a quick transition. Allows her to be able to plant the spike and use the aftershock to delay any other entry from PRS. Fantastic.
Noya, though, has their own flank lined up. Vantix will be shut down while Noya's find a similar fate. I think not. The fixation's on site. Or dying to the spike at this point. They double back. They were going to die to the salvos, and Noya says none of that in my server. I want the fast track to the Viper's Pit. I want a second round for SRG tied up with a neat bow. And that's exactly what she's able to do. So honestly, I mean, from what we saw over on Split translating it to Lotus, the fact that they always have these players off-site playing post-plant lends perfectly to their lack of a Sentinel, right? Like, you're not going to be able to get away with some of these lurk plays like we saw. And Manny, you may have gotten away with that against Sad yesterday, but today this is Shopify. And this moment's just so funny. You see the panic, you see we're going to die to the salvos, deny the orbs, and you can't. So Shopify Rebellion, another nice start, much like they found over on Split so far.
And we'll see if the trend does continue, though. Good timings that they had previously on these hits against PRS as well, based upon the positioning. And currently, once again, just full 5 stacked right towards C they go. One after another. But Manny once again anchored the site by himself. He's going to get flooded by Yuto. Taking some damage to the aftershock. One ping and not able to get out past that. Speaking of Yuto combos, that again, another beautiful one.
Wow.
Aftershock, rockets, and more just to spell his death.
And that just tells me that they were watching the stream yesterday. Manny always played forward in that position, was always getting 2 or 3 before the entry was complete. So the fact that there's no disruption there means if they keep this up, Prosperity will always be playing these advantages, or sorry, these retakes without an advantage. Down players. It's so difficult, even if you have better weapons.
And you're kind of stuck in this position where, you have to save here, right? Yeah, they just have to, because like if they lose this, they're going to be back on the save next round. And so not allowing Shopify to get a 4-0 start on a map like Lotus, one that they actually prefer to play on to more often than not, is like, it's crucial. So saving 3 is big, and Shopify knows this too, so they're going to go hunting.
Yeah, I mean, this map, right? Prosperity's pick, and maybe it's kind of the sort of, okay, get a difficult one out of the way first instead of having it later on. But we thought this could have even been a Shopify Rebellion Gold first pick, right? Because of how rough it was for Prosperity yesterday. The fake comeback, setting them up for the downturn and the rest of the series. But all in all, I mean, I think you mentioned it, the save is smart here. You don't want to go down to L4, but this timeout, you know, it's fair. It's fair. I'm guessing it's from Prosperity. I'm guessing it's not a tech pause, but I'm sure we'll know shortly. It's like, it's understandable. You don't want to have them go up 4-0, 5-0. But also, I feel like typically that's when you take it is that second kind of downturn. So you still like, what is there to figure out right now?
I mean, we'll
what data have you collected to decide upon?
This is the classic Prosperity. Like, I think at minimum between either 3 to 4 rounds in, there's always a pause. Every single time without fail. And look at that, crazy. Yeah, we expected it. Some quick notes on the Lotus as well too, right? From what I'm seeing, Lotus is their most played map, and this is the most played comp as well too. They played this map 33 times since January.
Wow.
So they've got a lot of reps on it though. If we do end up going to Sunset, they're the only team out of the 2 who played Sunset twice so far. So, but yeah, it's
I think that shows too. I mean, you were watch partying yesterday. Did you remember the one round where they had like the 2 smokes in spawn? They'd have from the shadows and they like pinched into A main. Like they have such creative strategies they're set up on the defense. And I think once we get into the the rifle rounds, we'll get to see that. But right now, this timeout was geared towards this aggressive play. Neon, Clove fighting forward C. They know they can't hold that site anymore with this style of composition, so they fight forward everywhere. They try to shut every possible door for Shopify out the gate.
Yeah, and they usually fought forward as well with the breach Neon as well on A in most of their usual setups too. But this time, fighting by Rebel and holding here is a bit interesting. And a small change up, but considering Shopify have initially fallen forward or really necessarily faced it, they wait for the wall to go past. They heard the TP to go towards Rebel. He has to drop out and just pelt his shots. Dodo Nut is so low, so she has to get out of there.
I mean, the thoroughness of utility, the re-clears, it feels like, Prosperity isn't needing anything but Shopify Rebellion Gold right now. That goes back to what Liz mentioned, just how much they want this. And, I mean, they're playing like it right now, even though they're up 3-0, looking towards the A site, finally making that doorway towards around possibility. Toxic screen will allow them safe passage to tree, but all of this noise and Prosperity is here to receive.
Dodo Nut has 2 health. They're going to clear out Mound and die she will. The Aftershock will end up taking out Iso too, but Concussion is not a real ability once again, as proven here, where Magic taking 2 more 3 for the round so far. And bear in mind, they've got a bitter broken by here. So Mel up top, doing her magic, putting it down to 2. Magic stuck at the corner, she knows his peaks it. White swing not gonna happen. And Magic to save the round here once again for this team. Got 7 seconds, they have to plant. He's gonna run forward, Concussion not to stop them. It's just enough, and Noyan doesn't have enough time. That is it on Prosperity. Get their first on the board.
Oh, and the final crowning kill for Yuki as he searches for a weapon upgrade. Why are you going skin shopping instead of getting the Vandal? What is this? But all in all, Prosperity, don't look towards the negatives, look towards the positives there, right? You had the read, you had a beautiful meat grinder on the side as they came out of A. Mel tried to get heroics and all, first bloods 9 in the first map to make a difference there, and she did find some nice kills. And I was worried there for a second, right? The special delivery comes in, and I'm like, wait, Magic off the high gear can't scale, can't deny this the spike plant, but timing there perfectly, and Magic doing Magic things on the Neon. 4 kills found, the round secured. Prosperity now looking to hopefully keep these rounds up with a very similar start to the round. Savo's outside of B, the duos on alternative sides of the map.
So I'm basically going to look double hold Mound, where usually Manny alone. So now with Magic around, he's been on fire once again. It all takes a bit for him to activate and shut down just as quickly. Dorna wasn't able to get active much in the previous round, all due to her health being low, but it's time though. Her impact being felt, and let's see if it continues. Carly? Yeah, just fake. Manny waiting on the corner. They don't commit past the Mound. Dude, I want someone to pull the Durka play again. No one has done it. I'm so sad.
See if we get one by the end of the series, but all in all, They already punished Magic on Mount, so the re-clear is good. They know now this C-site should be weak. The rotation for the Taeho here is everything. Special delivery disrespected by Mel. And Mel finally gets punished, finally gets retraded here, but it's again, immediate utility, immediate players to funnel in.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder as well off that traded on both sides. Both of them get popped up and fly on both and fly. But with the two of them, though,
Planted.
by the end of it, it's up 4. SR still coming on top of all the util and trade, and it's Vantic left alone. Once again, we've seen him in this position previously. Spots 1, but that may be all he gets, as he knows he has to save.
Shadows traveling.
And SRG treat the previous round like a speed bump on their road to dominance. I mean, bounce back really clean. It's like last round they downloaded, okay, what was the adaptation of the timeout? Let's adjust, let's make a plan off of it. And that plan is, okay, we can't kind of like slow clear stuff. We don't want to invest too much utility on clearing these players out, right? Because we look back at like, okay, that A main clear, right? We saw the salvos, I think we saw a paranoia, maybe even an aftershock. And all that now was attributed, okay, to, you know, we can close it out later if we need to. Versus they just dry clear mount together. And again, Mel tried to step in, was perfect for dicing up that crossfire between Yuki and between Manny. So all in all, again, they feel like they have C-site figured out. With enough utility, they can strong hand their way through it. And looks like this round, playing maybe very reactive, it looks. Hanging out in spawn still, waiting to see if anything off the eco round hero rifle develops before they go anywhere.
I mean, to be fair, if we look at this, look at stats as well too, right? Shopify has 61% win rate on the attack runs on Lotus as well too. So this is like exactly where we expect them to be, right? Maintaining dominance, but attack is also naturally the preferred side for Prosperity as well. So this could be another tale of two halves, right? Where it's just immediate comebacks no matter how down you are, and we could be seeing what we saw on Splits, a deja vu, but that'll remain to be seen after a couple extra rounds. For now, though, playing strong for on A on the save, which one hero rifle on Vantic, also positioned quite forward. We'll see what they get done.
And I mean, you mentioned the 61% win rate on attack. That's the same for both. And so when I looked towards yesterday, looked toward recency, the 10-2. 2 rounds won on the attack for Prosperity screams here. And that's why they took that time out early. That's why they're struggling to get these rounds together. That's why Manny feels desperate to stay on site with this sniper rifle.
Yeah, barely getting a tag with the Marshall here, but unfortunately, nonetheless, for the side of SRG, right, they've got, you know, like 3 ultimates abound, can use Noah's ultimate if they need to, but for now, though, plan secured once again where they planned previously. Oh, there's the overdrive. They're gonna take and trade. They're good, but following there from Mel and advance to pop out and take 2 in quick succession as well. One by one, we talk about the ultimate to possibly use, but gonna get it to half. Here's the pop out. Be careful. The rest of them coming in. And that was very close for Noya. Only 1 more left, but Manny stuck to spike and a thrifty for Prosperity.
Flashbacks to the rogue retake that we saw over on Split comes through in favor of Prosperity. And speeding things up there, Manny staying alive a little bit later, even with only sniper rifle in hand. All that, I think, helped them out in that situation. Maybe even the start of saying, hey, we figured out the CXX, so you gotta change something up, Shopify. But I mean, it doesn't feel like they were at full strength there, right? Noya had a sniper rifle in hand, they didn't pop the Viper's Pit. So there's still options, I think, to bolster the post-plant now for these next few rounds for Shopify Rebellion Gold as you advance towards, you know, that 6 or more. But, I mean, you got Armageddon, you want to take it to a close quarter site, to a site you haven't been yet. You know, pop a little surprise.
Yeah, pop right into B, and Mel, with these ever-confident TPs using the ultimate around, sees Magic, just barely eke out of there. So, timing once again clutch on the SR side. A spike goes down to Manny around the corner. This timing here could be huge. Smoke dissipates, walks into them. Manny takes 2. That's massive for Prosperity. The gun round and to continue the momentum forward, but soon not gonna be the cards for Mel here either. Manny popping off. And stop the plant at least. It's at half though, so now the things get dangerous here on their end. May not even matter. Prosperity, round by round.
And it feels like that Prosperity after a round like that are starting to respect Shopify Rebellion Gold more, right? They're waiting out the utility. They're not fighting through it, right? We saw that again from the shadows. Paranoia play to clear out Blue Room, and what does Magic do? Back out to A, right? And just play retake with the team a little bit delayed. And mentioned Manny, maybe we could have seen some more utility to counter that revolving door play, but all in all, even here, right? Izo, patient, bids his time. Yes, the sacrifice is Manny in the process, but you get the win in the end. You get that third. Yet again, one round within striking distance of Shopify Rebellion Gold, which they did get over on Split in the first half.
See what could happen here. Shopify, their last buyout round. Have to save for the next. They don't manage to get this one. Manny, seen early. Spots him out, concussed it, forcing him away. And mount control taken, nothing really spotted with the drone, but at least now you know the door is an option. Ooh, one away from the dimensional drift. Be nice.
Yeah, just orb farming. Slowing things down as well because the more decisive approach doesn't seem to be working at the moment. You know, 2 retakes now have gone the way of the way of PRS. All in all, they're looking for mistakes out of Prosperity. Remember Split, there was that one round where when they starved them of information, we kind of got a little antsy, eager beaver, and 2 players got punished pushing forward B main. But maybe they've learned discipline since then. Maybe the reality that only one of these 2 teams will qualify for VCL Stage 3 sets in, and you're ironclad, you hold your angles, you jiggle, and wait.
30 seconds left.
Slowly walking way up to B, spots both, and both decide it's not worth the fight. They'll make their way out of there.
25 seconds.
They use the Armageddon, though, early on, as he's seeing that A seems to be the take, but they've actually managed to find a way onto C.
Can you get there in time?
No, I mean, they're running. That's the thing. So they have to barely make it there. It'll be close, but Manny comes back. I mean, honestly, man, they got a plan. They got to do it now. And they run forward. The Armageddon committed, and just barely SRG on a dime. Get the spike down. Yeah. On 3, Viper's Pit to secure it. 5.
Oh, not just the Viper's Pit, but proactivity out of Dodona. What a fake! After we saw, you know, attempted tail fake after tail fake with the drone from Prosperity on Split, they full commit Armageddon. Actually, we know there was Armageddon out of Prosperity. So they full commit a fake off of just hitting the revolving door. They don't even deposit a player into tree. And then the entire force of Prosperity rotates over because there's 25 seconds left. You don't think they can get over to C. You're confident you can flood back into B. What?
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's so sick. Like, so, because also spotting Mel early on, though, you're assuming that if you're Yuki, you're like, okay, you know what? Like, clearly they want to move over here, right? They're right out of the B. They'll probably go ahead, go to baby door, and it has to be the commit. But then, no! Or even like a B, right at the option, but full rotation is not what you expect. But really clinching it out is a nice Shopify flying it around back.
And in that fashion, please don't tell me this is the second Prosperity timeout. There's no
timeout?
way. No. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I don't think Effie's was a fan of that, you know, 25-second rotation all the way to see. I mean, hey, it got the job done, and you flushed out an ultimate on the side of PRS, but I definitely think SRG right now, it's like, okay, you have a B right now on the test, you have an 80, and you want to get to that A. So just seeing what small things they can clean up to stay in the lead for here. Again, that's not how they want to be winning rounds. They want them to be clean. They want them to be succinct. They don't want them to be panicked, which is what I guess is that call, what it sounded like when you're getting a play with 26 seconds left. What a round. And you got the not dead yet out of Manny, too.
Right, yeah, 2 ultimates committed for the price of one of your own, right? Especially being the Viper's Pit. So it's not too bad of a trade here at all. Especially considering you're looking to commit in a 5v3. And for SRG now, you know, this could be just one of those vibe timeouts that FEs gives, like, hey girls, let's breathe for a second. We're good.
Ooh.
Let's relax and into a tech pause right away. Love that.
Business into relaxation. You talk the strats now, you get to lean back Ospa style in your chair. But gives us a chance to have a breather, an important one after, again, a nail-biting round like that. And again, I did like the addition of the Viper's Pit that we mentioned, just because you never know what can slip through. There's still a lot of time there. And when you think they're not on site after about 10 seconds of the time, you're like, something's fishy. And yeah, I don't think they're saving kind of vibe. And all in all, at this point, I'm trying to figure out what Shopify Rebellion may be contemplating here, like with that timeout. Like, because again, the default wasn't bad. It just felt like it didn't come quick enough. And I think they also identified, okay, Prosperity isn't going to take risks to clear out space like they did over on Split. But then what should the adjustment following that be like?
What we find out here, though, right, is because based on the commits they've had so far, it's usually been early to kind of peek out towards Mount. They usually either double, triple committed there, and then naturally just straight defaulting off 1-4-1, and more often than not, and then they'll look to probably pivot over. It was only last round where we saw like somewhat of a 2-1-2 previously, where leaving Mel to instead lurk up and try to create space towards B, but are the managed to do that again, or just stick to what's tried and true? A 2-run differential, so for Prosperity isn't bad at all, and with guns in both sides' hands, it's entirely possible. We'll let you guys know as things get fixed. What's going on? Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like we have a mouse issue for one of the PRS players that we'll be working on getting resolved. But I'm glad you mentioned the lurk structure there, because that's something that we felt like PRS was lacking on, because there's always Manny kind of on these solo expeditions on their attack, and we'll see if that gets improved in the next. But it wasn't even just that they had Mel lurking, but I want to say, wasn't it Dodonet actually? That was the one that was over towards Mount and walked on to C, right? Like, there, and then it was the 3 other support players, because obviously Noya kind of defaults over towards A, that sold that fake. So finally, looks like our tech pause is resolved. And I mean, the fact that again 2 of those big ticket ultimates went into Prosperity's lost round means yes, you have a bye, but now you're going up against Dimensional Drift, you're going up against Armageddon, which is also maybe why we saw that timeout. These are great ults to put to work with a nice plan behind them.
Who's next?
That's what they get done here, though. But on their end, they'll just Dimensional Drift past everything, depending on what they find. Yeah, salvos it can cost to clear out the site. And this is a very classic take that we've seen as well on Lotus, but Armageddon of their own as well too. Oh, but Doran looks to get aggressive past it. The concuss also not gonna land here. They see Mel in the corner, but they're not being punished. Is great for Prosperity. They can now look to make the way confidently past and into the game, and there we go. Yeah, one by one, they all walk in, but Sandora and Sarah playing off of one another. The slide from Magic is clean, and he's so damn good.
It's always Magic with the card trick to get the job done. And part of that to me goes to, again, how much utility SRG used to get those deep inserts like Mel back site. And then, with her having to get out because she realizes all the players weren't chipped away, they didn't find the impact they were looking for. That's when things went south, and you had to rely on, okay, we have 2 players holding nasty off angles in bend and up close, and when one falls, the next one topples like dominoes behind her. So really, really clean retake here. Manny as well, just playing around that utility perfectly. Yeah, it doesn't clear a corner, oh well, but the damage was done, and Prosperity again, right on the heels of Shopify Rebellion Gold.
And for SRG right now, this is a pretty comfortable position, right? Where you've seen that they've once again gone for this 4-1 again, like we're talking about. But I'll push that they were on the Manny side. They won't be able to find much more here. Right, they got pushed right into Manny. Interesting, even though he was concussed, he decides to hold firm and still take 2 by the end of it. I thought that shouldn't have happened, but power to him. Nonetheless, it'll leave them in a 4v2.
Yeah, I mean, come on. A few rounds ago, I was praising you for figuring out how to play around Manny on the C site. And I mean, you're the ones rolling thundering into the site, and somehow Manny finds the perfect timing to get around all of it again. He's like, I gotta protect Iza with my life. And I mean, leaves him in this life now as they get to play retake here. 2v4 against this B site player.
They couldn't cuss. Alexis goes inside the smoke, but like you're saying, up against 4, there's not much as they can do, considering they're also all out of util as well. So they can just continue spraying this down. Alexis gets 1, but realistically, not much more was going to happen there. And Prosperity has the timeout and the tech. Things all fixed up on their end, and we're back to being tied up.
5-5, and Mint and SRG was maybe in a comfortable position, but again, this is your 61% attack-sided Lotus. You want, in my mind, a minimum of 7, ideally 8. Especially with a no Senti comp, obviously no one has Sentinels here. They're like, Vice meta, what is that? And all in all, it's just the fact that they're kind of, number one, Manny shouldn't be getting away with that. We know that. Shopify Rebellion was doing a good job shutting that down. And second, just again, the retakes have been super succinct from PRS.
And this time, though, once again, Slow crawling their way into B. And PRS more than happy to just play 5-on-5, especially on this save buy though, but they decided to get aggressive, to get punished for it immediately. PRS anticipating the push out here too. Oh, and Vantic there around using his duelist as bait. And Magic even gets one of his own. Clean round for Prosperity, looking very confident going into the next half.
Yeah, I mean, you use that timeout so early on. SRG's high and dry on the adjustments, close out the half, and that is the plausible answer, is to fight forward, you know? Invest additional utility. I maybe would have wanted, instead of them to be like, okay, we're gonna plant B and fight, you know, through C link as an afterthought. Maybe if they had their sight set on instead going all the way through to C, things would have gone a little bit differently. Then your breach isn't planning, you have a breach stun, you have a little bit more utility to commit to that fight. Versus now we're staring down the last round where regen shield's in the mix, the ults heavily favor PRS. For the defense side, they might be looking at an advantage, a 7-5 here. Unless Shopify Rebellion can finally put a stop to their 3-round streak. Well, look at the exchange.
Yeah, I mean, is what they want ideally, right? But like you're saying, so many PRS right front, forward, and center. Almost anticipating wanting to get aggressive on both ends here too. So 3 up on the smoke, allow Mary to move forward, there, shoots the drone. And that'll force Shopify to fall away. Instead, I thought they might have gone away back. But there's a Neon ult as well. Is it not dead yet for Manny? But we'll be able to capitalize on it just as no one's pushing into them. Should fall, leaving them in a 4v3.
Yeah, proactivity, unexpected. Not quite sure they expect ISO already to be pushed this deep. Either trigger discipline goes south. They tuck back into the dark cover. You're still gonna find one, and you lost your teammate. Are you gonna find more? I don't think so at the moment. What are you looking for?
What are we cooking here, brother? You lost the big. What? This is all I face. Never mind. Never mind. My bad. I said anything. I'm so sorry, bro. And it doesn't matter. Just get picked off one by one, and Yuki cleans up 4. That's crazy. That's that's ridiculous. And we get opposite halves in these maps. 7-5 down for PRS. Wow.
Yeah, and that half swap could not come sooner for SRG. And they were starting to flounder, running out of ideas, you know, adjustments to make there. And they kind of ended things off again, not expecting the sudden forward pressure, the trap off of the Neon ult and the Rolling Thunder. It kind of relied on heroics, right? We saw Mel trying to get that opening over towards C, finally gets tracked down for her TP antics, and all in all, it bubbled out into the 7-5 we're spotting out here now. And SRG, you know, you've lost now the attack side Lotus Copium. Can you lean into the fact that PRS had a 2-10.5 yesterday against SAD on their attack?
Covered. That's the crazy part. Because for SRG now as well too, they've got to maintain, so if they get anything past here, the concuss to punish Vantic push up. Now they use the momentum, try to move forward to see if they can punish anybody else, but none of PRS around. Drone not shot in time, and Maddie not spotted, so your look taken away. Means you should know you should probably move towards C to anticipate the coming forward, and here comes the spike drop.
Okay, and we talked about Manny being the solo lurk time and time again. Mel? Seemingly tracking it to a T, the hesitation. And the timing narrowly missed her. They double back, they spotted it, and they've dealt with it.
Somehow, some way. I mean, 2 quick picks taken. Now from PRS, past the flash, still noticed them, and only 1 got flash as well to Donut. Forward enough. Takes pick, and now we're just Yuki left. Can't do much more. A much needed pistol for Shopify Gold.
That's all 4 pistols going their way, actually, in this series so far. So huge props there. And I agree. I said it. That was going to be the momentum shift they needed. You know, a little bit of time to breathe, 30 seconds to talk with your coach. All in all, though, I mean, they said we saw your retake duelist in Magic. We'll show you ours. Donut. Right, had a rough first half. Now 3 kills on the round found. Coordination beautifully, too, off of the site smoke. Ironically from Manny. And one after another, they were able to find that impact. So buy comes through. Looks like they're going to post up very similarly to how they played Split, actually. They strong side 1 map, and since they don't have a duel or Sentinel, sorry, they posted the duelist with the Outlaw.
Oh.
There's your duelist and an outlaw.
Yeah. Can't find much of the outlaw, but at least the info you'll take. So human drone being played by Donut hasn't been able to get active much in this round, unfortunately. This map, I should say, but you know, hopefully defense may be the half where she can find her shot.
Okay. Enter silence magic now carrying the outlaw forward. We've seen some tricks with this over as the Rays on split. Looking for more impact here. Noya playing with fire, and they are going to get burned. Alexis here going with a similar fate. PRS might get a nice scale up.
And getting eco right now for SRG could be disastrous. As you see the momentum that once taken by Prosperity, it surmounts everything they can do. The concussor allows Match to reload and flash 3 people. There's not 2 people there. Alexis getting flooded. There's 1 more person around. It's not going to be much longer for her. That's it. Just fighting for her goddamn life against 4 people. And not just 2 left alive. It's just being Sarah to take 1. And Prosperity taking an anti. That's massive for them.
These Thrifties feel like they could be the undoing for SRG. But all in all, that feels like divine retribution, because Sad did that to Prosperity yesterday in their match, actually, on that attack side. So all in all, nicely done. Again, they carry the outlaw forward. They punish Donut in their forward aggression. So Donut saying, okay, guys, I'm done with the sniper rifle. It's also an eco round. So we're going to go standard for aggressive, play the retake on C, hopefully with gate crash. And Noya, play for info, but save your life.
Probably though for SRG side, right? This is round they know they have to give up. I'm assuming for them, most ideal situation is that they can probably get 1 to 2 and then die to spike. Winning the round seems out of the cards, but especially considering the stack we see right now for Prosperity, they'll continue to orb farm. Considering they have those early aggression from Mound, likely anticipating the stack to be over towards A. The drone not catching anything for shallow control, so they can move closer if they want to.
Yeah, I think it's far from a safe call for die to spike situation. I do think they have a plan here. If Noya makes contact, she gets out, they rotate, they see what they can do. But actually Prosperity here toying a little bit with fate, right? 40 seconds sub left. They're finally going for the exec onto C. This is where Noya backs out. Rotation should begin.
30 seconds left.
We'll get to see what this strategy looks like. Feels like there's some hesitation. Maybe you're right. Maybe they are just going to go for the long. Oh, they're going to die to Salvas. You're right. I thought they would go for it. Why'd they leave Noya?
Yeah.
Why Noya is here? Why is Noya there then?
Yeah, like I was saying, safe call taken, right? Because they knew that if it wasn't going to be A, it wasn't going to happen. And so they solved themselves, leaving. There's nowhere to die to the spike by the end. Yeah, bada bing, bada boom. I mean, it's understandable, right? Because you know when you're in this position, hey, nice one.
Ninja defuse, no.
Yeah, you can't do much more. So you also don't want to let them snowball further here either. And so from here, it'll be, yeah. Just
Hey,
an
you
easy
saw-
round for Prosperity.
You saw Yuki stick around for a second longer since he is one off the Armageddon, so
Yeah.
I do agree the call's succinct to try and keep things close, but 3 rounds not pulling ahead for SRG. It does feel like it'd be early for that timeout, but it does feel like it's kind of necessitated at this point. And then if you make that turnaround, right, you get towards a 9-9 or more, then you hinge on, okay, Prosperity would like to take a timeout, so then you get that opportunity to chat again. But to me, if they lose this rifle round, is where I'm surprised the call hasn't come out. I don't know if there's a turnaround coming back from that point. Looks like just stock standard A aggression out of Prosperity here. Manny on the lurk. I do like they've set up now Dodo with Noya over towards C, but again, then you hinge on Mel. She has to win these fights, and she's been salved out.
Yeah, it's a full aggressive push taken from Prosperity as well, and they should be looking to move towards getting their 10th round here right now, this game. But Vancic taking some early damage. There's some sprays, but with Mel around the corner, Soul defending, Alexis can't move past her, don't trade her, so she'll fall. And with the rest peeking around for anything else they can find, but it still seems to be the take. Heard the or being taken, but they can't necessarily push off it either, and they'll all look to walk back. But look how far up Dodo is.
Yeah, she's all the way in B main, so she might hear these players through spawn or catch Manny off if he's not careful. Dodo as well, they don't know she has the operator yet. Novelty factor still left unlock. And that might just be enough to give them an in back towards this round after losing Mel.
No, flash taken. They played it safe, so Dodo will use the clone to reposition, still playing up on site and choosing to essentially play her life. Probably get a one and done round if anything, but just one. There's that. The move through it.
What a
the
stun.
concuss taken. It's just suddenly turning ahead for SRG. But no flash is there. Spike's still gone down. Just at 20 seconds. Did it spray through the smoke and Alexis to pop out. A beautiful concussion. And Sarah and Alexis, hand in hand, save the round.
Ooh. We said it was a must win for SRG, and they get the job done. Get the operator as well for Dotodot. They are hopefully strolling into a closer game here, but Prosperity has other plans. Timeout taken, and I think for me, I was also getting some alarm bells going off in my head. I was coach because you get the opening kill A. Yes, you get spotted out by the drone B, but it felt like they were second guessing themselves, right? They took all that space A, all that utility's gone, done dusted, beyond the rechargeables. They back out and had to re-clear all of that space, and they never got rid of, Noya in B main. They, forced Donut back, but they don't force her off the site. So in reality, it was all very, very superficial. So by the time they got to B, they were at such a strong utility deficit that was pretty easy there for SRG to spell out. So all in all, maybe it's like, hey guys, your coach here, have some confidence in yourself, guys. You're up right now on your map pick. We've been getting these sites. We've been playing the post plants really, really clean. Why are we second guessing ourselves?
Yeah, you're not wrong. Because, especially considering after the second round that they've had so far, they've been on a really nice run with what they managed to get done. So now, let's see if the dude actually changed anything when it comes to the attack, right? I mean, but this seems to be it, though. Instead, go for the 3-1 instead, and leaving Vantek also to move over towards A. He's done this before, but gotten punished for it previously when SRG played aggressive. And they're doing exactly that. Does Vantek get caught out, though, is the question.
Is Mel pushed through?
Yeah.
No, it's the close angle with the judge.
They're not going to do it.
They're just going to stay there. And this is nice, the D-Bay control. Now your drone's reclearing all the B, so they're set up for their standard C exec with the Manny Lurk. And I want to see these two. I want to see Alexis and Sarah low-key clear B main. But they don't have to when Dodo's getting kill after kill. She's about to call to drop the orb, I'm betting, too, and she's going to get another kill through Revolving Door. Watch.
I mean, doesn't actually peek it. Oh, okay. Discipline, right? Hoping that if no one's there, understanding she could get re-peeked and the op get taken away, and that could be a massive detriment to them. Watch the angle, realize there's probably stuck in the corner. Wait for them to peek out.
Still there.
Yeah, I mean, they're just gonna wait because they're seeing if they manage to rotate over or actually move, considering they've moved Maddie over towards the A side as well. Pop at the baby door, but they're still not moving right now.
Again, hesitation. When you have Manny this deep, Omen's outside of C, but he can wrap back through Waterfall when you get the B site. You're having flashbacks to the last round for decent reason. And they're also maybe worried about Sarah. Armageddon in tow, ready to reclaim all this space, smallest site.
Easy.
Again, Donut never wavered.
Stay true. Oh, unlucky timing, but great for Manny to be able to find that one. And Dimensional Drift also used by Dota to find the last 3 players to where they are. There we go. Yeah. Sees it from Mel, the rest there, trying to copy the concussions off of it. Shorty to peek out, a confident play, but eyes to clear. Oh, and this round's turned from great to horrible. For SRG, it was almost perfect, but a bit too confident. Alexis now there, left to clutch. And Ion's on the other side. So, Izo, that's half, peaks, and the correct time is there. Almost had it. And PRS at 10.
Izo a hero that round, right? If he doesn't survive, he doesn't proc the Rolling Thunder, the 2 players at a CT, quick work of the remaining ones. And also surviving the shorty out of the Dimensional Drift from Dotodot. Able to find the kill into Mel. At that point, Mel, you're clearing blue room, keep the judge. But all in all, there's the moment it started to go south. The fact that Izo was able to find both. And Manny as well, a sacrifice worthy, getting stunned out by their own Rolling Thunder, but he takes one down with him, and PRS break double digits.
Yeah, again, a play I find shouldn't have happened, but unlucky. But great for PRS. Unless the peek out save for their end. Up against much superior guns. They can't really do much. Perhaps a pick for Dota if possible. And Noya gets again with the judge. Waiting on the corner if Manny does peek her, but as of right now, you know, PRS respecting SRG. We said they would do this too, based on the previous rounds. Right now, though, they're chilling.
Oh. And if you thought the judges were just a split thing, you've thought wrong. The deep posit for Noya. The only weapon forced up here in this round. Manny, so aware.
Yeah. Expecting it, honestly.
Selling a C fake. It's working. Look.
Yeah.
But Mel?
Oh, peek out. No. Not happy. Dota Alexis. Dota gets one. But may just be the one, though, here. 30 seconds to fall. And there's the A plants up against 4. Now, Dota's a great player. I don't know about 4v1, though.
Hey, 2 players are half HP. It's basically 3.
Fair point.
Aww.
Doesn't matter.
But all it takes is 1, yeah.
Yeah.
And Prosperity gets to their 11th here. Is this where SRG takes the timeout? Coming into another pivotal rifle round to keep Prosperity FM at point? I have to mind meld with FEs here to see. I mean, yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Again, it felt like that round, 2 rounds prior, like they're always getting in the way of some of the strategies that SRG was going for. That one kind of felt just like, again, maybe try to punish some aggression, punish the default style from Prosperity, and it never quite worked out. But again, they're doing a good job, I think, keeping track of where these players are. So again, the lack of Sentinel not really coming in to tow here too much. But again, it's just the ways they're disrupting some of these retakes, whether it's, you know, Manny coming out of blue room, taking your Armageddon out, or like, there it is, yeah. Or whether it's, you know, insane moments like this. Like, that's what I'm hoping they're working on here. Is, okay, guys, it's okay to give up the space. We don't have to fight too far forward, minus the operator for Dota. She can play aggressive, play for first blood. But gotta get this retakes under tow.
Yeah, you've got to find out how you can slow them down, at least if anything. But as of right now, like, PRS just seem to have the read on everything SR do, and they've also been kind of outgunning them at certain points too. Like you can look at the Magic round 18-12, right? But you know, they've been, in terms of the rest of the team, like they've been having like pretty decent games. SRG, not too bad, but nonetheless, for now, 11-7. And if a 12th goes on the horizon, looking at the eco, this is the last round SRG have to buy, so a pivotal one for themselves. You force the next amount of people to stop them.
I mentioned, you know, maybe you take risk, pick off some of the solo players here, but this is a different look, right? You spotted Magic, you spotted the Breach. Things are now a little questionable. Mel still has the deep A control here. Drone not spotting her out. But it's a scale up on a C. Noi, you've got to hold on or you've got to keep your life, and it seems like the latter's true.
So it does. They have the Armageddon also available too, if they want to try to slow things down, but out there in time block, any you will use it for the retake. Once all the members are set and prepared, and Mel looking all the way around towards a gun not out. Sees Yuki, paranoid doesn't hit, but a big pick from Mel. Could possibly be fruitful, but Sarah falls. Armageddon goes down just in time before she also falls too. So now in a 4v4, SRG have got to make their way in. There's the clone, the rest no flashes here on the corner. They check the white super, don't know it's good. And the rest now have to walk in one by one. Magic with the overdrive. He's been deadly with it previously, but just with zaps taking a little bit of interest, it's static if anything. A light bulb goes down and fills out just as quickly. Manny comes back up alive. A distraction's good enough. It's Bantic up top. He's looking to close it out. And a shorty taken. A clean shot. And PRS on match points.
Match point.
That's devastation for Shopify Rebellion Gold. No money, no hope. Utilize the Armageddon. And again, it feels surprising that they didn't see Manny coming, right? You have to run it back. You know he's going to play forward. He has a second life. And the fact that, again, they had that deep control meant Armageddon towards Ben means nothing, right? Obviously, you saw a player playing offside. You have your aggressive Magic. You have Manny. We're going to be up in your face. Even Vantic there, elevated position. Just, again, really difficult to dismantle. And now, I mean, Annie has the right idea. They know that they have light shields that they bought up here for the last round. Oh yeah, Judge and Tree. This could go hard.
Oh yeah, Judge is a cool. Oh, damn, Mel. Okay, all right, pop off.
Huge kill.
Yeah, huge indeed. But the question is not what does it amount to, because we've seen PRS. Their 4v5s have been perfectly fine, still considering they're all gonna move over towards A and. Oh yeah.
Oh, Magic.
Lewis just walks confidently forward, takes that pick. Magic's still towards the back of the site. This guy's gotten fourth previously.
They're
I see
surrounded
he can
though.
do it again. Yeah. Back to go down, Rolling Thunder there. They know they've got to invest everything to make sure nothing necessarily can go their direction. Peeks out and stops. Spike cannot be committed. Just not Magic left alive. And a 1v3, but Mel's low enough. They know where he is. They don't have to overplay their hand. They have to let him come to them. One pick, the double swing, sees one more. Magic could do this all by himself. Knows his, with two around the corner, doesn't get concussed there. And Alexis stops the ace and keeps SRG in the game.
Ooh, if there was a player that could get that job done, I was, seeing some visions there of Magic, but you could visibly see the moment they called stop fighting, fall back, disengage, right? And it was right when they got the numbers, right when Spike was down in tree, right there. They're like, Sarah, stop! And Sarah goes back, and they play that crossfire with Mel, and while the low HP definitely made it a little bit shaky, the full HP player Alexis keeps it intact. And actually, even though they had 3 rounds in a row, interestingly enough, Prosperity doesn't have a bye. So what do? You run it down B, see what happens.
Might as well. And the person of fear is always Magic. Mel again! A quick 2 with that Guardian, and the 3rd as well. All right, we're playing deathmatch. I like this.
Adrenaline flowing, keep the tempo up. Pop trap through revolving door, and you shut down an eco. For the time being, 2 stingers left here.
Yeah.
That one, Vantic, and the 1v4.
Yeah, Vantic, phenomenal player. Been doing excellent with the paranoias and playing solo, but not that good, unfortunately.
All right, check it off your list. Move on. You got 3 to go to get to overtime here. Money's back as well for Prosperity. The next round or 2 aren't the difficult ones. Obviously, things can go wrong, and suddenly you're looking at being tied up 1-1 heading into Icebox, but it's when those ults come online for Prosperity, you've got to fear things. So in my mind, what I need to see from SRG is, yes, you have 3 ults right now, but you don't want to use them. You got to cash pile those for when, Rolling Thunder comes online, when Yuki's Armageddon comes online. You need to circumvent those ults, and we'll see if they can survive this round to do so. They still don't have the best weapons, but Mal, Guardian, it's been a match.
But fine. Mel has, been frying with the Guardian previously, but
Upgraded.
yeah, finally gonna opt in for a better weapon. I don't blame him. But by now, the big thing to watch out for is the Dimensional Drift from Dodo. It used the great effect previously, and also not so much the other times. Oh, surprise Pika from Maddie to catch them off guard, but Dodo not ready and prepared. Disgusting 4 shots from the duelists of SRG. And to continue forward the momentum. Finally, waking up a little bit more. We were talking about how she's had a bit of a quieter game, but now it's Dodo to keep them pushing forward. Now Vantic left alive once again. I've seen this move before. Doesn't go well for Vantic.
I mean, break down some of the crossfire angles here. Allow Vantic to take the one on the corner, maybe get the spike covered, but yeah, you don't clear it. It's done and dusted. Weapons upgraded. Shopify Rebellion Gold looking like they're hitting their stride, but this is the round where Shopify was able to close that split, that 13-10 scoreline. So Prosperity now, opportunity. I would have said to do the same, but their economy in shambles. They're not getting enough kills in these rounds to get those ults supercharged like I wanted before overtime is pretty much secured. And they did a good job with that pop play with Manny trying to dismantle this aggressive foreplay, but just did not work.
But here's the thing as well, is that they have one more buy round after this. In that buy round, they should have almost 4 ultimates, which should be insane. But Mel, getting aggressive, but up against 2 people, able to find a single one, the fake TP from Vantic. Anticipating to them to really peek again if they do, but they have to use smoke to get out of their drone. I'll spot it matching as well early on. Sarah and Alexis, they've been clutch before. We'll see if they manage to get anything more here. Magic to be stopped is crucial, as he's made some kills appear out of a hat before. This guy's nasty.
I like this. You don't have the weapons this time to kind of face the players over towards Mount head on with all that control established. So lean away from the stack, go towards the weaker site. Noya just playing avoidance here. They're going to play the confident retake. They know they have the weapons, or you play the safe thing, punishing angle. You're the one to get punished.
Unfortunate there from the with the secure one. The Donut there. At least being secures hers, and now Vantic on the deep lurk here once again. As Mel looked to run around, gun not out for Mel. So now they gotta chase Vantic to get back. Like you're saying, yeah, they've got to find ways to get back into A. They're using dimensional drift, but they're all split up. The Utel is out, Yuki there, and on a save, the match take this. It's just Donut left alive for one. That was a insanely messy round, but at least it gives Prosperity their map, and we're not 1-1.
You may be good at pistols, but those ecos, I mean, we're going to see it when the Dash breaks it down in the post-match summary. What is it, 2, 3 thrifty rounds that act as pivotal points in this map for Prosperity to get back on top after a really strong opening, right? After they snowballed those 3 starting rounds. And you kind of saw that kind of hopelessness. It got spared by the halftime change. You saw them again struggle, and we kind of got this wind off that round that was won, that adrenaline kicking in, Donut getting her 4K. But ultimately a little bit too far gone with those early half successes out of Prosperity. And to end it on a thrifty here, it definitely hurts the soul, and you've got to now look towards Icebox, a map that if they run their confidence comp, they're going to need it.
Yeah, exactly. Now, we'll have to see what does end up happening for the side of SRG, but nonetheless, though, close game to end things out. But a lot of back and forth, Prosperity looking better and better. And remember, as you keep on saying, it's BO5, and one team will make it back into Challengers, and one team, sayonara. I'll have to find out after the short break for the desk as well, too. See you in a bit.
Well, folks, we are in it for the long haul. Looks like welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America Promotion and Relegation. I am your host, Elizabeth, joined by Dryad. If you're just joining us, well, it's a tale of taking your map pick, which is what we're looking for. Prosperity Esports take Lotus 13-10, looking like a little bit of a comeback. We ended with a thrifty at the end for Prosperity to lock it up and send us to Icebox after this, Dan.
It was a very interesting map because we talked about what I felt like Prosperity had to do on the attacking side, something that they were struggling with yesterday, and they were able to fix that very, very well. And it came down to the one condition that we talked about. Magic was doing so good on the Neon, especially when it came down to the defense, just really having that understanding and how aggressive they wanted to go in to kind of run it down. While on the other side, they were struggling, right? Into those early rounds, it was not only both of the pistol rounds going the way of Shopify Brilliant Gold, but also that first bonus going their way. And then the anti-eco on the other side. So it was a constant reading of what each other wanted to do because we mentioned this Clove, right, on the C side, where they're playing mainly a 4-1 setup on the defense, coming to from Prosperity. And then Manny was really struggling with Clove because you can't really hold the site by yourself. You're either forced back half or C lobby, as he was trying to do for a few rounds, but then also get taken down, or trying to find some timings, but then the Tahoe utility is so overwhelming on site, they can't really stay there. So we have that round 3 timeout and then adaptation that allows them to make it a little bit more even. And even if Shopify Brilliant Gold get the pistol once again, where you think, oh, it might be game over, they're gonna close it again. It just a very aggressive playstyle on the Neon that allowed them to just kind of do whatever they wanted. I mean, it's so hard when Magic is constantly getting 3Ks, 4Ks, and constantly getting thrifties as well to close it out.
I mean, yeah, just look at that 12 first kills inside of Prosperity. I would argue, looking at, feeling about the stats, that a good portion of them are from Magic on that Neon, even though they did start on the defense, which is something that you brought up, that you were looking for kind of that defense on the side of Prosperity. But also, Dan, their attack looked much better today.
Yeah, both of the sides actually look very, very good. I think that was what was the most impressive. I think it was a very strong defense that we knew that they already had, where they're just able to, go for the mount play or go towards that rubble play with the Neon especially. But then when it came down to the other side on the attack, they only need a few more rounds to close it out, especially after they get that anti-eco. And it was just Magic. This is where, we got the chance to see those hero plays coming through. And they play so different. Dodo and Magic, they play like completely opposite styles, especially on this map, right? When you see Dodo kind of trying to have a read on where this hit is going to end up, when the Neon's going first, everybody is kind of following right behind instead of the Yoru, where you can think it's going to be a fake play. But Dodo is playing with the operator, trying to have a read towards that towards that B side, towards that C side, and then Magic is just running it down every time and being so overwhelming on side. There was this round where we saw 4 kills. I thought he was gonna get the ace. It was so close. It's just because the understanding of how they wanted to do the spacing that doesn't allow Shopify Brilliant to lose that round, but it's insane to see.
And from the first map, we saw Magic on the Rays on split. Not that he didn't perform badly per se. I think, let me flip his KD really quickly. He was 21 and 16, +5, 2 first kills. But then looking at him on the Neon, it is such a comfort pick. It is kind of like, it's, the perfect fit. It's kind of like the way Neon is supposed to be played. I think Magic is kind of the quintessential idea of that. And of course, as a duelist, and as a player on a competitive team, you play what the map needs. You play what your team needs. But Magic on Neon is truly, it's the best version of Magic we can see, Dan.
Magic in the Neon is always the best that we've seen. And like you mentioned, it doesn't mean that the Rays on split was bad, actually. Into the second half, he was doing kind of the same thing. Actually, we get some replays of that. That's crazy. But he was doing a little bit of that on the Rays. He was still going in, double saturating, trying to get one. They actually had some cool set plays with the showstopper as well. So they have these ideas, but on the Neon is kind of the better understanding on how to run it down, and also especially how to make sure that the rest of the team is able to keep up with the speed, which is something that a lot of people can struggle with. But now we're going into a map of Icebox as well that I want to talk about, because we just saw the Rays, we just saw the Neon, and now we're going to be seeing a Killjoy. So it changes completely to what we were used to seeing from Magic today. They're playing no duelists, they're playing this Killjoy that is very similar to something that we see maybe from Evil Geniuses, from Icy running this agent as well. And it's gonna change completely the way that you've seen Magic play today. And I don't I feel like I want to give it to Shopify because of that. You want to have a Magic that is able to run it down.
Well, to be fair, when Icy plays KJ, we saw him during playoffs. That was just a different Icy that we were kind of surprised about.
Yeah.
But you do bring up a good point that this is not the Magic that we literally spent the entire portion of this broadcast hyping up. This is going to be, again, like I said before, this is someone who has to fill the role that he is needed to play at the time. And it's not going to be that sort of neon kind of magic, if you will. That's such a dumb joke, but it's like right there every single time. But it's something to keep an eye on, how we move forward into Icebox. And probably Shepard Rebellion is very, very aware of that, knowing that, they will, that Prosperity will be starting on attack. They will not have Magic on that, Raze or even Neon. And so they're able to really kind of like put a screeching halt to this momentum that Prosperity is bringing, Dan.
It's a map that I find really interesting from Shopify. They were last playing with the Harbor as well from Alexis, so I think that should be an interesting one because you're used to seeing Alexis and Breach. They're kind of always holding hands, and then switching it up once in a while. But Harbor is one of those that I feel like you can get a lot of value off on this map. That's why we see kind of the best teams still trying to offer this composition. But it's gonna, I mean, the Harbor and the Viper that you see on this map, they're great to make it so annoying for operators on the other side. But you're actually most likely not going to see an operator coming through. I mean, that has been the narrative so far for Prosperity on Split, on Lotus. You're not seeing that duelist operator kind of holding it down every single time. You're barely seeing it, if anything. Instead, you're gonna have just this no duelist composition, kind of all playing it together the way that they've been doing before, and that's why it's gonna depend so much on the brawl fights that they're gonna have around it, especially if there's gonna be a Harbor, especially if that composition for Shopify is gonna be the same.
I mean, obviously, like for those of us in chat, moving to, DC and Challengers, Shopify also played Premier, and we do know that their comp, Dodonut was on the Reyna, and so having that duelist versus Prosperity not having that duelist can be kind of spelling the difference maker here and bringing us to a nice clean 2-0. And looking at that, we see Magic on the KJ, and we see Dodo on the Reyna. Dan, anything you'd like to point out with what you're seeing?
Yeah, okay, so we talked about the Harbor coming through in Shopify because they were playing it for a few matches in Game Changers, but it's actually going to be Prosperity running this composition instead. This is a composition that is super effective, especially with the Gecko. I think you get a lot of value on delaying even more. You have the Killjoy, you have the Teho, you have the Gecko, and on top of that, you have the delay with the Viper too. So there's a lot to work with. There's a lot of very heavy utility that's going to be so annoying to deal with. But as always, I got to say, Shopify with the Reyna, I can't hate. As you were saying it, they were playing in Premier. They've been able to get a few wins with it, and I feel like out of all the maps where you can play the Reyna, this is my favorite, and I hope that is also Dodo's favorite.
Yes, and this is something we are looking forward to. A Dodonut pop-off, maybe. We almost had an ace last round, but friends, it is time to send it over to the box. For Vish and Zobi, take it away.
Thank you so much, Liz and Dryad, for the breakdown. And we've talked about concerns, we've talked about potential here, but Ravish, I gotta set the stage a little bit for this Shopify Rebellion Gold composition since we didn't get to break it down, because within a week they changed it, right? They played, the old comp that they talked about on the desk versus Watered On Game Changers, and then under the radar, right, in Premier, they were running this Reyna. And honestly, I think the results with the old, more stable composition have been better. I mean, they lost 2-13 to Lemonade now. They had a close 16-14 against a no-name team in Premier. And Dodonut, I love her Reyna, and I want her to prove me wrong this map, but she had a rough Lotus, right, beyond that 4K round. So I'm not sure if, it's the correct composition to lean into when you're not feeling it the day of. But hey, it's a new map, new time.
Exactly. Now, like you're saying, this can be a bit dicey, but here's what I believe in. Is number one, Alexis's flashes are phenomenal, right? The way she sets up her team is quite good. And also, allowing Dodo to play a bit more individualistic may just be what she needs to let loose and frag out. As she was trying to heat up right before this too, as the flash early, the double push through tube, alongside Sarah, but nothing found here early on. A bit more of a split and a lurk around for PRS, as that usually most teams just run it on A, but they probably will eventually.
This is interesting for sure. Usually your Killjoy starts mid, Noe instead starting A. Also credit to her being back on the Sentinel after 2 controller maps. And aggressive screens angle as well. I don't think the drone can spot it out that far, so she could get that surprise element.
Yeah, good enough from the Gecko to be able to spot that with the Dizzy. So now with this, you can suppress. He's one up top, so he gets hits, but no, down below. The reposition from Dodo. Has to stay alive. That's why you want that Reyna, right? Honestly, one and done anymore. I have to look to repeat this though, as Vantic, Vanny, and Magic all looking to play offsite.
Worrying. Not much util to go around on a pistol round.
Oh.
But it's planted for all angles, so
Ouch.
quick work for Manny.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah. Walking right at the sideline. It's now Loya left. And one of you want to get to Vantic. But the angle favors him though, so we'll see him. Has to get it to half. He's just gonna delay. And there's just no time for Noya.
Yeah, very, very difficult there. Again, the problem with this composition is getting onto site. Once you have it on site for Prosperity, it becomes pretty easy. Between the Gecko, between the Killjoy, Harbor for delay, those slow walls, and all of this. I mean, Noya did her job, Shanker the site. She waited for the team to come back, but it's difficult because, again, with this Feast or Famine Reyna, right? We talk about how they do buddy system. What happens there? You're just missing out, and your teammates left a little dry over on Rafters. So looks like they are going to try and take this round hand in hand, all 5 strong on A, and it might just collapse against the entire team of Prosperity here.
Someone's there.
Would not be surprised here. Yeah, they're front and center, ready to fight. Oh! Dodo manages to get her one, but Bates
don't
be the
spec
one
do
though.
they?
Yeah, I mean, wait. Reposition the drop down, but a confident one off that fact. And up against classes with the both of them to
Player standing.
Mel and Alexis trying to play off of one another, could not necessarily find it. If Alexis can find a better weapon, maybe they'll get something done here, but up against a 2v1 and they'll just skedaddle over to B.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, it's like everybody was sacrificing to set up Mel for success, right? And, Observe, you got to do him dirty like that, showing that Alexis didn't pick up the Bulldog to try and win out this 1v2. Hey, I mean, Marshall, headshot, you're good to go. It doesn't matter that Magic has an outlaw. Manny, it might not matter at all when you have the proper angle through window and you're able to cap off the round. Little bumpy, not going to be as strong of a bonus. As you can see, they're trying to rush to recover a weapon to carry forward. But all in all, I like the joint aggression out of SRG. It was an eco attempt. That's what you write it off as. But again, we got to learn how this composition is played because it's definitely not meta. It's definitely a questionable one. And so far, we're not seeing too much out of it yet.
Exactly. Now, this I find goes back to the days of yore before Teo existed, right? Where you're looking to play for the Gecko, like Gecko Harbor. I find I've seen a lot too, right? You know, like Harbor Viper as well too, with the Gecko list as well, and initiated with a Silver perhaps. So it depends on your flavor of the month, if anything. I remember even back when Sky was the sole initiator on this map too, but
Oh, ouchie.
nonetheless, the point like you're saying, right? A lot of this can revolve around what your Reyna can get done. Usually we see them on a lurk roll, I find at times, especially on the attack, but as right now, they're playing forward, looking for picks, nothing found as they are on the B sites. Rotate should come in here. Spike not gone down just yet. Like you mentioned, Zoe, getting the spike done is the hardest part, but once done, the rest is just easy.
That's where the regeneration of utility, the Harbor, comes to refight. Yuki gets a clean, safe scale up, but without the stinger kill working out,
Spike.
Mel, good anchor, and now supports Alexis. They should be good to tag team it out.
It's a double hold there as well too. They're getting a bit antsy, trying to protect the spike. Instead, it's ISO with a classic. Getting 3, that's illegal, bro. You guys are phantoms. But with 3 falling in quick succession, SRG's bonus round takes a turn for the worse as the wall goes up. It's never been a plan just yet, and Dora is going to commit the Empress just to ensure that they can't do much more, but gets down right away. Fanta gets a gun, not just Doyle left, Madam President. Can you
heard her.
save your people? Can you save the map? Unfortunately not. It may be cold up in Denmark, but it's warm right here. Damn.
Oh. Prosperity get a third. Just snowball these rounds, and I mean, that was just difficult. Part of it's heroics again. They had a rough game against Sad, but the shining points were Yuki and Manny actually. So the fact that he's the one that kind of solo fights, refrags around yellow when it's both Mel and Alexis. And that's where again it goes back to the kind of unorthodox way that Shopify's playing this map. Usually it's the Killjoy, right? Supporting. your Viper over towards B. So now with it being, you know, Alexis, we have to do the flashes, we have to see that Molly delay utility on point, and with only one Molly, not two swarm grenades, it becomes a little bit different of a cadence.
I've also spotting 2 out early, and I wonder if with that, they do try to send over some rotations to defend A, because Prosperity haven't been ones to necessarily rotate a lot, unless they're just down a ton, and we're right on the fact is they're just going to look to jump in, move closer, should really get the plant down as well, too, as soon as Viper wall falls. Yuki up top, look at the likely plant nest. Noya spots him early. That's a big first pick and gets spiked down again, but able to come back from these 4v5s exactly this way. Iso, coughing up, moving past him, doesn't run into the wall. And Iso, untucked, in cube, takes 3. Easy does it. And it just Mel left in a 1v4.
The accidental tactical gap in the poison cloud, and Fantic says, I want more. And he won't get it. The follow-up kill is there. It's clean, and Prosperity get their 4th. I mean, again, that round, it's again you and Eco, you maybe write it off. I'm hoping FU's will be taking a timeout here sooner rather than later. But again, I'm questioning, like, okay. I'm trying to like parallel this to comps we know, you know, ways of playing we're familiar with on Icebox. I'm trying to see what they could do. And to me, I really want to see like the Gecko and the Reyna or the Gecko and the KO fighting forward A, kind of like your double duelist would. And I still want to see this familiar Viper Killjoy over towards B with KJ util mid. But looks like they're going to double initiator and a duelist mid here. So it looks like FU's not going to step in because they have a plan in mind, but can the plan spell success?
Let's find out. So Deer doesn't necessarily walk out with the flash as well to cover her. Doing it finally. The mid push out works well, but again, it's a 4v5, but it's ones that they've won time and time again. You could say, and there's the pick. It's just like that. It happens so quickly. As soon as one falls, the PRS side, they take a trade. It's blood for blood between the two of them. And now with Goda Nut gone, one falls. Alexis not ready for the rest. That peek got confident from Yuki with the rest of them also looking to flood in. What else can they find? Sarah moves her way around, but no one else there. Noya barely ekes one. Past the wall. And 2v3 now left. SRG. It's open angles, but nothing to cover them. They'll just fall in quick succession. Mel, the last one left. A big chunk of damage taken. And Vantic to close it out once again. Prosperity look unstoppable.
It just feels like, you know, obviously some slight mistakes, not expecting swings. It feels like they're not expecting the aggression behind this composition without a duelist that Prosperity is bringing to the table. Versus Prosperity, I mean, they got 3-13 yesterday and they're looking like this is their map, their pick. And as we go into the first time out, we kind of talked about this during the break, Ravish, that this was a gamble pick, right? Haven up next, probably the strongest map undeniably for Shopify Rebellion. The teams they've been able to best on this map. And they save it for later instead of using it now when you could have been tied 1-1. And seems like that's starting to eat away at them. Well, hopefully FES can maybe has started to identify the weaknesses of this composition, can hopefully download and execute a strategy, because right now it looks like Shopify Rebellion Gold's a little lost.
Yeah, I mean, it seems rough, right? Because I imagine for this composition, you are likely going to look a lot better on the attack, right? Especially with the Reyna and the Gecko and KO. So
yeah, maybe.
But as of right now, being 5-0 down is not exactly ideal.
Yeah.
I think if you're Shopify, you're hoping for, you know, probably what, 7-5 half, right? If you can, just to close the gap, but we'll see what happens.
That would require 7 in a row. No.
Well,
all in all,
yeah.
I mean, like you mentioned, it'll be better on the attack, but to me, this is also a good retake comp, right? Reyna, get kills, get info, Gecko. I mean, now they have the Killjoy ult as well. Maybe that's what they're going to play for on the eco round. We'll have to see. I mean, it looks like they're going aggressive A side again. This time not 5 strong, but 3. That's what Magic's prepped for, but I don't know. It's smart how Prosperity is playing this too. Just slow it down, wait for that kind of aggression on an eco, and Donut closing it from the off angle.
She's played that angle almost every single round so far, trying to catch an early pick, but this time, re-ups it confidently. We can move forward and get one more. But through this though, again, we've seen the same sort of process, but finally, it's Shopify to come out on top. And these Guardians are so nice, man. There's Mel in the previous round, map I should say, and now Dodo for this one. As they know, there's 2 rounds, they're suppressed, they're caught. And Prosperity each time have rotated after this.
Sarah, be careful. Don't let your head pop out behind the turret. Because Manny is pushing his luck, pushing the boundaries. Alexis, you're also playing with fire. Oh, it's pixels. Okay.
Yeah.
We're good.
All good there. Yeah.
Left.
Yeah, we're fine. We're all good, but at least not through this. Shopify off the timeout.
The wingman's down.
Looking to secure their first round if they can here. See, stopped early on. Passage early picks is 13 seconds. Push into this. Vantic takes 1. Make that 2, and it's Yuki and Vantic making this round a lot closer than it was previously. But they have to plant here. And with the time against them, SRG get there first.
There we go. The push and pull between getting aggressive, getting a first blood, and knowing when to fall back and play retake with numbers. And I mentioned, okay, when you're down 0-5, it's not a matter of just winning a singular round. It's a matter of getting that momentum started. And the fact that they win the eco, not a buy, and now have 5 ults to start planning around on their first buy back is huge here and cannot be understated. As long as they use them, as long as they keep the rounds succinct, we could get a closer map here, which I mean is fundamental just for even the vibes going forward in the best of 5, regardless of the results for this map.
Obviously put down early to shut down A as an option. But that hasn't slowed down PRS previously. I wonder if they try to go in through mid to see if they can possibly find sort of cheeky angle on them, but instead, no, they're just gonna move closer, that's it. Oh! Fantastic timing from Donut. Take 2 off quick session as well, too. Oh! She's being pelleted, good positions, a triple kill. He's running circles around them, finally goes down. It's Donut, and now once again, Vantic finds the most crucial kill of them all. With Mel now falling the Viper's pit there, they'll have to commit. The Killjoy ult as well. And Vantic, last one left alive, has a spike. He can just go to B, and he has enough money to buy in the next, so he's down to fight.
Look at Reckoning too online. Get the ult, get the spike plant, you fight forward. But then that's why SRG again is playing so cautious. They know the importance of these rounds. They've already had to utilize 2 ults to secure this one. Right? Curious to see if Vantic does take the dive. He's just a confident title player. He was one of the pushing forward on Omen. He gets 1, he pops it, but that's not gonna let you use it anytime soon.
Yeah, now with Vantic spotted, they know they have the Gecko ult once again, the Thrasher.
Soul read.
Yeah, just using it just in case to find them and not get 3v1, but a lot invested in that round, like 3 ultimates by the end to secure the second.
Yeah, I mean, we said momentum was going to be important here. I would have liked them to use them a little bit more sparingly, just so they could spread it out for the remainder of this half, but they keep it the frags. I mean, they should be able to replace them pretty early on, and I'm guessing this is a Prosperity timeout. Again, the proactive nature always. Also coming into a Reckoning, coming into a pit here. Coming into, even though you won 5 rounds, I want to say it'll be like the last 2 rifle rounds coming up quickly. But all in all, this is where things went super well for Prosperity. These AI execs fighting forward unexpectedly. And now, Shopify Rebellion, what they're doing is they fight forward, get 1, get out as far away as they can, right? And they're not getting caught off guard by now these kind of deep plays are happening. And all in all, I'll say it too, it's an FPS. They feel like they're hitting a little bit more of the shots as well, winning some of their ones. Those dismisses were insane out of Donut. Hopefully get that in the replay, playing around the pit. Like, 1,
Oh yeah.
and where's the second? Oh, we don't get to see it, but
Yeah,
ultimately, yeah.
Yeah, that was 3 by the end of it that actually managed to take there too, but
Ooh.
yeah, like you're saying, it's interesting because now for Shopify, right, they were letting them kind of enter the round, enter the size for free, util dump, pushing them back, and the retakes weren't necessarily working out. But now this time, them playing a lot more far forward, allowing and Dota not being just having free range to play out for flashes and support. You know, obviously put a wrench in their plans. I would have thought changes here though.
Well, usually the down mid play has worked in favor of Shopify actually on the opening. Now you can expect, since there's a double cascade commit, that there's going to be more players following it up. It's not a fake, or apparently you don't expect it. Manny 10 HP. Turret finishes it off.
I mean, a kill is a kill by the end, but the thing is they gotta res Alexis back up, and they do.
Perfect.
So at least now 5-4 at this point. The Pikachu ready for that gun out this time for sure. Now Yuki at the bottom, laying down health, gets spotted and gone. This is beautiful by SRG as I say that to fall, and we're looking at the rest of them to look to clean up. But once again, good for her. The 3 is spotted in the cross angle. His feet peeking out, but Bell from the back does just enough. SRG, a lot better look in this 3rd round.
Again, a retake comp. That's what this is at its core. Right, Urena, hard to track down, good for info. And the KO with that no command. I mean, that ultimate single-handedly saved them from disaster, saved them from Manny finding a major kill there. Still get to go about your business, have a 5v4 retake. And they just inched in. And they also just got out of the way of the Reckoning, too, so that was a huge hurdle to get over. And I don't know, maybe that timeout was too ahead of its time because Prosperity kind of gave SRG the opportunity to be like, okay, this worked. Let's tweak this and we're good to go. Keep going. Keep getting those rounds. 2 now away. Again, a very familiar setup now brewing where they do have the KJ and the Viper play together as it's this initiator trio with the Reyna that likes to go up in personal on A.
You've been talking about this entire time. You want to see this duo happen. Go ahead, lane pickies, right? Just like play off of one another.
Please.
But let's see if you do manage to get their wish and things do come out of it, as there's a 5-sector facing from Prosperity, right? So it's a tough on their own, and there's a KG ult also available alongside Viper. On the Prosperity side, so 2 fantastic, 1 to clear out and 1 to also secure a side plant as well.
I mean, I'm gonna say you wait for alarm bot contact, you pop the molly, you pop the orb, and you swing. They also have Alexis to pop flash over, so all this is really good delay right now. There's only a minute left, and Prosperity has to make a decision. Lockdown, commit, rotate. You have nobody deposited. Look at how far SRG are down A. That's why Alexis could come B confidently.
Yeah, and now with the lockdown not commit as well too. And so for the rest of our SRG, Sarah and Dodo, let's go back and crunch them from behind if need be, but they've got to get out of here. Just delay with this. The spike should be planted, secured by the wingman. With nobody detained, now they make the way back in. Right here comes in 2 towards the back front, towards the back of the site. But if they can find them is the question. The timing's gonna be massive. Iso sees 1, and Dodo not there. There's the Lear. And Sarah to come around the 2nd corner. They gotta watch this 1 by 1.
Oh no!
But Iso moving forward. The timing is so big. That shot out immediately. Sarah stuck against the wall, not able to get anything. The lurk that's supposed to be massive proves to be nothing, and the Salvo's not there, not checking the corner. Alexis falls as 4v2, the Armageddon committed just for style points, because you might as well. PRS, timeout, and all to put to good use.
And get to their 6th, but I mean, SRG, they played that well, right? And then, I mean, they even had, right, 3 tied up trying to clear out the flank there so that the remaining players on site could scale up, but some shots missed, Sarah missing the timing there. When Dodo was doing a really good job pulling attention, so they only thought there was 1 flank. You saw it for a second. And just the fact that nobody else commits as deeply as Iso did, and it all started to fall apart. So a little bit of a change up here yet again. Killjoy back to A, Ice. And then it's a heavy mid-exec actually for Prosperity here a little bit. They're showing presence everywhere.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't expect Mel.
No, they don't. And Iso might be able to get timing if they manage to find this one. Melody for the trade, and there we go. Focus forward. You can't necessarily correct your back. Manny's got to swing back on the zip line and lock down of their own right now. They pushed it a little bit farther back, so they're not going to allow the guy to come in, just barely with the wingman. Also committed the Viper's Pit from their end as well too, but Manny detained. Can they push on? This is the question though. The alarm bot there to keep them safe and sound. PRS a little bit spread out, and now comes the push from SRG. Falling to go deep, matching there to pop out. 3 taken, 2 by the end. And a 2 for 2, it's Yuki and Manny stuck on site. Waiting to see what they can delay with. There's not much more left. They're just sticking. 1 up top, Manny wins the fight. Sarah to save the day. Both trades taken, ready and waiting. Phenomenal to keep SRG back in this round.
A 6-6 half here after being down 0-5 would be huge, and they're 2 rounds away from that prospect. And I love that Sarah's the one with the 3 kill there, the one with the final crowning clutch, because again, that's what you need, is to keep the confidence in yourself and your abilities. And last round, you had a rough blunder there, right? Outside of Garage. So a huge trade-off here. Nice deep B main control, something Shopify's been good at. And the way they were able to piece apart and body this utility, and also Donut's understanding of how Manny had to play that with low HP. Magic, great attempt, I'll say. He was kind of tied down over towards B. We talked about this killjoy role acting as a shackle, and that round he tried to fight forward. So hopefully we can see more plays like that. But ultimately, Prosperity may be starting to hit a wall here a little bit, especially if Donut can find an opening kill here over towards A main yet again.
Oh,
Where's the drone?
Just drones. All right, yeah, just pings her completely and suppresses her. So gets all the info. Dodo. Oh. Again, she's always wanted and continued to repeat the same angle each time, not expecting to get punished, but this time though, not so lucky. And guys, I think their A is all for ping. Sarah pushing, especially past the Dizzy, so get a couple more flags there on each and every single end, allowing PRS to rethink their actions. They want to rotate over, but
Yeah.
they're slowed and stopped if they want to, but they're stopped and they're detained as well. Thrashker for one more. Alexis there. Now Sarah once again. Can she save the day? She's gotten 2 here previously. Stops the plant. Peaked. ISO. Gets the trade once more. Pan should be going down as well. And out Mel and Noya. Let's see what they can get done.
Spike planted.
There's no KJs on the flank. Dizzy, I hope, did not spot out Mel there, and it doesn't. Kill found over Maze equated to a 2-on-2, and they're trying to isolate their ones. That's why they're pushing Raptors. That's why they're pushing Noya.
They heard the drop there as well, so actually attracting the attention. See what timing Mel can possibly find, but Noah's looking over, but ISO seeing one below and one towards the side. Not able to swing in time. And PRS, a recovery after a rough couple.
Yeah, 7 found by Prosperity there. And even when, right, Mel finds the opening kill on a Manny, you're kind of backs up against the wall. You can't rotate because of how deep control she has. They just weather the storm. They fight forward. Again, the opening kill for Magic was good. Kind of gave the confidence to the rest of the team to keep strolling in. And when Wingman gets destroyed, the kills found by Yuki, actually, backside, who's having a quiet map. Huge for capping off that round, capping off a 7th and a guaranteed lead this half. But still got another round to go. And the core 3, I'll call it, is set up towards B with this pit over towards A.
Huge knife as well for Alexis. And with the 3 now spotted, I do wonder if PRS continue to commit to this, right? It just might, especially considering the weaker buys on Shopify, so they're more than down to play aggressive and just continue to fight. They can, but with all the spotted trying to slow this retake if they can, but still just chilling
Last round, Empress with the Sheriff.
as well.
Love to see it, hate to see it, let's see it. And from Yellow as well, like you're the anchor with your pit over towards A and your Killjoy over towards A.
Ooh. Now they know they'll put out the flash for Yellow as well. And alongside the Lear, allow Dodo not to reposition. Alexis don't know where flash is left. And have to save that. And with the knife also waiting around. Just inside the smoke, there we go. Timing was good, but simply good enough for 2. No person advantage taken, unfortunately. And Manny, leap lurk through mid, finding one. A crucial pick and a rare away from Noya. Lands them in a 1v2. Mel, the IGL. Can she do it for the team with a stinger coming out through mid and just hope and a snake bite? I don't know about this, though. Phantom?
I mean, Phantom upgrade, Manny 1 HP. These aren't your post-plant demons either, in terms of utility. But they hear the footsteps, they're gonna take this hand in hand. We've seen this before. When you swing through the high tide, it's disaster.
Yeah.
And disaster strikes twice. The 8-4 half for Prosperity off of Manny's 3K. Late through mid, honestly.
Switching sides.
Because that was played gorgeously. I was doubting, hey, why is your KJA on top of it? But they play around Mel's Poison Cloud over towards B to get past all that utility like the Dizzy that was clearing out Yellow. I mean, that was clearly caught Prosperity off guard, but still, the fact that that's not enough shows how kind of deadly this composition is, even without a duelist.
Tough part here for sure, right? Because like you're saying, they're just getting caught out and picked one by one. I think if they manage to get, one more off that pop play that they had past the smoke, or if they even had a flash earlier, maybe something would have been a bit more positive. But nonetheless, though, A4 ain't too bad if you are SRG. But for Prosperity, they're happy. They are ecstatic considering the run they've been on, and going up 2-1 into Shopify's map pick of Haven, they definitely won.
Oh yeah, could have been a lot worse for SRG here. Now, I mean, Duelist, double initiator, let's see you shine on the attack over towards the A side. But this is what's so difficult is you've played with the Harbor in your comp, you know the Harbor and how it functions. Can you play against it?
See? Ooh. Flash put out early, Vantic not prepared, and the pistol perhaps maybe going the way of SRG. We were saying that it was desperately needed to keep them in this game, especially on this attacking half. And they make quick work of Prosperity, leaving just Manny.
Manny not spotted up at a 0 point, but Sarah doesn't need the early warning detection system to be lethal nonetheless. Headshot found, pistol round secured, and while their record was disparaged with the loss in the first round of the half, or the first round of the previous half, they still are going strong now, 5 out of 6 pistols. But that's what's interesting to me here is in that 13-3 where SAD beat Prosperity yesterday, it was 3 rounds on the attack, and we really didn't get to see much on the defense, other than a snowball of 4 rounds in a row by SAD, which maybe gives hope to the Shopify Rebellion fans out there. So this is uncharted territory right here for us to truly see how this defense works. And this is one way. Harbor allowing you to quietly, silently scale up. This is Noya we're talking about. MVP map 1 while playing solo the entire time.
Usually top of the leaderboard, or at least second. So many of these maps are between these first halves. The cascade out. Ooh. As we say that, we just completely curse her and she dies first.
Has to curse.
Unfortunate.
It's magic.
Happens, but speaking of magic, he's also not going to be too bad here either. But we'll let the plant go down. Molly a little bit off. Unfortunate from the side of Alexis, but sorry, from the side of PRS, but nonetheless, we lose a flash to re-hit, go back in. As it gets his trade, it's a little 4v3. They got pistols and sheriffs here, so they could possibly die. There are trade angles here too, so Aizo ready to trade off. I was Gecko if need be. Gonna push up through yellow, just some spots taken. But the rest of them, they're just playing it safe. Hoping they can get 1 by 1, but with the time taken down, not much more should be left. And it's Sarah. Phenomenal second round, building up towards the Thrash.
Certified Sarah clip. That's all we can say. Eco Bulldog combo for lunch. And all in all, I mean, it didn't look like it was going to be clean for a second, right? I think that High Tide gave so much space to Prosperity down that retake that it scares me when we actually get to the rifle round, and I'm gonna have to see some form of disruption, whether it's a mid-wrap or your Reyna fighting forward, again, Feast or Famine Agent, but she did that job. Donut found one with the Classic, a weapon that you weren't scared to hand over to the opposition. And they played down the utility quite well, which this composition, has a pretty penny about, 4 players with mollies, but this is the round that matters in turning around that 8-4 half. Nice bonus.
Yeah, I was gonna say they might be able to get one here, but you keep being caught uncharacteristic, and now SRG, a great start, but the control is what matters. If you can get the plant down is the issue. They're already taking a decent bit of damage, so she needs to get a pick.
Aizo playing so far forward. I thought he was going to get caught out by the High Tide dropping, but the water dissipates, you replace it with a cascade, and you still have A control.
There's Thrash we're talking about. Oh, no, you're ready, but Thrash, it'll see Vantic. Really nice spot, I believe, backwards twice. It's easy, but the Molly there for the support. All set up by Alexis, but the issue now being it's still back in a 2v2. And these are odds that PRS like. They've been so good at these positions, and it's magic. Can't seem to pull that out of a hat this time, but it is Alexis, and Manny sees her. And Manny again. 1v1s.
Ooh. And this is Manny's map, to say the least. Even when they're down and out, he's still fragging up a storm, and he clutches the rounds much needed. I mean, that's still nothing, I think, to celebrate in that fashion. You lost all your players on a bonus, right? Look at your buy. A Stinger, a Vandal in hand. And I mean, I'll take that trade any day that opened up the round, right? A 12 HP player for a full HP player. It really was just this moment, right? You have so much time to navigate that 2v2. So pressuring the plant in that situation, especially when there's still utility on Prosperity side, again, small mistakes that can get cleaned up really, really quick if you're SRG, hopefully.
For sure. For Prosperity though, right? It's like we've been saying it. These 2v2 positions is what they love. Oh no. No edge is caught. They're gonna 4v5 though. They're down to just fight and have it get scrappy. They love it when it gets chaotic, and just like that, Manny, a disgusting 4K after clutching the previous round. What can't this guy do?
All right, Manny, I'm sorry I called you out. I said, you know, your team's buy is broken. They can't do much in the following round, but you can if you have the weapon in hand, and that's the kind of anchor we wanted out of Shopify Rebellion Gold on their defense, right? Like, that's one way to take a quick timeout as double digits gets breached by Prosperity there. As, I mean, the first time they really wanted to go for a decisive exec beyond initial round, beyond the second round buy. It's kind of demolished. So, again, it feels like, I don't know, they're playing things too simple with this composition. In that round, maybe because you understand, like, you have rifles, they're bonusing. You don't want to make any chances, but I got assist the mid lurks. I want to see Noya pushing up A. Give me some traditional icebox with an untraditional composition.
Yeah, it's just when you saw me, right? Because at this point for Shopify, right, you got to be thinking as to how you look to save this half. And as of right now, things looked a bit rough. Because they're just getting outgunned, they're getting outmanned, outnumbered, and outplanned, unfortunately.
Yeah, it definitely feels very reminiscent of Lotus and how that kind of start slipped away. Obviously, they had to make a comeback in the first half, unlike Lotus, where they started out with control from the get-go, but it's still this kind of first double digits. And hopefully we'll see that lag from Prosperity, so SRG can kind of close up and sew up the gaping hole. But I do think their A has been the cleanest execution, which is why maybe it's 3 strong here, maybe why the Outlaws here. But we'll see how this time you can break through without a Thrash in Sarah's back pocket.
I mean, double ping, Yuki left, barely surviving but off that, but it may not even matter because the whole 2, we're all strong with 3. And although it's Mel with 1, it's just a charity kill at this point. Prosperity decimate Shopify once more on A.
And I really liked the procedure, right? Like they followed the directions step by step. The util combos were insane, right? The dizzy off the 0 point, so you have to choose which one to break. The double molly to clear out that space. It's just the spray down to the toxic screen, and the repositions were perfect. And again, it's an eco. If they do that on a rifle round, which maybe they're about to do, running it back A, I could see a complete different standard of success here.
Okay, possible. Again, A is the default take every single time we're on this map, right? So it is Icebox, so it plays very standard. Oh, what?
Check them PC.
Damn, that's crazy. Just don't.
One bullet? Yeah.
Disgusting from Manny. So
he's like, I do that. You don't do that.
Yeah. Bro, he's aiming at you for real. Damn, that's nuts. But a spike down to 4v5. Doran doesn't need. He needs to come up big here.
Spike down A.
Also, KO ult invested. With the Empress kind of waning away. You gotta see what else they can find at this point. Prosperity looking to go up to match point 2-1. But there's waiting it out, like you're saying, yeah. And here comes the second. Oh, that's one. Not gonna find it. Concussed and gone. And they'll make quick work of Shopify on this site. It's just Alexis with against 5 and 1 again.
She's offside. She's playing her lineups, and she's like, guys, what happened? I'm the last one alive. And again, we mentioned this composition was some of these plays, and that's how arena comp works, hinges on your duelist being able to have shiny moments like that off the Empress. You know, getting 1 or 2 there to disrupt a massive spree of ultimates like an Armageddon and a Reckoning combo. And if that falls short because, again, you're not shooting day of, which is nothing against Donut, then it is going to be harder, especially on an attack side against a no duelist composition. And look at this, they still are able to gain control, you know, cause chaos. Like, they still pull so much utility out of Shopify's kit with this harbor. It's impressive in what has put them now on that point.
Similar ATK we've seen previously. Right now, they have the wall to drop and see if they can go past it, but the lurks so far that we've seen haven't necessarily amounted to much, but with Noah getting pinged, and maybe there may be less of even a chance of that. I mean, we talk about mid being kind of like a joke option for a lot of teams on Icebox, but it may be what they have to get done is they'll get closer to it being.
And look at the rounds Manny got away with mid play. It's up 2 through screen. Especially yesterday against that, it was rampant for both teams, but all in all, Shopify delay things. They look scared, and it's Prosperity on the proactive. They want to put this map away. They want to see Haven. An opening kill like that onto your Sentinel. And now a pit on the site Shopify was aiming towards. We gotta see Donut go big here with this A space. And we gotta see, hopefully, Yuki not cut off players on the rotate here through mid.
30
I mean, we'll
seconds
see
left.
what gets done, though. Like you're saying, Donut, deep lurk on A. It's Mel to find a crucial pick, and Dota with the second. Although lockdown now prepped and ready. They'll have to look to plant here if they can. They have the wingman ready and prepared, but not going to be stopped. The flash is big.
Not
The
like
whiff,
this.
unfortunate. A little bit off. Oh, the Molly is deep. They have to fight this out, and it's magic again, baby. Doing it all by himself. A 4K to end it off. And Prosperity are one map away from making it back into Challengers.
What an improvement from yesterday. I said you get to see our defense, and you will become a believer. And Magic as well, a huge turnaround. The desk, we as your casters doubted it, just swapping from that tried and true duelist up in your face. Had a rough icebox on this kill switch swap yesterday. I believe they were 6 and 15. And now, I mean, they were the one to cap off the map, right? It's just huge. There wasn't really much effort on a comeback out of SRG. It's not how you want to poise yourself going into a map for losing in that fashion. But it's SRG. They've played best of 5s. They're resilient. And hopefully will bounce back if we can see a map 5.
Exactly, right? Haven is up next, right? It is the go-to map choice of SR more often than not. It's the one they've been the most successful on. So we'll have to see if they can continue that trend and send us to the full BO5, or we have to say bye-bye. Nonetheless, find out after this short break. See you soon.
Welcome or welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America Promotion and Relegation. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Dryad. And if you're just joining us, well, I hope you're not a Shopify Rebellion Gold fan, because Prosperity Esports have taken away Shopify's map pick of Icebox, making them ahead 2-1 in this best of 5, which means Prosperity Esports is only one map away from still staying in Challengers, and Shopify is one map away from not promoting and still remaining out of Challengers, as they were relegated a few weeks ago. Dan, not what you want to see on the side of Shopify Rebellion.
It is not what we wanted to see. I think for Prosperity, they just understood the composition that we talked about. And it's a composition that we mentioned was very similar to what Shopify Rebellion were running with their running Game Changers to make it to that event. But they switch it up. They go with this Reyna. And I don't want to say that it's only the composition. I think it's more than the not having the harbor. It was just a very good understanding on the side of Prosperity this time around and how they wanted to get ahead. They finally were able to get a pistol round, which is something that they struggle map 1 and map 2. But on top of that, it was the second half on the defense, especially, where they were able to just get some momentum towards the end and close it out. A lot of situations, it comes down to, it reminded me of what we saw in Split. Very close, very back and forth. After the spike gets planted, you're trying to play for the post plant if you're on the side of Shopify Rebellion. But it's just a little too overwhelming to deal with so much utility. All of the pieces that I was concerned about on the side of Prosperity kind of stepped it up for this map. And I feel like it might have been what you said, Liz, that, you know, yesterday Prosperity kind of slowing it down, or like just having a slow start, and then kind of waking up, and we're starting to see that team that we've been talking about in Challengers.
And just put this in perspective, Prosperity went 0-4 in Swiss. That's why they're here, right? Like, yeah. This is a team that we predicted would lose this matchup, and now they are ahead 2-1, moving to their map pick of Haven next, I believe, is their, yes, their map pick next. So I mean, if you're Prosperity, you're feeling very good. Not only did you get the pistol, the elusive pistol that you were looking for this entire series right in the beginning, it really, that's kind of the adaptations, this overwhelmingness that you're talking about, Dan, that just even with Shopify getting one more first kill, it was not enough for them. It was just kind of, I don't want to call it a lights out. I struggle to find the words for it, but Prosperity, really impressive stuff.
Yeah, it's been really good, and like you said, the first kills, yeah, there's one more, but you don't also see one player across the bar that is getting all of those first kills, or that the job was to get consistently those first kills, right? We talk about Dodona on this Reyna and what she was able to do, but when you're going with the Reyna, everybody else is kind of trying to trade it off. If anything, it's trying to get that trade for the Reyna as they're trying to go in with the Lear, or with the Gecko Flash. You have a couple different versions of this composition that you don't see very often when you're running the Jet and you're just holding the operator. And obviously, as we talked about for Prosperity, they're not going to be running anything like that because they don't even have a duelist to start with. Magic, the play that we've talked about, was in the Killjoy and doing a very different job, as we mentioned, and also popping off. So you have some ideas on what you want to do with the Reyna and kind of how you want to play it together as well, because you have a good amount of flashes to go in and be overwhelming. But the flooding for Prosperity was so good that just didn't let them have the chance to play the post one the way that they wanted to.
And on the side of Prosperity, we see that Manny is their MVP, 19-12 with a 270 ACS. Now, this is not necessarily like a lights out, again, kind of performance between Lotus and Icebox. Sorry, I said that again, but it's a kind of phrase that we can apply here. But this is definitely a Manny that is stepping up map 3. And if it continues, absolutely, we see a nice 3-1 for Prosperity in map 4 on their pick of Haven. Dan.
For sure. It plays so different too, because with this Viper, both him and Noya were kind of playing it in a similar way, sometimes trying to get that timing ahead. But it's so different to what we saw on Lotus, right? When we talked about this Clove that couldn't get any sort of answer very early on when they were playing that 4-1 with the Manny on C-side. And then you're just playing by yourself, kind of playing like a Sentinel. Here you're playing more to find the timings to help and support the team when they need that wall up. It's just those little things that really add up to, okay, this playstyle, when Manny's playing with everybody else, works so much better to what we saw on Lotus, and that's what allows them to have a much more dominant result here. So as you said, if they're able to keep this up, this kind of playstyle that works for the setup Prosperity, they can very well get a 3-1 on the map of Haven.
And I think something we would be remiss if we didn't mention is that we've seen a 13-10, 13-10 for our first 2 maps, and Icebox was a 13-6. And again, that is Shopify Rebellion Gold's map pick that they lost. We are moving to Prosperity Esports pick of Haven. We've seen Shopify on Haven many times, to be fair. I feel like that's like anytime I think of them, that is a map I automatically kind of see. And to your point about Magic, we keep highlighting Magic, Dan. Prosperity will be starting on defense in Haven, as we know, and we keep on saying it over and over again. Anytime we're in the VCT, Haven is an attacker's sided map. A perfect time for Dodo to go crazy, for Noya's Lurks to go crazy, Dan. While this is Prosperity's pick, Dan, there is a lot of opportunity for Shopify Rebellion Gold to take us to a map 5 if they play their cards right.
If they do, but both of the teams are kind of playing to their strengths on this map. They're not doing anything crazy. We're not seeing the Clove. We're not seeing the Reyna. We're not seeing anything like that. If anything, is going back to something that we mentioned early on, is Magic on this Neon. And this is a Neon that is very, very interesting to see. I love a Neon on this map because it can be so overwhelming. I think a team like, for example, Sentinels is able to do a few fakes with the Neon wall here. So I want to see if the side of Prosperity are able to do a little bit more of the same, because they work around the map in a like just very well compared to other teams, and I think that's what can give them the upper hand. I know that we want to see that map 5, but I think with the way that Prosperity has been playing, they have a chance to close it out here, and that's just something that we cannot deny. The Neon has been good, Magic has been good, and the players that kind of had a slow start, like for example Vantic, that we haven't even talked about as much, have been kind of waking up more and more in that second and third map and going into this fourth one. It does seem like Prosperity have everything that they need to close it in 4.
It is one of those moments where if you're Shopify Rebellion, you have the pieces, but can you make them fit? You're supposed to have them on your map pick last time, but you did not. If you're Prosperity, it's green means go, right? This is your time to shine, and it's kind of, you know, unstoppable force meets immovable object at this point. You know, something has to give, and we will find out on Haven when it is. But something I want to pose to you, Dan, as a question is we saw that comp change with Alexis on the KO versus kind of like what we were seeing before. Harbor, thank you. Before. Moving forward, do we expect the same comp? Do we expect a change? Because while the change was okay, I think she on Icebox performed fine on the KO. Do we risk it again, or do we go kind of with like the tried and true, what we know, that classic Breach Alexis moment?
Oh, I mean, if we're going to Haven and we don't see Alexis on Breach, I'm gonna go crazy. Like, this is her map. But this is her map. I know we talked about Shopify Rebellion Gold on this map. I don't even think about the team. I think about Alexis, because the best players on Breach, we always see them perform so well on this map. Like, this is just their map. It's meant for all the Breach mains, and Alexis is absolutely one of them. So yeah, we're gonna be seeing a little bit more of that as we get to see the agent select here. And of course she's gonna be on it. It brings so much value. It's so good. There's a really good synergy between what Dodona and Alexis want to do together here, but at the same time, you wanna have to pay attention to Noya. We highlighted her on that map 1, the Shopify Rebellion Gold 1, but that was, and throughout, it's been maps where they haven't really been playing the Sentinel in the same way that we're gonna be seeing right now. If there's somebody that's gonna slow down and shut down Magic, it's gonna be Noya on the Cypher. So I want to pay attention to what they're gonna be doing, how those setups are gonna look like, how they're gonna be evolving as we get to see the map, and that's what they need to do if we're gonna see a map 5.
Well, folks, can Prosperity Esports promote into Challengers after a 0-4 Swiss stage, keeping their spot, or will Shopify Rebellion Gold take us to a map 5? I know just who to send it to. You know who it is already. It's Ravish and Zobi.
Ooh, Liz and Dryad. Yeah, it's been a fun day so far, and if you're Prosperity, you're feeling fantastic, right? You've got like a phenomenal 2 maps. Even in your first one, it was very close to. And on this one, I think that's mentioned it, right? Hey, Haven is their bread and butter. This is what they play day in, day out. Alexis on Breach, Teho, Yoru, Cypher. Oh man, this is it, Zoe.
Oh, for sure. And if the side for Prosperity, it's not too shabby either, right? We doubted it yesterday. They debuted it for the first time as a core 5 after they made that swap, that roster change from Nora to ISO. And they beat SAD, you know, a 13-10. So It was a novelty factor, maybe. Who knows? Maybe Shopify Rebellion Gold will take that VOD and carry it forward. But Shopify Rebellion Gold embodies this map. It's tied to all their victories in VCL, the only map they won in their first Swiss Stage 1. And now it's what they need to stay alive here, jumping into the pistol round. Magic, that is going to be at the crux of PRS, already getting up close and personal.
Yeah, Dan was talking a lot about the Neon and what it can get accomplished, especially because Magic has been phenomenal for PRS. But see what happens here, though. Well, already getting the first, and Magic now they're ready and set up to find potentially another. Gets caught in the fault line, and the Flash will have to evacuate the site, but not enough time. Will get their one. And the Salvos, so they got the second advantage towards the back. There's 4-2 left here. Manny and Iso can't get much time.
And SRG and Pistols this series name a better combination unless Manny can clutch a 1v4 here. Didn't get through the flank, but, I mean, power pressure, 3 players staring you down, firing squad style. And SRG get off on the right foot once again for the map. I mean, if you think about it, it's like every map they're able to at least get the ball rolling. And I think on Lotus, what did it fell apart a little bit because of a second round thrifty? Like, as long as let's keep it clean, and then we'll go from there, Ravish.
Exactly, that's what we're hoping for. And to be fair, if you look at some quick stats as well too, all right, SRG have a 77% win rate on this map, just this year alone as well. The attack side, as Lisa mentioned, right, actually attack sided, and they win 66% of their attacking rounds too. So this half needs to be a statement half from SRG if they are to maintain the composure and stay in this game. Because if not, we've seen Prosperity have phenomenal comebacks once side switch.
Well, careful, making sure there's nothing too brash out of Prosperity here. One thing I did really like from this team was they were good at pushing deep, depositing players, and rotating off that information. So, I was expecting maybe to see, for example, Magic push down C, that trap wire, but some utility, a smoke and window thrown, you're cautious, you're careful, trying to clear out players, and now clearing out Noya. Oh, you second-guessed yourself.
Noya with a shallow clear. Unfortunate, but one more falling. We'll see if they can possibly get another here to clear out the rest. Your Vantic stuck at the corner. Ice as well set up, and the paranoia now landing. L puts out one of her own. Ooh, has to tuck in, re-clear those Sarah there for the trade. And Sarah herself takes 3. Dude, she's been popping off these past 2 halves.
Yeah, the current Sarah Tejo alive and well for this last match probably in history, right? Before things swap over in Game Changers and in VCL to the new Tejo. But if the Bulldog can bite, it bites hard, and nice to keep all the weapons in hand as well. The only casualty was Noya with that Sheriff, so now, I mean, Eco Weapons, curious to see what the Eco Strat looks like. But again, they've been so thorough in closing out this space, clearing out these angles. Last one you expect up in your face is the Tejo, too, when Shopify Rebellion has been playing, like, protect them, let them play down that utility in the post. So this is interesting. I wouldn't expect to see long on a weapon around your down weapons.
I mean, why not? Right. Simple, easy to possibly secure. And we'll see what can happen as Maddie get the trade. Ooh, the swinger on his ball. Easy to clean up with 3. Jesus Christ, Maddie. So no one's able to clear him out. Sarah left. And, all right, a couple of taps. The Bulldog. But we'll leave her alone with one more left. Not aware who the final person is. And almost a 4K to save that round, but not able to clutch it.
Yeah, difficult when you take the fight to Cypher's domain. Manny opens up the round. Magic's there to shut it out. And again, very similar actually to previous maps. That third round, it's so close for Shopify every time. They've even gotten one, but falls short. And Sarah, I mean, the fact that, again, it's her back-to-back, having that level of performance here with the Bulldog, shows that, you know, maybe it's going to be a team effort to pull them over the finish line, at least for this map, get them to Sunset. But look, this is an aggressive play set up. Salvo stun, you dash in. Magic looking for that first kill, but yeah, Shopify Rebellion says we're not gonna let you. We decline. Thank you.
Going around of their own. The most classic sort of switch that we've seen so far. Or else usually it's been kind of snowballs like 5-0s, 4-0s for one of these sides. So a 2-1 feels almost unfamiliar to see. Unless the flash you use this TP, a fake one at that fact. And all the info just taken Manny, centered inside the cage, waiting to see if anybody will look to challenge him. But as of right now, it doesn't seem to be the case. His Magic has also made his way over onto A, the pixel angle. This could be nice.
I love these angles, no matter the map. Now the disengage, waiting again for support. Maybe the utility come back online. This is the second time they faked the A pivot, faked the A aggression. You draw the trio back, and I mean, the issue here is that you have 40 seconds left, and Mel didn't do much to destroy the utility on C. The trap wire, the cam are still active, and you're running into a Judge.
So Flash works out to do it enough. Use Armageddon to throw towards the back of the site. It's Manny who's got to skedaddle to get out of there. Fault line as well to save him, but there, Mel not able to find a transfer, unfortunately. And it might just cost him everything. As Magic's been able to make his way over. Throw right there to watch the angle. Peek out. Good swing for Magic. Was it out through 3v3, and there's the overdrive. If SRG wants to survive, they gotta shut this down, but the flash is clean. Mel survives, but for how much longer? A couple of seconds. Lexus saves her duo. Yuki, last one left standing. A 2v1. Not improbable, but gotta clear out one as Dodo. 3 for the round, as Shopify continue on the gun.
Oh, and that round was just a culmination of Looney Tunes moments, right? Like, I'm just seeing Mel spinning, trying to ensure that she doesn't get traded out. Prosperity, as they take a timeout, we can break down the round further. I mean, it shows the awareness is there, right? Magic in particular finding the lurking Noya. And my concern there is that it felt like Shopify did get caught off guard by the trio that pushed all the way through A main and guarded and got behind them. And it felt like the response to fighting to CT came a little late, and it didn't go too far either. They were just lucky that Mel was able to secure those kills up close and personal. So all in all, I'm glad we get to take a look hopefully back at that round at the end of these first few. Because, again, the team fights, I think, is where we're seeing SRG thrive, and they look like they're back in sync. And this is the best map to do so.
Exactly. It is, in fact, might be the only map to do so.
No, for Shopify, maybe, yeah.
yeah, exactly, for Shopify. But for Prosperity, you know, we're thinking, hey, this is like, maybe just be another day on the farm, because, look, they've been in these deficits before. They've come back from like 7 to 10 round deficits previously. As Maze be one of the start of them. And off these early timeouts, momentum shift once again, where they take it. See what actually changes for them too. This time it's early, you know,
fighting
it's a save. Yeah, they're gonna just run out of B. You got classics, so they can't get a ton done, but
is Alexis gonna stun the line as well? Usually Shopify Rebellion, they play back, they understand, they wait these plays out. It looks like they're trying to get ahead of it.
I mean, they may. They're considering. Let's see if much taking my Mel to possibly peek at yours when it actually comes in. A triple setup on a window. Tried to see Magic, okay, but unfortunately does not manage to find him. So the move out and look towards C instead.
What a shot. That's Alexis taken out of the fight for the substantial future. 5 HP, player util from off site from a safe distance. This is interesting as well. They made the switch up out of the timeout. Pretty standard, I feel like, to swap where the Cypher is. Heavy towards A, your stacks BC for the eco. That does mean Vantic is in the hot seat, the solo anchor here. Provide just enough time for the Neon in the breach, and they do so for the time being, but it's all much util.
Yeah, speaking of which though, Paranoia goes a bit wide, but it's enough for the clone to distract. And Sarah Dodo to get the first initial to make contact as rests on a fallen one by one.
Planted.
SRG, take an easy round, build up some more of their ultimates. Not a bad trade.
Yeah, and at this point, I feel like maybe FE's during the map break was like, hey guys, we can't give away any of these eco rounds anymore. Those were, I think, wearing at us on these two maps. And, well, you know, you can spare one, like Dodonut, who probably wanted to kill, get the ult. Manny, little upgrade, little save. But it does give the information, obviously, over to Shopify that, okay, one of the pivots out of the timeout, Cypher on A. Which Manny on A, kind of lethal yesterday. From Heaven, from CT, it doesn't matter where you put him. He has a site smoke to play off of, he's good to go. So I'm curious if they'll keep this, or if this was just an eco strat. But all in all, Shopify Rebellion Gold, keep it clean. Again, I might need to see Prosperity make a change towards the C site directive more than anything following that timeout. Now that you have weapons, maybe send your Neon down long. That's something I like to see. I've seen it from the Cyphers. I've seen it from Neons. You push down, you deposit deep, whether it's a deep cam or a deep player. So you have that information, you have that certainty to keep a strong-sided.
especially considering they're actually. Ooh,
That shot again.
Yeah, that should have hit. That's crazy.
One enemy remaining.
But unless we land ourselves here, right? We'll see what they can get done on their own for their side. I was gonna say, yeah, that's actually being set up likely with the AOP, right? So hope it's what we can find.
Noya?
Yeah, he's gotta get out.
No, Salvo.
Meanwhile, Dimensional Drift used to find the positioning on the of the A players on site. But will be being opened up one by one. They've got to get away because the aftershock, despite being delayed for a couple of seconds, but they want to retry. Oh! Magic caught on an open angle. A smoke now is well repositioned to allow to get the plants out, but now they got to survive. How to do so is the question. They'll all to play off site, and there we go.
Yeah, in, out, in, out. You know, your gate crash, Oma with a shrouded step, but please don't let it be a new to defuse. I know you have post-playing utility, but we got to have another win factor. They didn't fight Garage. Manny's the one fighting Garage.
Yeah, the man's get ones as well. They got to fight this. The second peak is so nasty. In fact, the match is so now they know they're getting flanked and cornered, and what seemed like a surety, it's because of a single M, the big M, to take 4 quick peaks, and Prosperity are back in it. Oh my God.
And again, it feels like Manny is the difficulty level shifted from easy to hard, right? Whether it was Icebox, you know, the rewraps from mid on the Viper, or here on the Cypher pushing out Garage. And when we go back to, again, maybe some of the attack difficulties from Shopify on Icebox, they also didn't have those, you know, dependencies, those insurance policies in effect there. I mean, I feel like if you're having 4 players outside of Grass, you know, have a player wrap A, have a player wrap Garage. We said we were looking forward to the Noya lurks, and we're not getting the Noya lurks.
Shadows traveling. I mean, probably because Manny keeps running the down of physical time, and now he's in set position over towards A. All that side for useful there. Stopped him early on. He has the op this time. Gold shot's not going to connect it, and he keeps trying to pelt them towards A main, but not much necessarily garnered. Like, besides a little bit of info on him, and if anything, and a full clip shots. We'll see who decides to drop down and see if he can get anything else past that. The spike's still not committed here on A just yet.
What is Prosperity thinking? There's no way you're saving it a 5v5. I mean, Spike obviously hasn't been planted yet with just a minute left, so they're waiting for that content to go through, but surprised they don't start re-clearing anything. They just let it happen. Salvos. And punish from Noy with a Sheriff Long? Okay.
Dude, Manny has popped up on the angle, I think 10 times. Bondi gets punished for it. So now with the opera being a non-factor, we're able to have Taylor to move up and cover the heaven angle. And now the rest of them looking to all flood in. Paranoia comes in right on time. A shot against the wall to do some redecorating onto heaven A site. So keeping the rest of SRG alive. And they'll take the op and they'll get out of there. Just ISO to distract them. But they know they can't let them get away with it. Yuki spotted. They're not gonna let them get the ult, but Dorona will fall past it. So just at least be able to take him. And SRG are back in it.
Okay. We're starting to see the trade-off there with Noya fighting with the players on site instead of being that lure factor. You know, it's a more decisive way to have a return investment than more of a gamble with a higher multiplier. But 3 kills found. She's following up, you know, Donut very well. And Donut as well looks very, very confident, very comfortable in the Yoru role compared to the Reyna that we saw over on Icebox. That's also a nice it factor. And this is kind of the moment on every map where we've had it that no matter who was leading, that it kind of got close, right? Someone had a breakthrough, whether it was a Rogue Thrifty, like what Prosperity's lined up for. I'll have to wait and see, especially when, look, Neon high geared it all the way into Grass, but the spy cam spots it out. So SRG hit the throttle, hit the gas, head A.
I mean, we're into the gas right now. Again, like you said, hit A. What's the clone to get hit instead? Trap spotted. Man, he finds a spray. And again, it's these anti-ecos, man. For Prosperity, the Shopify just can't seem to get around. Every single time they seem to have their number for it. So Lexus in a 1v4. She only do so much. The spike is dropped. And it's so insane. They somehow keep on finding these rounds no matter what, no matter the map. Prosperity, man. Wow.
Oh, and I feel like I cast her cursed it into existence. I'm like, huh, this feels familiar. I'm getting essential deja vu. And the speed in which they deploy the mid fight and then rebound and get back to A to set up those number-heavy duels is impressive. And while we saw Sarah and Alexis try to wrestle back, it was already a losing battle. It just ultimately isn't enough. And I'm surprised, honestly, that we don't see SRG take a page out of Prosperity's book and take a timeout right then and there. Because this is what I mentioned. Things fall apart and you get a close half. When SRG could have had, 8-9. Now, who knows?
Yeah, it's entirely possible too. And remember, we were saying this needs to be a statement half for SRG on their attack, right? So this is it's actually not too bad for Prosperity because remember, attacking halves for them, they build quite well. They play heavily aggressive. The gunfights have been constantly in their favor. So from here, Dota should be dead. Yep, no TP set up. Unfortunate. So Duelist's not already gone. We'll look to see what we can get done on the side of SRG as they're all pretty spread out.
Well, when you've lost a player, you've lost your entry. Did you get ratty? Noya finally on her lurk arc back. Sheriff, though, only in hand, it'd be difficult. Things look like they might just get even harder. Izo toying with the idea of the Rolling Thunder here to shut down this A exit as well. And they do decide to, as Yuki gets pressured over towards short, but Mel slipped in. It's not enough, though.
I mean, but yeah, like you're saying, Mel with a possible cheeky angle to get something back, but it's just with nothing necessarily gained. They'll leave Noya to watch the lurks and possibly just get a gun and save. But Alexis jumping through, not even able to get the plant down. Just Noya left.
Wow.
Yep, bye-bye. Manny, once again.
And he feels like he's been like that perfect, like, alternative universe mirror to Noya this series. I mean, again, very similar flexibility between controller and between Sentinel. And finding those impactful kills, keeping track of what she's trying to do to make space for her team, right? She got all the way into A lane and doesn't even know that Manny's there. So one round delayed, but the timeout comes still nonetheless as the economy cycle gets the reset for SRG after those 2 rounds get tied together by Prosperity. Magic, operator back out as well, coming into the next, but Shop Araba and goal. We're going to see a little silly eco, and then things get serious here, Ravish.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Effie's is looking to tell the team, because, like, I mean, it's these anti-ecos that have been killing them.
Yeah.
For this past 3 maps, I think you pointed out before as well, Zobi, right? It was these pivotal rounds that they found so consistently. And now with this Prosperity managed to do this to stay in the game. And for SRG, this is their last timeout as well. So he feels like he needed to take both of them in one half. Maybe not the most positive sign, but a neither one possibly.
Oh, and fact checking if SRG did use both timeouts, but I mean, this is where things flip, right? Whether it's the 7-5 you got on split or the 5-7 map 2. And all in all, this is nice. Going back to maybe what was working for the team, utilizing the kit to disrespect Prosperity members, but speaking of disrespect, Magic staring into the mist, looking for a kill, and he'll answer back.
That's easy first start for Magic. Up in his hands this time, and so knowing that the eco's there, like, they won't be able to do much more, but considering we're seeing so far, an eco of SRG's own could be monumental.
Spike's pretty good.
Yeah, to get back into the game, but like you're saying, they've got to actually hold out, right? But what else can they do? Actually, no ultimates to be had.
Yeah, Vanda's gonna TP pass. No one's deep enough. Maybe the spy cam will get tapped, but all in all, they've got to get aggressive. They got to get up their face, and they are.
Yeah. Oh! I mean, get in their face, they shall. Just double stinger, play against 3. Now Yuki's gonna drop down, ready a little bit off the crosshair. Just Vantic left alone. Sarah picks up the yaw, but it's a 2v1. Knows where Vantic is, whips the shot. Mel's gotta survive this, but unfortunately she gets 1 dome. And they'll use the Armageddon. The pop to push them closer. Time not on their side.
No!
The op shots. And they get it.
Oh, just under a second and a half. The Armageddon comes in clutch. Sarah comes in clutch for SRG. That Armageddon was a surefire thrifty after the crunch out of Defender's spawn. would have been insanity. I mean, they even had a trap wire deep for Noya. Like, that was such a perfectly constructed eco. Hats off to Effie's and Mel. And now the question is, can you hold on? Can you get that 7-5 half as we head into the second to last round?
Yeah, even 8-4 if you're SR, right? You need all the Ruby can get at this point.
Backside Haven.
Exactly. Right.
Use that.
Let's see. The drone suppresses Noya early. So I have to leave her, but look at Magic's positioning. He's just taking all this space in A long, hoping to see if anybody looks to re-peek it, but walking even
Alexis,
closer.
no!
Oh, no. This could be horrible, but they stay
They're gonna drone it?
stationary. No, maybe not.
They are.
Right? They're so smart. They're so smart.
Soft shot finds nothing, and they're trying to punish it, in fact. Every piece of utility having to get invested here just to defuse the situation. But this is what I asked for, right? When you have one deep A, you get one deep C. Now they know that they're headed C, and the entire team can prepare for it on Prosperity's side.
Yeah, where they are already. Hey, all taken away. That's your smoke's already gone. That's the fake also taken. I wish that was a Drika. But nonetheless, now Manny's watching and waiting for the rest of the team to enter in. And if you are SRG and you're thinking 100%, I've got to go somewhere else, but you go walk right into Yuki, you can't clear up the rest of the site. You got no blinds, no smoke, no nothing. You walk in high and dry, and they simply just die.
Before the switch.
Wow. I mean, 30 seconds left, right? Mel dies long. You know the Cypher utility is going to be active on C. It was a difficult decision to make, and they should have gotten B, but not clearing a quarter, becomes lethal. Yuki becomes lethal, and that is the 5th round in Armageddon. The boot, all of that, I mean, if they again slow things down a little bit, I mean, 30 seconds left, you can't slow it down too much. Noya was in a good spot, got the kill. It's a hard call to make, but it places SRG in an uncomfortable position for the last round of the half, where they kiss the 8-4 goodbye and maybe even staring at a 6-6 over a 7-5. And they got Stingers again.
Yeah, they also had a broken by here as well, too, so they've got to look to contend against that, too. I mean, the previous eco went beautifully, but that's because they had A side on lockdown. This time, though, they're gonna be so lucky. C has not been where they flourished, unfortunately, and so, especially considering the double hold right now from Prosperity, especially with this up.
Here.
Maybe just good enough. The smoke drops down right on time. And Magic and Manny, the double M combo waiting for the rest of the team to come in. They're repositioned to B, as Spike should be planted and as a hold off site.
I mean, it's smart. You have Armageddon, you flush these players out.
Yeah.
We'll see if it gets utilized, invested on the eco. I mean, this is surprisingly slow. They're waiting, I think, for that aggressive play, kind of like how we saw on A through defender spawn. Or maybe waiting for them to push link, but it doesn't come, so Armageddon procced. Trying to set up the reflux, but they've avoided it.
Oh. Been for how long? The concussed, unfortunately, belongs to the overdrive. It becomes a little bloodbath once again, but the back of the site, they managed to survive. It's Izo and Dodo. After the end of all of that dimensional drift, and Dodo just has to delay. Just has to delay, and the peak at the right time, not able to get it to half. And Dodo keeps them in the lead.
Switching sides.
And who's the one that's throwing eco rounds this series? We said it was Shopify, but that's now 2 for Prosperity this map, as they ended up 7 strong on the side of Shopify Rebellion Gold. I mean, wow, heroics and the ability to keep your cool and, you know, pull out the dimensional drift there. I mean, they were lucky that they got the overdrive there off the opening kill for Magic low-key, and that's, again, credit to the Armageddon flushing those players into C-Link, but the crossfires, ironclad there between backside and Dota and Noya, just huge. The 7-5, you know, almost a prerequisite if you must here, I should say, for the attack side in Haven. Now the question is, what does the defense look like? Can they keep it strong? Or are we going to see, you know, a tight game from the get-go with the pistol round win?
I mean, this pistol will spell a lot for what they want to get done. And now for SRG, they're triple step to Garage. They're ready to face anything by grass and more. I rotated over to see if anything, and there it is. Trap wire shots, and we'll see Magic run over Emmanuel with his deep look to come in. Able to get something through the Garage. Doesn't actually see anybody there. Finds the pick. Noya. Oh! Again, Manny gets the better of her.
Match.
all stuck on Garage completely. Alexis for a trade, but Spike continues to tick away as well as they all move past. Magic not spotted, and they'll double peek him to make sure He gets eradicated from there, but it's 2 on site and 1 all the way on the outside. Eyes look to move up, both flashes available. I can't get to use any of them, but these are the Magic and Yuki. As you see them all enter through, no one checks the back. Magic takes 2, and it's Donut once again against Yuki, and it's Salvo Gaming. The delay is imminent. Dodo walks into them. Oh no. Unfortunate.
And again, when, you know, Prosperity is asked to deliver, they win these crucial pistol rounds, even if far in between. And I was worried, I think, from the get-go because of how long they were taking, right, to clear out garage, to clear out grass with, you know, a double-headed disruption play between Manny and between Vantic. But I think we were to clear out CT, keep them many players alive, but it was downhill when Magic's corner wasn't cleared out. And now SRG, nothing out of the ordinary, no Stinger Force, no nothing, just playing pretty default, actually. Quiet on A, no stacks, no gamble, no nothing.
Mm-hmm. SRG, yeah, like you're saying, just playing very safe, nothing over by garage this time. We're gonna choose to allow them to walk through and play deep angles for picks, but currently it is just Manny who's taking advantage of that, taking garage control. There's no watching that. And the last few move forward, so Manny's actually been able to move himself pretty deep onto C. Does he actually manage to get this? Yeah, no, he gets Sarah. So that's huge on his end. And now with the rest of them, they're cornered. He got his Mel waiting, allows Magic to enter. Now clear, spike down, Mel. 2 big picks, but the rest team falling. And with superior weaponry, it's 7-7.
Wow, and again, it goes back to Manny. He was able to find 2 with a ghost on that lurk through garage. And you mentioned it, if those 2 players were alive and Mel, right, then that would have been what, a 2v1 for the remaining SRG players? Look, no, it would have been,
I think so, yeah.
It would have been a 2v1, yeah, no, because Manny would have been shut down then. You have 2 players strong over towards C-Link coming your way. Bygones are bygones, and we are tied. Rifles in hand, though. All you gotta do is deny an eco. Should be easy. Right, SRG? Yeah. Right, SRG?
Well, I mean, we'll see what happens, right? Because like for Prosperity's end, though, I find there's
locating targets.
They've looked better and better every single map. They seem to find just fantastic reads on what our North SRG attack plans are. And considering how aggressive they played consistently, right? They have continued to shut down all options that SRG has had. Whether it be just playing 2v1s, finding better picks, or just stopping lurks. So now from here, I see Prosperity can continue this train. Remember, they know how close they are. They've had a rough season in Swiss, going 0-4, the same as SRG, in fact. But to make it back in would be huge for them.
Yeah. Both teams something to prove. And, I mean, an all-out brawl on A is exactly what you want to do to help decide the best team. Opening kill found. Magic finally shut down. There's no follow-up. They just cut their losses. They look like they're leaving.
I mean, they might as well, right? They know they can't get much passes. They see all the aggression on A, so at 25 seconds to move towards B.
Ooh,
no is there waiting. No cage setup, though. No tripwires or either. She'll just have to fight this completely. Spike there. That's 2. Mel there for the support. They're right on time with Spike now dropped.
10 seconds left.
They'll have to just abandon this within hopes to save their gun. Yuki decides to salvo himself to say that Manny won't be so lucky.
SRG circumvent an eco round in flawless fashion. Nice crash out on the B side as well there. Mentioned the support from Mel. Can't punish off the stun, the special delivery either there from Yuki. And Prosperity always. I feel like we got to study how many times it's within the first like 3 or 4 rounds of the half. I feel like every time at this point. And I mean, it works, right? They're pushing ahead in the series, 1 map away from punching their ticket back to VCL stage 3. And now the question becomes again, what are they talking about? Probably these late round pivots, like should they leave earlier? What happens, right? What is our plan B? I mean, that's really all I could identify at this point because we are, again, only 3 rounds in.
Prosperity, like, early round call timeouts, like, I just have to wonder what's been discussed there, right? As well, because like you don't necessarily like know, like especially because like what the team wants to do, or it might just be the coach being like, hey, yo boys, here's a strat. Here's what you do for the next 5 rounds. Just run this. And so giving them the exact book as to what gets done. But let's see, off the timeout, they look quite good. See what the setup is here from them.
Nice. And I mean, part is, again, we mentioned you're not in the, not in the deep depths just yet. This is the first rifle round. So again, just setting themselves up nice to keep it tied at 8-8. They lose this, that's where things get dicey, but that's not their plan. Fortunately, Shopify Rebellion again, nice utility just to keep the players at bay, to keep Magic tied up and dancing around with this high gear.
Nonsense early, pushing rest of PRS back. So they'll choose a similar pivot that they have previously, but this time with no garage control. You see it's about to come around. Could find a timing potentially, but it's just a ping. They heard the door. Paranoia, an aftershock to not take it. There's one found by the end. Left in a 2v3. PRS once again comes out on top of all these crazy gunfights.
And I was worried. First cage miss, second lands. You hear Mel coming through. You hear the pings. And I don't know, Swivel, they're worried about the aftershock. That's what gives them at least a fighting chance here on SRG's side, 2v3. But again, Yuki's alive, one off Armageddon. Omen can one way. It's not even really planted, actually. Wait, this could be done doing here. If Donut goes huge.
I mean, there is a salvos early on, so it should have enough time to possibly delay this, right? With salvos being gone, they're going to retap it. Donut has to survive for this entire round and continue to delay it. There's no flashes there. Just clicking forward, right click. It's enough. Yuki goes all the way around to stop Sarah.
My ultimate is ready.
With just enough time. 8-8, prosperity. They're running it up.
And it's, again, I feel like the big difference is fail-safe upon fail-safe for the side of prosperity there, right? You trust in the salvos, you trust in your players long, but what do you add on top just in case? Yuki, the wrap through garage there to fight off the one-way, right? Whether Manny wins this fight or not, he was going to get the diffuser off and they were going to win off of time. And Manny winning the fight against Donut was just the cherry on top for the confidence for the KDA to be 17-9 right now. The neural theft in tow. They tie us up 8-8. Still money here for SRG, but they lose this. It's going for broke again.
Yeah, absolutely disgusting right now for Manny. He's putting him such a stat line too. We've seen how well he's done, and as we say that, he gets picked every time, man. Anyways, Armageddon though to clear out the back of the site. SRG evacuates away from the pom as we'll see what the retake options are for themselves. They've got Dimensional Drift.
Shopify doesn't look ready either. Dimensional Drift's gonna spawn all three, but how fast can you react with a relay bolt in your face? The answer is steadfast.
At least one being taken, but another to come around. Oh, a bit too many options. Thought she killed the second person, so unfortunate. It'll leave them just kind of listless, hoping the round went a different way because they just weren't able to, like, honestly, that just came down to, yo, you shoot them, they died, but they didn't shoot them.
Yeah, I mean, they handled the pressure that was like pushing into CT, right? But then it kind of felt disjointed after the fact, right? Swinging out of the smokes and missed timings, right? Not in coordination with Donut as she's exiting the dimensional drift. I mean, she was the perfect bait, drawing all eyes towards her, right? I'm pulling my weapon out, look at me. And they just aren't able to get out in time. So all in all, SRG maybe again with that breakdown of team play a little bit on the retake there. I mean, they had to. Armageddon forced them into it, but again, I don't know. We're failing. We're coming close on these retakes. I mean, Donut sometimes finding first bloods as well. Like, maybe again, we need that similar kind of vein to the change-up we actually saw Prosperity make on their defensive half, which was, you have a pretty active comp, get active. We sent Donut down mid solo B. You know, maybe send some players deep down A. Noya get creative on C. See what happens.
Both entirely possible. You know what? Yo, screw it. Let's just go ahead and gamble stack like C-Site every single time. Retake, might as well.
A little heavy there. I mean, no ults, no weapons. I wouldn't go for the 5 gamble stack. Maybe 3-4.
Fair.
Especially if they're not going stingers here. They're going with the Bucky strat and the sheriffs. GC sheriff for a reason, but we'll see what it can do.
I mean, Noya gonna take up her position rightfully on garage. That Bucky. And as the rest of them force back on A. Push out through long. And also through sewers, but that Odin is gonna disrupt everything she may possibly want to do. Just some small pellets taken, but nothing substantial from either end.
Cam spotted, I think, Mel's shoulder, but doesn't spot the 2 out long or the secondary follow-up of Alexis here. They still have a trap in place here, but Prosperity, I'm gonna say, not biting at first. Now that they've kind of waited long enough, they don't expect it. Oh.
Just shot comes a bit too early. Thought it works on the shoulder, but there's the paranoia as well for Mel to get one, but the rest get cleared out. It's just unfortunate whiff after whiff on the end, because like you were saying, Zoe, like the play was clean. They had the idea, the trap was good, and the paranoia landed on like all 4, but out of the closeout, and Yuki there set up with the Odin, and Noya spotted and gone.
And if there's anything that screams confidence, like we're closing this out in this map, it is buying up, forcing up an Odin when you don't have to. When it doesn't seem like it's part of the core strategy. But all in all, again, it's small things, right? Dodona, you know, gambles or grapples with the trigger discipline there. If she like takes the first shot and goes into a safe space and then waits for the paranoia for the fault line and then reswings, they have that many more numbers to take the engagement. So that Manny can't get the trays, can't keep it under control for Prosperity. All in all, things to look back on, because right now it's 10-8. Another pivotal rifle round that can keep you in this, or become the beginning of the end.
Exactly. They need this round to stay alive and to keep their eco alive as well for their chances to push the sunset. Alexis went away from the Rolling Thunder, and Neural that available from Noya. Sir, not spotted. Plus, she'll still look to probably make her way towards heaven to see if that's taken just yet. And with the smoke just there as a formality, Spike will go down, we'll go in for a full 5v5 retake.
You don't have any ults, you don't have an it factor, so you just gotta play the timing, play the coordination, and Izo's gonna disrupt all of that with a singular aftershock.
Yeah, they've got to drop that after this as well too. They're waiting on the corner to see what's going to get done. There's a fault line as well to stop them coming into a link. As smoke now dissipates, Vantic with 2, Dodona and Sarah moving forward across the site. And Magic can be the X Factor once again. The overdrive. As he zaps every single one of them, shocks them to clarity. And PRS are 2 rounds away from making it back to Challengers.
That round, the slow comms, not being able to spot out the players that were heavily stacked into CT. You saw Sarah try to swing it, but they're not too far gone into short. I mean, the fact that they even got into that site was a miracle because they tucked away safely into CT, but I saw that overdrive early on, and I'm like, this feels like the safety net. If things start to go wrong, the panic button, if you will. And it's what gets us Prosperity to their 11th. But this is what I wanted out of SRG. It may be unique Ghost Trap, but it's still pressure in one part of the map. It's still closing down a lot of space. And Mel will leave Noya deposited outside of C. It's not a judge, but the Bulldog hoping to get the job done as well.
I mean, maybe Noya can get a cheeky one if they do push towards C, but doesn't seem to be the case, unfortunately. The stack they have punished. Dodo Nut, though. Right? When it matters, she does manage to step up. And that's a great first pick to shut down Manny, who's been phenomenal this entire game and series for Prosperity.
And honestly, I don't think Dodo needs to search for any more. Rolling Thunder.
Yeah.
You have Armageddon online. Wait for the squad to pull up. But be ready, because Magic likes to push their agenda through, and they are ready to defend their spawn as soon as the Yuto comes out.
Just the Armageddon to cut off towards the half of sights. They gotta see if they use it to make their way in. The Rolling Thunder and also finally use well. There's Yuki to fall alongside Noya. A double ultimate investment, but one they know they need. They cannot let them get to 12, and they don't. It's 9 for SRG, but they've got to create this magic at least 3 more times.
And it is close. If Noya doesn't have that Odin on the flank there, they're doing a good job handling the duo jumping out of heaven. Quick pivot. Close affair, but all in all, they'll get the round secured. Noya swaps the gun out to, we don't need to note it in our arsenal, we're good to go. But there's this kind of air of Shopify playing a little scared, and Donut finally gets active, finds hers, and isn't too active, right? She doesn't double dip, she waits for the team, and that's how you get a knife very cleanly. So all in all, they shut down the 4-round streak from Prosperity and put us 2 rounds apart.
We'll see if we can get anything off of it though, right? Prosperity, although they've been around down, they haven't affected them much. Oh! Massive pick, and Mel to come forward as well. You gotta find this through the spray. Eyes will take the trade, and then Mel just keeps on spraying. That is what I want to see from Shopify. The confidence to continue and to go ahead and pop your chest out and keep getting these picks. They've got to play a lot messier and a lot more confident if they gotta do this, yeah.
And you know what's interesting? We actually saw this development on Lotus. Do you remember when they were trailing and suddenly, like, you know, they had the trap play outside of C, they were consistently pushing Mound?
Yeah.
It was just too late, right? And then it was at 13-10, Magic does Magic, obviously. And, you know, gets the hat trick to send us out of that. But all in all, like, when they have these confident trap plays, when they're fighting forward, it does look clean. Can you get away with that every round? No, but it's still, it gets you your 10s, puts you 1 round away. Odo down mid.
Yeah, I mean, for Prosperity as well, too. It's like, this is a...
The drone doesn't see her.
Save. No way. Dodo, that gets out. A nice first picks, 2 in a row for Dodo. Who we've been asking to step up, and finally, again, when it comes down to clutches, they may be able to do it. And now with Manny now gone, once again, they have the eyes of Rolling Thunder. The one from Yuki's Armageddon, so another double out setup possibility. Shot comes out early, concussed towards the back of the site. Alexa looks to be gone. And there it is, but Flash not gonna land here too. Magic taking a bunch of damage. Yeah.
Think about Garage here. You can see that hesitation. Back to spawn, probably back to A. Seems like that's the call Shopify Rebellion Gold had made as well. Act Trio making their way over, and the call is incorrect. They trust, though, in Noya, her ability to communicate off that spy cam that they're headed towards the site, or her ability to anchor it with a site smoke maybe from Mel sent over.
30 seconds left.
We'll see if Noya can actually find this as well early on. The aftershock, probably not her just yet. Rolling Thunder, C-site's wide open though. Noya not caught past this either. The cage to delay them. And with all her utes on completely gone, Cam's still alive, so you gotta wait with 10 seconds to go. Spike finally goes down.
Magic's in a lethal position, right? 10 HP, you gotta play for a corner not getting checked to get your kill. I mean, the dimensional drift being at the crux, I would say, of this retake. I hope, yeah. Oh my gosh, you don't clear out! They're behind you, what? Okay, thank you.
Dodo knows, it's fine. Dodo sees where all the positions are, but the issue is now the fault line. There's good enough in the jump. It's beautiful. Aizo gets timing right on time. And now it's Noya and Sarah to save this game. They're not looking behind. They'll check the corner advantage later. For 1v1. Had to get side no solvers this time to delay it. As the ult if they want to, it's just a tap if anything. Sees where they're at, the smoke to dissipate. Noya has to stick this. It's almost down to just half. But knows he has no time. Doesn't get the pick. And Prosperity are 1 round down from getting back into Challengers.
Ooh, and a nail biter it is to decide one of the most important rounds of the series. Again, what looked very disjointed becomes a concrete post-play position, even after such a dynamic opening like this where you've lost your Sentinel. They knocked upon B and then somehow able to find C. And even when their win cons, again, fall short, they believe in clutch players. They are just insane at getting rounds that should be unthinkable. Now you mentioned it, 1 round to go. Shopify Rebellion have a buy intact, but look at this, exactly how the last map went. When they win the round, they turn up the dial.
Fast play, and Sarah now gone. No tail for your post. Things seem to be rough already starting off, although they're not spotted just yet, but a spike should be planted as the Armageddon, and they gotta escape towards the back of A lake with 3 all there set up and waiting. Not be able to spot the lurk, and a pick is needed to possibly make the way back into this round.
Oh, nice from the shadows. Manny might have it though. flanking behind. Again, this was the difference. Vantic, Crunch, and all the players are falling. You know where the last is. They jumped out of heaven, and it's done. 13-10, 3-1 victory. Prosperity Esports, welcome back to VCL Stage 3.
A hard-fought 4 maps for both of these teams, but, you know, crucial rounds, unfortunate ecos, and confidence, and nothing but from Prosperity looking better than ever to get back into the VCL. We'll see what they can get done as they look to, you know, crawl the way back in. A tough road for both teams, but nonetheless, big congrats to Prosperity, and of course, shout out to SRG for making all this way here as well. Damn, that's crazy.
Back to the drawing board again. Risks taken in terms of compositions, in terms of map picks of Icebox over Haven. And all in all, Prosperity Esports, again, we talked about it, maybe it was a fluke how they closed out the Swiss with the roster changes. They needed time to acclimate, and boy, oh boy, have they started settling in nicely. They avoid the premier curse, we'll call it. You know, Hikigimori was relegated, Prosperity came close, and now they will be back with vengeance.
Exactly, they will, right? It's just, and Prosperity coming in as a second seed, a loss yesterday, a quick turnaround today as well up against SAT. So this was really well fought by them. And again, of course, big shout out to all players at SRG for being able to have a chance to make it back up. Of course, not over just yet. Premier's still there. Another split on their way, but congrats to both these teams, NTs and GGs. Of course, I mean, of course, the day's not over just yet. We'll get to hear from one of the players from Prosperity as well in just a little bit. Nonetheless, though, I've been Ravish. That's Obi. Thank you all for watching. We'll be back in just a little bit. See you soon.
Well, folks, after 4 hard-fought maps, we have our promoters. It is Prosperity Esports taking down Shopify Rebellion Gold 3-2-1. GG's to Shopify Rebellion, well fought. But congratulations, Prosperity Esports. This was a team that went 0-4 in the Swiss stage, lost their seeding match yesterday, had a 13-3 happen, and just what a turnaround today. What a dominant performance from them, Dan.
It's what we talked about from the beginning. And the map one, a lot of the players kind of struggling, kind of having a slower start, same as they did yesterday, and honestly in their matches during challengers. But now, the more maps that they played, the better they looked. They had some great ideas, especially on this map. We talked about the neon, the things that they wanted to do around it. But I feel like it was one of those series where everybody knew and everybody was kind of on their A game. They know that what the expectations are. They know what they should be doing on this map of Haven that is so played not only for them but also for Shopify Rebellion Gold to be able to close it out. And it was amazing. Unfortunate, of course, for Shopify Rebellion Gold. I mean, we are fans. They have a lot of fans. They have a lot of people supporting, but this one, unfortunately, just doesn't go their way. I think no matter what, is Prosperity that absolutely deserved this win. They were able to come back from situations that for other teams would have been unwinnable. First couple maps struggling so much to win those pistol rounds, losing the bonus on Lotus as well. And it was just momentum that Shopify Rebellion Gold were trying to get throughout this series, and shutting it down is not easy to do. I mean, these girls, they do it in game changers, they're doing it in challengers as well, they do it in qualifiers. But for Prosperity to have an understanding on how to shut it down, how to shut down Dodona, as well how to avoid what Dodona was doing on the operator or just going in by herself in the Yoru is very, very impressive. So congratulations again to Prosperity. They get this 3-1 and then they move to challengers. We're going to be seeing them again.
Yay! So exciting. And we'd be remiss for those fans who maybe are a little bit upset about Shopify Rebellion's loss today, that you will see them in Game Changers, literally, I believe, next week. So
yeah.
hang on tight. You'll see them compete again. No worries, and GG's to them. But this was, we gotta go back. We had a 13-10, 13-10. We had a 13-6 on Icebox, and then we switched it back up to a 13-10 for Prosperity. And I want to take everyone's eye to the timeline at the bottom. It was really back and forth, especially at the end. You see Shopify Rebellion starting to mount those rounds little by little, and then eventually I think Prosperity just had a big enough lead in the first half that they were able to take it. And this was a team that, correct me if I'm wrong, Dan, they did not win the first pistol, but I don't know if they won the second pistol. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
they did win the second pistol.
Yeah, it gets pretty even at some point. We're 7-7, 8-8. We don't know who's gonna get the lead. It's a Shopify Rebellion Gold that calls for that timeout. They tried to balance things out, but it was a little too late. The last couple rounds go the way of Prosperity. So yeah, again, the pistols were everything for Shopify Rebellion Gold, even the bonuses that we're getting throughout this series. But when it came down to those rifle rounds, and even the thrifties that Prosperity was getting they were insane. They had some very cool set plays throughout. We stuck into the game plan in every single one of those maps, going from that map of Split, when they were going with that showstopper play as well, with the Tejo utility, and into this map as well, kind of running it down and taking advantage of Magic having that ultimate that gets always 3-4 kills, it seems like, every time that he was playing it.
We have to bring up Magic, right? Because I think it's so easy to highlight him because, he's a fantastic duelist. And then he just makes it easier and easier and easier when he plays the game, because I say this all the time, and I truly want you guys to mean, I don't mean it for the pun. I mean it for actually what he's able to create in game. He creates magic. And I think you talked about it a little bit before, Dan, that he and Dodonut have such a different play style. The way Magic is so in your face versus Dodonut looking for kind of those openings and looking for that play. Looking at these stats right here, he will make it happen when he wants it to happen, Dan.
Yeah, it was really overwhelming, and honestly, to play Neon on this map is not the easiest thing to do. I feel like we mentioned it before, a lot of the players have talked about it for tier 1, tier 2 as well. It's like when you see a Neon, you kind of know where the play is going to end up, so you try to make those fast rotations on this map, but it just ends up into a more of how those brawl fights were going to work out for them, how the Neon was going to go in, but then who was going to be ready there to trade Magic. He had some amazing rounds where it was kind of all by himself, the 3Ks, the 4Ks, but there were some that it was just the back and forth into the late rounds that allowed them to get the win. I feel like that's ultimately what gave Prosperity the win today. How those late rounds work, both for Shopify Rebellion Gold and for them as well on Prosperity, it's you know it's going to be overwhelming. You know there's going to be a lot of utility coming through. You know the breaches are on both sides. So it's the little things that really do make the difference into the bigger rounds that you need to win.
I mean, again, this is kind of this, like, the Prosperity Esports that we were looking for, the Prosperity Esports that we said we wanted to see yesterday, even before yesterday when Gompers was on the desk, kind of explaining that we were looking for that spark, we were looking for that magic, I should say. And I think we have magic. It was pretty good, you have to admit. We have magic ready for our post-match interview here. Come to the front, sit down. I have to talk to you, sir. Congratulations.
Hello.
Because I have so many notes about you in here where I say, how does he do it? How did he get away with that? What just happened? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Do you understand you are infinitely one of the most talented players we have seen in Challengers, correct?
Maybe. I mean, it's good to be back in Challengers. I do believe that, but it also takes to like prove it. So I'm hoping we can do that next split.
I mean, yes, you've defeated Shopify Rebellion Gold, making it back, holding your spot. The reason you came into relegation is because you went 0-4 in the Swiss stage, right? Talk to me about that loss and kind of moving into this spot where what was the conversation with the team like? What was the emotion like? Because when I spoke to Zerona yesterday, he described anger, he described disappointment. So what was your emotion having to be here kind of fighting for your Challenger's life, so to speak?
Honestly, I think it was pretty tense after going 0-4, but obviously expected. I think we figured most of the issues we had out, and I think it proved that today. But yeah, I mean, there's obviously frustration. There's also like tense, just everybody's tense. And I mean, on map 1, we struggled on it, and I think we figured it out.
You guys have a tendency to have a bit of a slow start. You know, you have like maybe your first half of your first map is not quite, you know, the speed we're looking for, if you so to speak. But then you turn it up second half, or you turn it up second map. Do you think there is a reason for that, or is that just kind of the Prosperity way, and we're going to expect to see it in Challengers moving forward?
Maybe it's a Prosperity way. I think we just start off slow, but hopefully we get our kind of mojo, and hopefully it doesn't slow down.
Well, I mean, it worked today. You went 3-1 today. Very impressive. Maybe it's like taking some map picks away. Something I want to ask you specifically is the Neon, right? We kept telling you during the broadcast that you are such a spectacular Neon, but you also play other duels, right? You have a Raze on Split. Do you feel most comfortable on the Neon? Do you prefer other duelists, or talk to me about kind of where you find yourself settling in these duelist picks?
Honestly, my IGL forced me on Neon on every map when it was broken, and it would be my most comfortable duelist, but I'm hoping Jet gets back into the meta. Very fun duelist. But yeah, I mean, kind of got forced on Neon, so I had to learn it.
When would you say were you forced on it? Was it recently, or was it like, you know, like a while back and you kind of just been like here ever since?
Since like, you know, like when Neon meta was a thing, very broken, that's kind of the first time. And I mean, my team kind of takes a like to it. Yeah, last year. Please don't look at my VLR. The 2,500 rounds, second duelist is 600.
Well, I mean, clearly it is working out. You're someone to be feared in the server when you are on Neon. The amount of puns I made with your IGN, how you make magic on Neon, is insane. I'm going to give you a chance as my last question to you to talk about kind of the anything you would like to say to those watching. I saw in chat you have a lot of really diehard fans of Prosperity in here who believe in you the entire time. And Shopify Rebellion has a large fan base as well. So that was really awesome to see. Anything you'd like to say to your fans? Anything you'd like to say to any doubters who said, you know, these guys aren't going to win it? They went 0-4 in the Swiss stage. I'm gonna leave the floor to you.
Honestly, thank you to everybody supporting us. Very much respect to that. I think we will be back, and we're not going to go winless. And that's very much it.
All right. Well, congratulations again, Matt. And have a nice treat. I don't know. Treat yourself. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Man, I wish I could play duelist like him sometimes, because it literally, like you were saying, Dan, just creates like these openings and creates these moments where, like, a lot of times the quintessential, like, I think if you read like the first line of the duelist, you know, like bio, if you will, it's, you know, people expect to get high impact kills, blah, 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 blah. And he is the quintessential duelist, the one that you are afraid of, the one you have to plan for, right? The one you pull out the cipher for. But again, congratulations to Prosperity Esports for keeping their spot in Challengers, going 0-4 and coming back and fighting for that spot. That is what we like to call tenacity here. And just an update for anyone who is wondering about our other promotion and Challengers game, I believe it is 2-2 for Pigeons and SAD Esports. Currently, according to VLR, 5-5. So stay tuned for that one, SAD Esports versus Pigeons. But that's going to be it for us on the desk today. On behalf of production, the casters, Dan and myself, thank you so much for watching. We're going to head off, but have fun, be safe, make good decisions, and get ready for Challengers coming up, all right?
Taking away the showstopper as well, too. There's one more taking. It's Iso left in a 1v3. When I hold on a second. You turn the impossible to improbable. And it might become possible if one more is taken.
To get spiked, to get back to
One
sight,
more
and
corner.
late on
So now
time.
gotta chase Van to get back. Like you're saying, yeah, they've got to find ways to get back into A. They're using the dimensional drift, but they're all split up. The Utel is out, Yuki there, and on the save, the match takers, it's just Donut left alive for one. For Prosperity though, right? It's like we've been saying it. These two positions is what they love. Oh no. No edge is caught. They're gonna 4v5 though, as they're down to just fight and have it get scrappy. And lobby when it gets chaotic, and just like that, Manny, a disgusting 4K.
With a singular aftershock.
Yeah, they've got to drop that after this as well too. They're putting on the corner to see what's going to get done. There's a fault line as well to stop them coming into a link. As smoke now dissipates, Vantic with two, Doter and Sarah moving forward across the site. And Magic can be the X Factor once again. The overdrive. As you